Chapter 548. Just one more thing. Sahil stated while bringing out a triangular piece of equipment. What are you playing at again, Mr. Slick? You have to stop this if you don't want to ruin our newfound relationship, Junior Commander Folan voiced out once again with a tone of annoyance. Relax, my friend, don't worry, this is just a device for examining my crew, Sahil explained before turning around and started heading towards the gang of 6 behind. I just need you all to hold on for a few seconds. Don't worry, I am no longer asking any questions or pointing fingers, Sahil added before arriving in front of the 7. The group from the Zalabans stared at Sahil's actions with confused looks. Gustav was suddenly feeling a sense of crisis as he stood in place. We just agreed that there will be no more suspicions after the previous question. We should be taking our leave now, Gustav voiced out. You're right, Junior Commander Dart, but how about we just give him a few seconds to complete his examination, Region Leader Khan stated. Him examining his crew doesn't affect us in any way, so we can tolerate this, Junior Commander Folan added as well, deciding to just watch. Gustav had no choice but to keep quiet at this point so as not to arouse any more suspicions. Sahil tapped the weird triangular device in his hand, and it shot out some blue rays that scanned all 6 of them at once. Their bodies were shown with translucent light, displaying their internal structure as well. The device kept making weird scanning noises for a few seconds before showing a green light. Sahil nodded at this and turned around with a smile before moving back towards the position of the Zalabans. I apologize for the inconveniences, my friends, I am finished with examining the state of my crew bodies, he voiced out as he arrived in front of them. Just as Junior Commander Folan was about to respond to that, Jabal interrupted. Boss, you haven't checked me, he said respectfully. Oh yes, that's true, Sahil said before turning to face him with a light chuckle. One moment, he said to Junior Commander Folan before tapping the device again. It shot out the same rays as before scanning Jabal. At this point, the crisis Gustav felt in his mind was pushed to a whole new level. What exactly does that device do? Gustav asked the system internally, hoping it wasn't what he thought it was. How strong if the camouflaging power of the tracker? The system responded with a question of her own. One of the most powerful in the world. It hides within the blood vessels and mimics that part of the body, Gustav responded. If that is the case, there should be no problems unless this device has the Ulti Stone as part of its build, the system stated. What's the Ulti Stone? Just as Gustav was asking this, the device finished scanning as well. Beep, 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 beep. Beeping sounds suddenly started to reverberate across the place. Everyone stared at the device and then at Jabal, whose body was still shining a translucent light. His left wrist area had a red light position in a part of it. Tracking device spotted. The voice of an AI rang out at this point, causing everyone's eyes to widen with shock. Gustav began to circulate his bloodline as this voice rang out, shit. How does this guy have everything? The 6 behind instantly raised their weapons and pointed them towards the Zalabans. So this was your plan? You lots wanted to track my movement? Sahil voiced out as he turned to face Gustav specifically. The Zalabans' troops behind also pointed their weapons forward at Sahil's crew, ready to exchange fire as well. We know nothing about this. You can't just assume that we're responsible, Junior Commander Folan voiced out. He is responsible, he is the only one who Sahil made physical contact with from the beginning. Is this something the Zalabans planned together or is it a solo act? Sahil questioned. As Junior Commander Folan heard this, different thoughts suddenly started appearing in his mind as he turned to the side to stare at Gustav. Red eyes, no snoring for the past 2 days. No having fun with any girls like we planned before except for our first day of arrival. Completely sleeping underneath the duvet without messing up the covers before the next morning without pulling face from underneath during the entire night. Junior Commander Folan's eyes widened as he analyzed all this and stared at Gustav. Who are you? He voiced out. At this point, everyone knew there was something up with Gustav as Junior Commander Folan voiced that out. Now, let's all calm down. There is no proof that this was done by me, Gustav spoke, still trying to salvage the situation. He definitely planted it. Jabal voiced out as everyone began to surround Gustav. I don't think this man is a part of us, Mr. Slick. I promise the Zalabans is not behind this. I just realized the numerous ways in which he's different from my partner, Junior Commander Folan stated as he began to channel his bloodline. My trust in you lots have completely dwindled. Take him down, Sahil commanded, causing everyone to start firing at Gustav. Bang! 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 At this moment, Gustav knew there was no salvaging the situation. Sprint has been activated, every single beam and projectile being shot towards him suddenly slowed down as he turned to the side to face Sahil's direction. If I can grab onto him, Gustav said internally as he dashed forward. Right before everyone's eyes, Gustav sped forward like a phantom, causing all the blasts to slam into the wall behind, which in turn teleported the blasts to another location. Just as Gustav was about to touch Sahil, his body turned illusionary as he faded away. Sahil appeared about 100 feet behind. The Zalabans had confused faces at this point as they spotted Gustav in front. What speed? That's not Junior Commander Dart. Attack the imposter. Junior Commander Folan voiced out, causing everyone to dash forward as well. Sahil watched from the other end, too, with a look of understanding as he commanded his crew to also deal with Gustav. Chapter 549. Gustav swerved towards the side and dashed across the place, trying to dodge different kinds of attacks. He's pretty fast, but outmanned, Sahil said with a smile just as one of the red jackets threw his jacket away, revealing a pair of cannon-like arms. Another one transformed into a yellow beam of light and held up a rifle-like weapon that started getting charged with the yellow light before firing forward. Time to go. Sahil stared at the void stone in his hands with a satisfied smile as his body started turning illusionary once again before disappearing completely. A loud bang reverberated across the place as the yellow beam traveled forward, packing immense force with it. Gustav bent backward, causing it to pass above him, as his clothes flapped intensely and his hair blew backward from the generated wind. Two of the Zalaban troops trying to attack him from behind got blasted into smithereens as it collided with them. It tore straight through their bodies' wind, causing their arms and legs to get blasted towards different parts of the environment while the beam kept traveling forward till blasted a massive hole in the wall by the side. Before Gustav could raise his body up, one of the red jackets with cannon-like arms was already descending upon him from above. Being unable to dodge in his current position, Gustav pushed himself upwards and threw a fist as he ascended. Bang! Both forces collided, causing a blast to resound in the vicinity as a purplish force radiating with immense energy swept across the vicinity the instant the collision was made. Gustav's body shot backward along with the other person. Two more red jackets were flanking him from the sides with their attacks as his body was still catapulting through the air. He did a flip in mid-air and slammed his hand on the ground, causing his body to ascend upwards as he dodged the projectiles. However, just as he ascended, two of the red jackets were already aiming for him. He spun in mid-air, dodging one attack, but the other who had already leaped up swung his foot towards Gustav's body. Gustav was only able to react by raising his hand in front of his chest in an X format to block the attack. Bang! The leg, which was laced with a rocket booster, slammed into his arms, causing Gustav to be blasted about 100 feet backward, headed for the ground. As Gustav's body was headed for the ground, Junior Commander Folan suddenly appeared behind him with his palm shooting forward. A star-colored beam could be seen on his palm as it traveled across the air, making sizzling sounds. While Gustav was spinning his body around to deal with this, the red jacket brimming with yellow light shot out another beam towards him while the other one with cannon arms was also approaching from the side. Dodging all these at the same time would be impossible since all of them were on the same strength level or a little higher than Gustav. At this point, Gustav closed his eyes for a moment. It was as if all the actions in the world had paused just before he opened his eyes. A pinkish flame had appeared within them. A massive ray of pinkish energy suddenly blasted forth from his body, covering the entire vicinity in a matter of moments. Everyone instantly fell to their feet as Gustav spun in mid-air with a milky-colored blade in his arm. He swung the blade towards the yellowish beam causing it to get slashed in half, but he was still pushed backward by the force, as both halves of the beam passed by his side and slammed into the ground behind. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as Junior Commander Folan, who happened to have fallen to his knees behind Gustav, got blasted across the place with his left arm completely disintegrated. He couldn't scream as he had lost control of his body, but the visible look of pain could be seen in his eyes as his body slammed to the ground hundreds of feet away and remained stationary. This time Gustav released his Yaki fully because most of them had power levels higher than him, and he didn't really have the time to restrain it like he used to due to being put in a very difficult position. The entire street outside had been covered up by the pinkish energy, and everyone was within it were falling to their knees. Within the underground structure, the Zalabans and the Red Jackets, every single person was on their knees with looks of fear on their faces as they stared in Gustav's direction. Gustav breathed in deeply before breathing out, causing the Yaki to start reducing in size. At this point, he had caused a scare across the entire street. He stared at the 10 people around him on their knees, and the 2 corpses blasted nearly to pieces by the sides. They were trying as much as possible to regain control of their bodies, but it was futile. Gustav turned around and dashed towards the wall on the far end. Swoosh! His body blasted through the wall as he arrived underneath a pile of rubble and more destroyed building parts. Thum tilde he leaped upwards, blasting through the covering of rubble, and appeared in the air above the half-decimated streets. While his body traveled across the air, he spread out his perception, trying to sense if Sahil was still in the vicinity, but just as he had expected, Sahil had completely disappeared. All he could see from above were citizens running from place to place with visible looks of fear on their faces as they spotted his body cutting across the air like a streak. He landed on a building far ahead and continued dashing forward as he tapped the spatial bracelet on his wrist. Location: Region 32 El Caso's place. Tapping on the save coordinates, a bright flash of light appeared around him as he leaped into the air again and disappeared. Zing tilde. Chapter 550. Tapping on the saved coordinates, a bright flash of light appeared around him as he leaped into the air again and disappeared in mid-air. Zing tilde. The instant Gustav disappeared, the Zalabans and Red Jackets within the underground structure regained control of their bodies. As they stood to their feet, they looked around the vicinity with fear in their eyes, still wondering what happened a while ago. Who was that man? What kind of power was that? They voiced out in confusion. Meanwhile, the rest of the Zalabans moved towards Junior Commander Folan to help him up. He was in a very bad state with his left arm and shoulder down to the chest area were completely disintegrated. "See what you did to our junior commander," one of them shouted out while pointing a cannon-like weapon at the Red Jacket glowing with yellow light in the battle earlier. "Keep quiet, lackey. If it wasn't for you lots we wouldn't be in this situation. Why is one of your men after our boss?" A thin, masculine voice could be heard from underneath the mask as the Red Jacket also pointed his weapon back at them. "That person isn't one of us. As you can see he attacked us as well," Region Leader Khan voiced out as he stood in the midst of this brawl. "That doesn't change the fact that he was able to get here because of you lots," another Red Jacket voiced out as he also pointed his weapon at the Zalibans. At this point, both sides were about to confront each other as the atmosphere turned tense. Sahil crew outnumbered the Zalibans 6-3 since Junior Commander Folan was down. Still, even though Region Leader Khan didn't participate in the battle earlier, he was among the most powerful mixed-bloods present. Even stronger than Junior Commander Folan. Junior Commander Folan would have been able to do a better job at fighting since he was stronger than all the Red Jackets in the vicinity, but he could not defend himself from the blast earlier due to being frozen by Yaki just like the others. "Now let's all be civilized here. We agree this is a mistake on our part, but as you can see, our side has the most casualties," Region Leader Khan voiced out as he gestured at the 2 Zalaban troops with scattered body parts and Junior Commander Folan on the ground. He didn't want this to turn into a battle between the two sides, mostly since the successful deal would be cancelled, and they were also outmanned. He might be stronger, but with the coordinated attacks of the 6, they would lose. "We-ha!" One of them was about to speak when Jabal, who had been behind all this time, interrupted. "We're leaving," he said while tapping the button by the side of his head. The others stared at him with a look of confusion. It seemed he had been communicating with someone just a while ago. Mr. Khan, we shall contact you sometime soon to talk about the state of our partnership, Jabal said as he turned to the side and started walking forward while bringing out a piece of equipment. The others brought down their weapons and followed after him. He wasn't the main boss, but whenever the main boss was unavailable, he was always in charge, so they had no choice but to follow. Truin. A greenish light shot out from the equipment and covered all 6 red jackets. In the next moment, the light disappeared along with all 7 of them, Jabal included. The Zalabans fed Junior Commander Folan a recovery pill. They carried him along with them as they moved in the direction of the wall they had appeared from when they first arrived here. Fortunately for them, it was still functioning, and they phased through, appearing back in the building they had used as a channel point to get here. However, the moment they arrived within the building, they could see the chaos that had been inflicted on this place. Wait. Bam! Crumbling sounds could be heard as they spotted parts of the building that had collapsed and parts that had cracks and giant holes all over. All this was because the gateway was still active when they were battling earlier, causing most of the attacks to phase through, which ended up colliding with the building. Meanwhile, Gustav was within the room he rented on his first day here. He sat on his bed with a look of contemplation. Everything that went down today kept replaying in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. He never underestimated Sahil after hearing so much about him and seeing reports. However, he never expected Sahil would be so cautious and smart that he would implement things like that. The whole situation played out well. The mission was practically failed at this point, and anyone would have fallen for the trap of planting the tracking device in the wrong person. If he didn't have God eyes, there would be no way to salvage the situation since Sahil now knew that people were after him. His next step would be to hide even more cautiously than before or leave the city. Of course, he could decide not to leave since he knew the tracking device was placed in the wrong person. He had no idea that Gustav could track him using his life sign. Gustav had never seen a more cautious fellow that literally questioned every little detail. If it were to be someone else, they might not bother with the change in color of the eye. Even after Gustav stated the power level of all his crew members, he still decided to run a check on their internal structures. The whole situation got messed up from the point where Jabal spotted him. Gustav hid well enough for no one to see him while he was saving Sahil's life sign, and it only took about 3 seconds for him to get it done. A very short time frame where no one would be able to spot him, but Sahil just happened to be able to sense energy from any source the moment it was emitted. Chapter 551. Gustav reckoned the tracking bug that entered into him was unable to be sensed due to the fact that it was inside him. If the tracking bug had emitted any form of energy before it infiltrated his system, he would have sensed it. At the moment, Gustav had transformed back to his original look and took off the black Zalaban outfit. It was placed on the bed right beside him. He knew he couldn't play this character anymore. It would have already spread around the Zalabans by now that anyone looking like Junior Commander Dart was an imposter. While Gustav was contemplating his next plans, the communication device on the table rang. It was from the base in Ruhugai City. Gustav answered the call and instantly heard the excited voice of Officer Guzman from the other end. "Congratulations, Officer Crimson. You have completed the mission, Gustav. We didn't expect you to get it done in such a short time. You're truly a prodigy." Officer Tron's voice was also heard from the other end. True. I never doubted you though, but this is excellent performance." They didn't even give Gustav the chance to talk back before showering praises on him. "Now the next step is extraction. We're currently planning that for you, or will you be able to find a way to leave yourself?" Officer Guzman voiced out before keeping quiet. Gustav finally got the opportunity to speak. "The mission isn't complete yet," Gustav voiced out. "Huh? What do you mean by isn't complete? Stop trying to mess with us, kid, but we can pinpoint the location of Sahil from here. He's currently on the move in Region 27, Officer Guzman laughed as he spoke. "That isn't Sahil. That's Sahil look-alike and right-hand man, Jabal," Gustav stated. "Look-alike? Does that mean you put the tracker in the wrong person?" Officer Guzman asked. "Yes, Sahil played us. Had his look-alike deal with everything at first, and I activated the tracker after managing to get close enough to make contact with him. Only to find out later that it was only his look-alike, Gustav explained, omitting a lot of info. Damn it. He had a look-alike. We never received reports that he had a look-alike. Even Officer Gooseman was surprised. Every time we try to catch him, we end up finding out new information *I*. He never runs out of tricks. Officer Lewis' voice was also heard from the other side. Gustav had to readmit that Sahil was extremely good to not only have slipped away from the MBO hands several times but also have them wondering what other tricks he had up his sleeves. As expected of a newbie, I knew he'd mess this up. Officer Millie, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It's not his fault, Millie. Who's to say you wouldn't get fooled in such a situation as well? Officer Tron disagreed. Of course I wouldn't. You all give him too much credit for nothing. This is his first field mission and just like many others before him he failed, she added. Gustav, we'll have to extract you. This mission is a failed one already since there is no spare tracking device in your possession. Officer Gooseman had to agree with Officer Millie and see this as a failed mission. Who said it was a failed mission? Gustav voiced out with a tone of repression. What do you mean? Officer Gooseman asked. Just because I put the tracker in the wrong person doesn't make it a failed mission, Gustav responded. That tracker is one of a kind because its camouflage ability is one of the best in the world. It is nearly impossible for it to be spotted, which is why it was given to us for this mission due to the fact that Sahil is no ordinary criminal. We don't even have a spare here, so this mission is a failed one, Officer Gooseman explained. Just give it up, kid, you already did a good job of getting close to him. No cadet would be able to pull that off this fast. If it makes you happy, I also failed my first mission and unlike you, I was already a full-fledged officer who had spent 4 years in training, Officer Tron narrated, trying to encourage Gustav. I only answered the call for a few reasons. Gustav started speaking. First is because of the lookalike who got implanted. Second is to let you know that I still a tracker on real Sahil and I will be going after him myself before he escapes from the city, Gustav voiced out strongly. Wait, what? You managed to put a tracker on the real Sahil? How? You're going after him yourself. That is not allowed, Officer Gooseman and Millie voiced out together. Yes, I have a tracker on the real Sahil but I am the only one that can pin his location, Gustav added. How? And what do you mean you're going after him? We should get you extracted as soon as possible so you can point us to his location when he is out, Officer Millie voiced out in quick successions with a tone of disbelief. The means is not important, what's important is I can find him. However, I don't know how far the connection between I and the tracker can last, which is why I have to go after him as soon as possible. If I wait till he gets out of the city, I might not be able to keep tracking him, so I have to seize the opportunity while he's still in the city to catch him, Gustav explained. Have you gone insane? He succeeded in fooling you already, what makes you think you'll be able to catch him? Officer Gooseman, he shouldn't be allowed to do this, we should extract him, Officer Millie voiced out. Now this is quite the situation. The mission was only for you to place a tracker on him, this is. Before Officer Gooseman could complete his sentence, the communication was cut. I didn't answer the call to request. I already made my decision, Gustav muttered as he put the communication device away. Chapter 552. I didn't answer the call to make a request. I already made my decision, Gustav muttered as he put the communication device away. On the other side, they thought there was a communication issue and tried getting through to Gustav again, but he didn't bother accepting their call. Keeping the communication device away that kept beeping non-stop, Gustav finally decided to focus on his plans to catch Sahil. Sahil happened to be a peak Falcon ranked mixed blood. Meanwhile, Gustav was still at peak Marshal rank. Using the analysis from the battle before, he knew Marshal rank could fall under the power of his Yaki, but he just had to release more quantity to gain control for more powerful mixed bloods. This was why if he wanted to take control of a mixed blood that was way stronger than him using Yaki, he would have already run out of energy before it was able to take control. At the moment, he only had around 20% of his Yaki energy left due to using it on the Zalabans and Sahil troops earlier. This meant activating Yaki again for the second time would lead to running out of energy, and he would have to spend many days trying to recharge it if it completely ran out of energy. He wouldn't have spent so much energy if he restricted its spread earlier, which meant he could still use it twice a day if he was dealing with someone on Sahil's strength level. However, Gustav didn't want to underestimate Sahil due to this, as he recalled Lucius and his other subordinate, who he fought on his first day here, were able to use their bloodlines while being subjected to his Yaki. He didn't know what Sahil had hidden under his sleeves and how he would react to not controlling his body. One thing Gustav was sure of at the moment was the fact that Sahil definitely would have figured out now that the enemy had the power to subject their bodies to control. Which meant he had to act as quickly as possible. Although Sahil wouldn't be in the same location with his lookalike right now to avoid getting caught, he would still be cautious, knowing that there were unknown enemies in the city out to get him, and they could disguise themselves. I'll have to time my usage of Yaki properly if it's ever needed. I need to take him by surprise, catch him before he notices my presence, Gustav said as he brought out the invisibility buttons. He still had about 8 of them left since he had already made use of 2. Gustav transformed into the same face he had been disguising as from day one and brought out a mask from his storage device. The mask was shaped to look like a demon face with 2 long horns at the top. Its deep red color made it look even more menacing. Placing the mask beside him, Gustav changed his outfit to that of a black jacket and pants before sitting on the bed. God Eyes has been activated. His eyes glowed up in the next instant, turning scarlet and green with a hint of gold surrounding his irises. His eyes looked extremely mesmerizing at this point. It was no surprise he'd have to hide when using God Eyes in that situation due to the way it looked attractive. Using it out in the open would definitely attract attention. Initiating life signs tracking, Gustav closed his eyes as his vision was being pulled to another location. ****, a crisp slap reverberated across the park-like surrounding within the MBO camp. You did this to me. The voice of a young girl laced with a tone of disbelief could be heard. I didn't mean to. The voice of a boy laced with a tone of regret responded. Behind a tall tree, it could be seen that Angie and Endrik stood opposite each other. Angie had a look of disbelief and disappointment on her face as she stared at Endrik, who was looking down with an expression of regret. I stood up for you more than once. I begged Gustav on your behalf that you would change, and this is what you did to me in return. I am losing my bloodline every day because of you. Angie's fist was tightened up as she vibrated with anger while speaking. Her eyes were already teary, and she was close to shedding a tear, but she held it in. Every day for the last 7 months I have worked hard to increase my strength. Every time I pushed myself to the limit, and now you're saying all my efforts will be wasted. Angie's chest heaved up and down as a wave of mental pain washed over her. I really didn't mean it. I had no idea this would happen. It has been 3 months since I injected the toxin into you. I wasn't informed of its effects and assumed you were okay since you didn't show any symptoms. I am not that person anymore, I'm sorry. Endrik tried explaining himself. You better hope that the doctor finds a cure for this, or I will finish what Gustav couldn't. Angie's voice was laced with so much hate at this point that Endrik couldn't recognize the sweet and innocent-looking girl anymore. It would seem Angie was unable to deal with the thought of losing her bloodline. She stormed off a moment after saying that, leaving Endrik standing in the same spot with a look of reflection. I won't resist if that is what you wish for when the time comes. I must have been stupid to think I could just get away with my deeds simply because I am turning a new leaf. Back in the city, Gustav was currently on the move. It was close to evening, and he had only started moving a few minutes ago. Earlier, he figured out the location of Sohi. Still, he had to keep life signs tracking active for a long period due to what he noticed Sahil doing. Chapter 553. Sahil, at that time, was conducting a meeting with some unknown people, which Gustav guessed to be his henchmen. From what Gustav could see, he was handing out a set of instructions displayed on multiple projections. He also noticed stacks upon stacks of advanced weaponry situated in a large store by the side. Even though no audio came along with the activation of life signs tracking, Gustav noted the distribution plans and other locations where their supplies were kept on the outlined projection. Gustav was surprised to find out that they had over 10,000 supplies scattered around in different city regions, and according to their plans, these weapons would be sold out and distributed in batches on different days. It didn't look like Sahil planned on upholding the bargain. Still, on closer notice, Gustav figured out that some of these henchmen would be pretending to be another group of advanced weaponry distributors who would then sell to the enemy. Sahil was planning to keep this war going for as long as he could. Gustav also picked from this that Sahil was having this meeting on how things would go for the next 1 to 2 months because of his plan to leave the city. He reckoned that Sahil was leaving either late this night or early the next morning. This was the reason Gustav started to give chase before their meeting ended. He wanted to be in the vicinity as quickly as possible. Using life signs tracking to see from Sahil's point of view, Gustav had no idea where that place was located, but he could sense how to get there through the link from God Eyes. Life signs worked in a way that Gustav would have, like a weird link where he would be able to sense the directions to head in after just connecting to a person's life signs. According to the last time he did this, the link lasted for about an hour before it disappeared, but so long as Gustav had energy, he would always be able to connect back to Sahil's life sign and keep following the link again. Right now, Gustav had left through the front gate of Region 32. The guards there were quite alarmed when they felt the force of the wind blazing past the front gate along with the blurry figure of a person within it. They were at a loss whether this incident was to be reported or not. Gustav once again spotted many citizens of the city stranded in front of the gates with tattered looks. He continued on his journey, knowing that there was nothing he could do to help their predicaments anyways. Swoosh. It was only a matter of time before he arrived at another region and kept traveling southeast. Fwoom tilde he would occasionally leap from demolished building to building as he sped forward. From his connection to the link, he could tell that Sahil was currently at the far southern edge of the city. On the map, this was where Region 6 was located, and it would take Gustav nothing less than 4 hours of journeying to get there. The skies would already be dark by the time he got there. He was hoping not to get caught during any battles while he journeyed there. Within a small underground facility, a man with short brown hair and sharp slanted eyes, clad in a blue business suit, slightly leaned against an office table with his fly down. A young and beautiful lady putting on glasses with long yellow hair knelt down in front of him with an expression of ecstasy displayed on her face. Her hands were currently placed on his upper thighs area as she spoke. "Please let me," she begged while reaching out to caress his fly area. "Jessica, I am here for business," young Joe said with an uninterested look. "Oh, come on, I can get it excited. Business can come after pleasure," she said while moving her face closer. Young Joe reached out to grab her by the shoulder and stopped her. "That's not how it works," he said while pulling her up. Jessica found herself being raised up as she stood to her feet. "You're my fiancé. We will have lots of time to do this later," young Joe said while reaching to zip his pants up. Jessica pouted while staring at him. "You're always acting so cold to everyone including me. Do you even love me?" she said with a crestfallen look. Young Joe straightened himself and reached out to grab her jaw before pulling her closer to him with a straight look. He stared into her eyes for a few moments before giving her an intense 15-second-long kiss. Jessica's face glowed up as he separated his lips from hers and asked, "Do you still doubt it?" Her face turned red at this point as she remained silent. Young Joe proceeded to straighten his suit as he stood up properly. "Now back to business. How is the progress with trying to get our man in?" young Joe asked. Jessica brought her mind back to reality and replied to him, "Already done. He should be in already and following after the trails." Minutes later, young Joe walked down the corridor with his guards in tight bodysuits following after him. "Toy," he spat to the side of the corridor and brought out a small cloth to clean his lips. "Pass me a bottle of water," he instructed. One of them had a bottle of water appear out of thin air and passed it to him. Young Joe collected it and gulped down half of the contents. "Love. What's that?" "You're only a necessary pawn needed to make my plans smoother." Young Joe had an irritated expression as this thought appeared in his mind. Back in Lineage City, Gustav had been traveling for about 3 hours now, and the skies had already completely darkened. According to what he had gathered so far, most battles usually happened at night, so he spread his perception far across the place to make sure he would be able to change direction on time the moment he sensed any scuffles. Chapter 554. At this moment, Gustav had made use of life signs tracking thrice, and every time Sahil would be in a different location. This didn't mean he wasn't still in Region 6 but that he kept moving from place to place within the region. Gustav couldn't leave life signs active for too long since he was journeying through the city currently. He needed his own eyesight to be active, so he would only activate it for a moment to regain the connection he lost with Sahil before continuing on the journey to his location. He was currently in Region 7. He only needed to travel for an hour more before he would get to Sahil's present location. Suddenly a loud thunderclap resounded in the vicinity as Gustav began to close in on the end of the region. Gustav stared at the sky for a few moments, understanding what was about to happen. He clicked his tongue as he picked up the pace a little, and in the next few seconds, tight, pit, pat, tra. The rain began to pour down heavily as cold winds blew across the place. It was impossible for a normal person to tell that the weather was turning weird due to the skies being dark, but Gustav had already sensed this earlier. According to the data, Region 6, being at the southern edge of the city, always had weird weather occurrences. The other parts of the city were relatively warm and dry most times of the year, but this place, in particular, was just weird. It could suddenly start snowing when the sun was out, and for some reason, this wouldn't even make the region colder. It would still be hot, and the snow would melt after some time like it didn't snow at all. Fortunately, this part of the city had a weather regulator machine which always prevented this occurrence from being too extreme. After gliding through the falling rain for a few minutes, Gustav finally arrived in Region 6. Region 6 also barely had destroyed structures. As he dashed through the streets out of 30 structures, Gustav could only see about 3 to 4 decimated ones, which meant that this part of the city was also similar to Region 32. The war barely reached here, and this could be attributed to the weird weather occurrences. Sahil was first thought to be hiding out in Region 32, and now he had traced him here. Through this, Gustav could tell that Sahil hid in locations where the civil war had not really affected. Gustav couldn't see a single soul in the street, and knowing that his presence might alert people in the vicinity with his speed and the mask he was putting on, he decided to slow down. Gustav stopped running completely after closing in on Sahil's location. At this point, he was only 5 minutes away, and the whole area seemed extremely quiet, like a dead-end street. Gustav could see several bungalows to 10-story structures in the vicinity, but spreading his perception around, he could barely sense any presence within these buildings. There were a few people in some of them, while others were just void of any life. At this point, his connection with Sahil faded completely since it was already an hour again, so he would have to activate life signs to track him once again. Gustav slowly moved towards the direction of the building on the side and took off his mask. He had several reasons for putting this on from the moment he left Region 32, and now he had to put it away so as not to arouse any suspicions at the moment. His entire body was drenched at this point, and there would be occasional rumbling from the sky. Gustav arrived at the front porch of the building by his side and stayed underneath the roofing for cover. His jacket was dripping wet down to his boots. He still had a different face, so he wasn't really concerned about his looks right now. Gustav proceeded to activate God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated. As his eyes transformed and glowed up, he closed them to focus his vision. Initiating life signs tracking, the instant his vision started to warp, a voice was suddenly heard from behind. "Who's there?" Gustav opened his eyes as he heard that and turned around. The voice came from within the house. "I didn't sense that anyone inside earlier," Gustav thought. His plan initially was to break in and get cover from the rain before tracking Sahil again, but he decided to stay on the front porch. He was glad he didn't break in now. "Catch 'em." The door slid open, and a buff 79 tall male with a buzz cut and dark skin tone lowered his back along with his head before stepping through the door. "Who are you?" he asked with a suspicious glare. "I needed shelter from the rain." At this point, Gustav's eyes had returned to normal. This was officially the tallest person Gustav had met in his life. 9 inches taller than Eldris, who was said to be the tallest in their set. Even without trying to scrutinize this person, it was obvious that he was a mixed blood. Normal humans didn't have abnormal growth like this, and there were mixed bloods said to be over 12 feet tall. This was without transforming into any creature whatsoever. Just them in their normal form. This area is off limits. If you're looking for shelter, you'll have to find somewhere else, the massive buff man stated. This area? From where to where exactly? Gustav asked with a look of confusion. The entire block. You'll need to go back over there, he said while pointing in the direction Gustav came into this street from. The rain is still falling. Gustav responded. What are you new here? This is normal around here. Beat it, kid, you're not supposed to be here in the first place, the buff man stated with a commanding tone. Gustav looked around the place suspiciously for a few moments before turning around. Fine, H didn't want to arouse any suspicions, so he decided to leave just as this man had demanded. Chapter 555. As Gustav walked away from the structure, the buff man kept staring at his figure, waddling through the wet street. It seemed he was trying to make sure Gustav was indeed leaving and not trying to loiter around. After seeing Gustav's figure disappear into the distance, he slowly moved back into the structure with a gratified look. Gustav, who just happened to have arrived at the front of the street, had a look of contemplation as he thought, there's something off about that man and this entire vicinity. I need to find somewhere close by to hide out in the meantime and observe this area. Not only did he not sense the man, but Gustav could also tell that he was a mixed blood stronger than he was. Stronger than all the mixed bloods he had encountered in Lineage City so far. The problem was, according to the data, Gustav's strength level was already considered to be among the strongest here. It was usual for him to see someone stronger, but it wasn't supposed to be to that extent. This left Gustav in a state of deep contemplation as several thoughts came to his mind. The sound of a window opening from the house on the left brought him out of his reverie. He was back in the area where people actually resided within the buildings in the vicinity. Gustav locked eyes with a middle-aged woman who was opening the window of a room on the second floor. Gustav turned away and focused his eyes on the road again as he continued walking under the raging weather. As he walked several feet ahead again, he heard someone call out to him from behind. Hey kid. Gustav turned around and noticed the front door of the building he passed earlier opened. The same woman he locked eyes with earlier could be seen standing in front alongside an old-aged man. When they noticed Gustav still staring at them from up ahead without any intention to move, the woman tapped a bracelet on her wrist. A bluish ray shot out of it, forming a transparent umbrella force that floated above her head. She walked towards Gustav while speaking. You can come in till the rain goes down, Are you sure? Gustav asked while staring into her eyes as he arrived under the covering of the transparent umbrella. Don't worry, it's of no inconvenience to us whatsoever. Come on, let's get you all dried up, she spoke with a kind tone while gently pulling Gustav along with her. Gustav followed after reading her eyes and expression. He could tell that there were no nefarious intents behind them wanting to help him, so he didn't mind going with her. After a few moments, they arrived within the house, and Gustav was ushered to sit, but he remained to stand, not wanting to get their sofa wet. The woman wanted to assist with drying his clothes, but Gustav declined again, telling them he could handle it himself. A sizzling sound started ringing out as steam began drifting from Gustav's being while he stood in place. He had activated his flaming bloodline but only partially. He only made the temperature of his body rise to the extent that it caused the water on his body to evaporate. The old man and the woman nodded after witnessing this. Gustav sat down after a while, and they brought him tea, but of course, he didn't bother with taking a sip. Silence reigned within the living room as these two did not even question Gustav or find out more about him. You both are really okay with letting a stranger into your home? Gustav finally broke the silence. There is no harm in rendering assistance to someone who needs it, the woman responded while the old man nodded at her response. Stop being naive, Mom. This city is currently in a state of internal conflict. You can't be doing dangerous things like letting strangers into your home, Gustav reprimanded harshly. Both of them were quite surprised to hear Gustav speaking this way, but they knew he was making sense. What if I was here to kill you? His eyes turned fierce as asked. We're not so important that someone would be sent after us, the woman stated with a light chuckle. Besides, after losing our Kailanka, we don't care if we lose our lives while helping anyone, she added. At this moment, Gustav locked eyes on the holographic portrait on the right side of the room and noticed the third person aside from the couple in the frame. It was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He had similar looks to them both. Gustav realized that this person was their child who was dead. The woman narrated a bit of the experience, claiming he died in this war and was on the side of the groups against the world government gaining control. Gustav felt sorry for them, but he also felt that it was foolish to put yourself in harm's way for a war when you can barely change anything. At the same time, he understood that some people had a very strong sense of justice and would literally give their lives away if it meant standing for something. At least now he understood that this couple was not afraid of death due to the death of their son and their inability to reproduce anymore. After a few more minutes of silence, Gustav asked to use the bathroom. They gave him directions, and he moved upstairs. Gustav activated God Eyes while moving along the corridor and stared at the full structure of the house. He saw the direction that led to the balcony area and followed it. A few moments later, Gustav opened the door that led to the balcony area and walked along the top of the 2-story building. The rain was still pouring at this time, and over 2 hours had gone by. It was close to 12 midnight. Gustav still had God Eyes activated, but he didn't use life signs tracking yet. He walked towards the balcony's ledge and turned his vision towards the area where he last sensed Sahil. Chapter 556. He walked towards the balcony's ledge and turned his vision towards the area where he last sensed Sahil. Gustav's eyes zoomed in on the street ahead, seeing a bright world of red in front of him. However, he was able to see clearly, especially through the internal structures of solid surfaces. His sight traveled about 2,000 feet up ahead as he focused it on the right side of the street, on the exact building where he stood at the front porch earlier. Seeing through the building, he spotted the bulky figure of the man who had sent him off earlier. The man seemed to be sitting on a sofa, staring at the projection of a screen that was displaying a live-action movie. I thought he was above the Falcon rank. How come I wasn't able to sense his presence earlier then? Gustav wondered with a slightly disturbed expression. He had sensed every other person within different buildings in the vicinity back then, but even when standing in front of this particular building, he didn't sense this man. Gustav was sure that this person was above the Falcon rank earlier when he came out of the building, so this didn't make sense. Gustav proceeded to look at other parts of the building and noticed stacks and stacks of acrylic-looking boxes arranged on top of one another. There were so many acrylic-looking boxes within this building, and Gustav was able to count their numbers within seconds and analyze the contents within. Just within this building, there were over 1,563 boxes. There was also a basement where these same types of boxes were stacked up, and Gustav noticed one more thing. There were several corpses there as well. Within the boxes were advanced firearms and different kinds of technological machinery. This was also what Gustav suspected, and he wasn't wrong with his assumptions. He proceeded to check other buildings in the vicinity. Gustav found around 12 buildings to be just like this one, all stacked with the same kind of boxes and different kinds of technological machinery stored within. Some buildings had a person or two within, while others didn't have anyone at all. Gustav counted all the men within the buildings were these weapons, which were about 7. Every single one of them was higher than him in mixed blood rank. He came across a particular building where every single one of the people within had masks and were clad in red jackets. The instant he spotted them, Gustav took note of their numbers to be around 12 within a building. Then there was another building adjacent to that with the same number of red jacket people within, and then the last building in the vicinity happened to be stationed in their midst. This particular one had only 2 red jackets wearing red masks instead of black. These two stationed themselves like guards in front of a particular door. Gustav was about to zoom his eyes once more to look through the door, but God Eyes had reached its limit at this point. That building was the very last in that vicinity, and there was a barricade surrounding the back that prevented entry from behind. Gustav zoomed out with God Eyes. At this point, He knew this operation wouldn't be as easy. He already knew that before, but now seeing that Sahil had around 30 henchmen in the vicinity with half below his rank level, a quarter on the same level and the last quarter higher than his rank level. With that amount of powerhouses on his side, it would be a disaster if Gustav was spotted on this operation. Which meant he had to sneak in and get the job done covertly. Gustav already had ways of doing this, but he was still unaware of the plans Sahil had up his sleeves. I need to have a backup plan just in case things go south. I need to be able to create a great chaos, Gustav said while looking up at the pouring rain. Suddenly his eyes widened slightly as an idea popped into his mind. I need to find its location. System, Gustav called out to the system internally, seeming to already have figured out Gustav's plans. Are you sure? This might be a bit too much, the system voiced in his head. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll have a backup. It might only take a bit of time to replace it with that, and that time will be enough for me to use that to my advantage, Gustav explained. All right. Pinpointing location now. A few minutes later, a map had appeared in Gustav's mind. He nodded in gratification and proceeded to activate God Eyes again. Time to find Sahil, Gustav said internally as he initiated life signs tracking. His vision was pulled to another location as he closed his eyes to focus once again. A few moments later, he found himself looking at the top of a ceiling within a room. Gotcha. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he noted the environment. Minutes later, Gustav was walking along the corridor back to the living room of the couple who gave him shade. He had dried himself again after getting drenched, but his boots were still a bit wet. The rain was finally beginning to lessen, so Gustav was ready to leave the household and go to the location he had in mind before visiting Sahil. Arriving at the living room, the couple smiled at him once again with a look of understanding. Oh, I flushed everything down twice, Gustav stated while trying to feign an embarrassed look. He already knew what they thought he was busy with the instant he noticed their stares. It's fine, kid, you don't have to worry about it, the woman said with a kind smile. I'll have to get going now, Gustav voiced out as he reached the middle of the living room. Are you sure? You can still take longer and rest if you want to, she proposed. Chapter 557. Thanks, but I have to leave now. I have business to attend to, Gustav said as he turned around. The old man waved at him with a smile as well. Gustav paused his footsteps and asked, what happened to him? Papa Kai? She inquired while gesturing at the old man. Yeah, him, Gustav responded while turning back around to stare at him as well. He has a chronic speech disorder, which happened after we lost our Kailanka, she explained. There is no medicine available to heal it in the city because of the situation. It has been more than a month and without medication, his voice is gone, she added while rubbing his forehead affectionately. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav's eyes turned crimson and green as he stared straight through the body of the old man. Gustav wasn't well versed in the medical arts, but he knew quite a lot of human anatomy from doing a lot of research. He wanted to determine if the man could still be healed with medicine or it had gotten to a stage where only a professional could handle it. The couple stared at him with a weird look as they spotted his glowing eyes scrutinizing the old man. After scanning the state of his body, Gustav nodded and proceeded to tap the button underneath his left sleeve. Zing tilde, a small black cylindrical container appeared in his hand, which he proceeded to hand over to the woman. It's not much, but it's the least I can do. Feed him one and keep the rest for emergency, Gustav stated while turning around to leave. The woman was confused as she opened up the container, causing a medicinal smell to waft across the room. I'll advise you leave this region as soon as possible, Gustav added as he turned his face to the side after opening the door. Things might get crazy soon, he added with a sharp gaze before he turned to look forward and walked out. The couple stared at each other for a while before the woman took out one of the blue pills and fed it to the old man. A healthy glow returned to his face after a few moments of consuming the pill, and then he began to cough. Honey, are you okay? She said while patting his back gently. He kept coughing, so she went to bring some water for him. After drinking the water, he smiled. I'm fine, Rosalie, he voiced out. Gasp tilde, her eyes widened in shock. It's been more than a month since she had heard him speak, and she had accepted that he might never go back to normal. Both of them were happy again after so long, and they stared in the direction of the door with looks of contemplation. Just who is that man? The woman wondered out loud. At the moment, Gustav was dashing through the streets of Region 6. Unlike the other regions he had seen so far, Region 6 had ascending roads. As you travel deeper into the region, it extends upwards. Gustav had silent advancement activated as he leaped from rooftops to rooftops occasionally. After about 5 minutes of racing, he could see a massive structure up ahead that looked like the construction of a dam, but it actually wasn't one. A massive neon-colored pillar was positioned in its midst, barricaded by the construction. However, the top, which was circular, was shooting out of the barricade. It had some weird-looking force surrounding it. Finally, Gustav smiled as he spotted it and grabbed hold of another invisibility button before activating it. Around 2 p.m. midnight, Gustav found his way to the top of a massive structure just right outside the street where Sahil and his henchmen were. He squatted atop the pointy rooftop and planned his trajectory. 6,005 feet is my limit, but it's bound to cause a ruckus if I leap from this point with my full force. Gustav thought as he stared at the last two-story building thousands of feet away. Gustav decided to play it safe and leaped forward towards the building just 200 feet away. Cognitive concealment has been activated. His presence completely disappeared as he landed on the first building within the street positioned on the right. Due to silent advancement, Gustav didn't make a single sound as he sprinted across the rooftop and leaped towards the next. Gustav had his mask on at this point. His full black outfit made him barely visible as well. He could hear the voices of the people in the building sometimes, but none of them had any idea that someone was currently walking on the building. He would barely make sounds as he leaped from place to place before arriving at the end of the street. He could see the last building up ahead, along with the two buildings positioned a few feet in front by the sides. Gustav already saw the trap laced on the last building when he used God Eyes earlier by the entrance and sides of the house. Anyone who fell to the trap would trigger an alarm that would alert everyone, so Gustav was careful. The only way in which he had spotted earlier as well as through a window at the back. This window was positioned close to the top and bent at such an angle that it would be impossible for Gustav to get there by leaping. To get to the back of the building would raise alarms if he went by foot due to the sides being filled with traps. If he decided to leap over the building and land on its rooftop, he would also trigger an alarm. Landing at the back of the building would also do the same, which meant he needed to find a way to get to the window without making contact with the ground. Going through the back of the street was also impossible because of the barricade. Gustav made calculations as he prepared to leap. I guess it's time I finally made use of it. Chapter 558. Gustav made calculations as he prepared to leap. I guess it's time I finally made use of it. The building was only about 300 feet ahead, but Gustav had decided to leap over it. As he stood properly, he leaped forward with speed. His body traveled upwards and forward in an arc-like trajectory as Gustav stared at the multiple buildings below him, turning smaller. As his body arrived hundreds of feet above the last building, he descended towards its back. It was at this point that Gustav brought out an invisibility button and made use of it. Zwish! His body disappeared into thin air in mid-air. Now, not only his presence couldn't be sensed, but his visibility too was gone. As Gustav's body descended towards the back, he spotted the window he was aiming for, which was slanted diagonally. However, due to the way he was falling, it was impossible for him to get to the window, which his back would be facing as he descended to that point unless he could fly. Just as he fell to that level which was several 10 feet above the ground level. Hover has been activated, -300 EP, 5. Gustav's body suddenly came to a stop in midair right in front of the mirror. His body which paused in midair was just 1 foot away due to how Gustav calculated his jump. 4. The strange force causing his body to float followed his command as he turned around to face the window in midair. Gustav quickly stretched his hand and grabbed hold of the window's edge. 3. The moment he managed to balance his weight on both hands, Hover ran out of time and deactivated on its own. 1. Hover has been deactivated. Unlike other skills, it happened to have a 10-minute cooldown time, which meant Gustav couldn't use it brazenly. Gustav looked down before raising his upper body with one hand while freeing the other. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A milky glow appeared on his right palm, and he proceeded to press it against the surface of the window. Unlike how Gustav usually used atomic manipulation, this time was different. The milky glow phased through the window and started consuming the lock area of the window. This was the same technique Gustav used when dealing with Ben and hung Joe back then when he stole this bloodline from Ben. Atomic manipulation was capable of phasing through anything, and he could use the power to destroy something from the inside, but it required key focus and wasn't practical in battle. This was how he caused parts of the atoms that made up Ben's and hung Joe's brains to disappear when he was trying to get their memories erased, which made them enter a vegetative state. Even though there were no signs of injury, neither did he leave any trace. He didn't use the power properly, which was why things ended up that way. He didn't mean to turn them into vegetables in the first place. It wasn't practical in battle because he had to focus for a long time to make use of it, and no opponent would wait for that. At this moment, even though Gustav was hanging from the edge of the window, he was very focused as he caused the lock to be eaten up from the inside. In about a minute more, he pushed the window open. It barely made any sound as it slid gently towards the side, and he climbed in. At this point, the invisibility button he used earlier had run out of power, but he still had cognitive concealment activated, so his presence was still unnoticeable. Unless anyone saw him with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to figure out that someone had infiltrated. Gustav walked through the small corridor that happened to be dimly lit. He knew that to get into the room Sahil was sleeping in from here, he would have to turn towards the left when he got to the intersection ahead. But then the guards were positioned at the end of that corridor, right in front of the door to the room where Sahil was located. But right before the last room was a small passageway that led to the left. This small passageway led to one of the dining rooms. The house was pretty large, so it was normal to have multiple dining rooms. Gustav brought out another invisibility button. This means I have 6 left. I better make use of them wisely, Gustav said as he placed it on his forehead and tapped it. Exhaling tilde, he turned invisible once more and turned towards the left of the hallway. Walking silently across it, he could see the 2 red jackets positioned at the end of the hallway. He only had 10 seconds, so he walked quickly and arrived just a few feet away from the door area of the last room. The 2 were oblivious of another presence within this place as they stood like robots. Gustav quickly turned towards the small passageway by the left that led to the dining area. The invisibility ran out when he entered the dining area. The place was empty as expected, and Gustav quickly moved towards the wall by the left. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav made use of God Eyes to look through the wall and spotted Sahil laying on the bed in the next room, sleeping soundly. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Gustav conjured the atomic blade in his hand and started cutting out a massive door-like shape on the wall. Shri tilde, it sounded like a small hiss as Gustav cut as precisely as he could. Atomic disintegration was powerful, but due to the thickness of the wall, it took a lot of time to make the atoms on the wall disappear fast enough to cut through. It took about 5 minutes for Gustav to completely cut a door shape, which wouldn't break apart on any sides. Chapter 559. He made it fall in his direction and grabbed hold of it before shifting it completely towards the side. Step. Step. Gustav finally stepped into Sahil's room unnoticed. It had taken a lot of time, but he finally got there. He tiptoed towards the bed area while bringing out a yellowish syringe-like tool. Gustav looked around the place, trying to see if there was something he had missed, but aside from the well-structured room and designs of a few arts in place, there was nothing else to be seen. He moved closer to Sahil and was about to stretch out his hand to pull the cover away from his body when he heard the voices of the guards in front of the door. I senti it about time to wake boss. Yes, he said by 2:30. Just as that dialogue ended, the door was pushed open. Both of them stared at each other first as they entered before walking forward and arriving in front of Sahil's bed. What is this box doing here? The red jacket on the left asked while staring at the box on the left side of the bed. No idea, but I think boss might have put it there himself. Best not to interfere with it, the other one responded as he moved towards the right side of the bed. As he reached out to touch Sahil, he suddenly stopped. I nearly forgot to deactivate the knot. Haha, this would have turned out really troublesome, he said as he reached towards the bedpost area and tapped on the wooden artistic-looking kettle sticking to it. It emitted a small glow as he tapped some parts of it before sinking into the bedpost. Gustav, who had turned the box by the side, was surprised to find out that the artistically crafted kettle was actually an electronic device. This had him wondering how he missed this with God eyes. It looked quite normal when he stared at it earlier. He could already guess that it was a kind of mechanism that would have triggered something if anyone had made contact with Sahil whilst it was activated. Now, wake him, the other one voiced out from behind. As Gustav heard this, a hand appeared on the side of the box, which reached out to grab the yellowish-looking syringe-like tool which had rolled towards the side. His hand went underneath the sheets from his side and stabbed the syringe-like tool straight into Sahil's hip area. Sahil's eyes suddenly spread open just before the guard could touch him. "Oh, boss, you're awake," the guard voiced out as he paused his hand a few inches away. To his surprise, Sahil's eyes became weary in the next moment and closed up back. Boss," the one beside him called out to him. "What happened? Did he go back to sleep?" The one behind asked with a look of confusion. "It seems so. He woke up, only to fall back asleep," the red jacket in front said while turning around. "Looks like he's exhausted. The list of plans he put in place must have caused this. Boss is still a person after all, so this is normal," the red jacket behind stated while turning around. "I guess we should leave him to rest for some time then," the one beside Sahil added as he started walking out with the other one. Just as he reached the door, he paused. "Oh, I forgot to reactivate the knot," he said while turning around. Gustav, who was still transformed into a box, became alarmed the moment he heard that and sensed the red jacket walking back. The other one had walked out at this point to go back to standing in front of the door. Earlier, Gustav had hidden his right hand, which he used to do the deed, underneath the sheets since he positioned his transformed body right beside the bed. Doing that made his transformation a little unstable since he was making himself be part thing part living creature, and now he was barely able to hold on to keep himself this way. Also, if the taunt was activated again, he would need to find a way to deactivate it, and he had no idea what it was supposed to trigger or do. The red jacket arrived at the bed area and reached out to touch the bedpost again. Flicking his right arm out, Gustav placed it on the floor before pulling his box-like self underneath the bed. He pulled again till he arrived on the other side of the bed. The red jacket, who was dealing with reactivating the artistic kettle thingy, had no idea that the box was now behind him. His body was slightly bent forward as he tapped several spots on the bedpost. Just as he wanted to tap again, he suddenly sensed powerful energy behind him. However, before he could react to it in his compromising position, his eyes widened as blood oozed out of his mouth. His body vibrated as he looked down to see a milky-colored blade stabbing through his chest. The pain only hit him a few moments later as he felt like he was being plunged through by burning energy. He turned around to spot the dark figure stabbing this burning blade into his chest. The demonic mask caused him to muffle a sound, but Gustav had covered his mouth up at this point. Gustav pulled the blade out from behind and stabbed it into the red jacket multiple times. Poochie tilde, even though he had successfully landed the sneak attack, this red jacket was strong enough to still pull a few things if he let him be after stabbing him the first time. Unlike Junior Commander Dart, who was weaker than Gustav, this person was actually stronger. The stronger a mixed blood, the higher their tenacity, which makes it harder to kill them. After leaving multiple holes in his body, Gustav finally deactivated Atomic Blade as the red jacket stopped struggling. Chapter 560. He slowly lowered the body down as blood oozed out like crazy. Gustav proceeded to move towards the door silently and locked it from the inside. The blood of the red jacket was oozing out like crazy, staining the floor, bright red. His bloodline might be useful, but there's no time, Gustav thought, feeling like there wasn't enough time to do a bloodline extraction. He proceeded to move towards the bed area and grabbed hold of Sahil. He had injected him with a sleeping toxin to prevent Sahil from waking for the next 24 hours. Gustav tied Sahil to his back for easy movement and proceeded to pick everything he could find in the room that belonged to Sahil. He found the storage device where the void stone was kept and took it with him as well. "Time to leave," Gustav said as he looked up. The red jacket at the front of the door had a look of suspicion on his face as he stood there. "Liam, what are you still doing in there? It's been 5 minutes already," he voiced out. After waiting for a few seconds and not receiving any response, he reached for the door. Why is this locked?" he questioned with a confused look before he started tapping on the door. "Liam, what are you doing in there? Open this now," he voiced out. Pa. He kept tapping the door to no avail. Sniff. Sniff. "Is that blood?" he muttered with a look of disbelief as the metallic smell wafted into his nostrils. He suddenly started activating his bloodline as a circular-shaped device glowed in the middle of his chest. Swoosh. Throwing his fist forward, it slammed into the door, and what came next was a small explosion as the door got sent flying backwards with the sides of the wall partly destroyed as well. He stormed into the room only to spot his comrade's mutilated corpse on the side of the bed. He turned to stare at the bed as well and noticed it was empty. His eyes turned blazing green as he looked up and noticed the hole in the roof. A few moments later, a blaring noise rang out all through the street, alarming the entirety of Sahil henchmen. Currently, Gustav was leaping from building to building with Sahil on his back almost out of the building. A massive projection suddenly appeared in the air displaying Gustav's look and footage of how he leaped through the roof with Sahil in his grasp. The entire street instantly turned chaotic as the red jackets filed out of the buildings along with those in the building with firearms. They instantly understood that their assignment was to find Gustav and get Sahil back at any cost. At this point, Gustav just leaped off the last building at the start of the street. His figure disappeared into the distance as his body traveled across the air. The person who had just moved out of the building managed to spot the small black frame disappearing into the distance. He quickly turned towards the side and dashed forward towards the gathering of the red jackets. "He went this way," he voiced out while pointing in the direction Gustav was headed for. Everyone instantly stared in that direction and charged forward with intensity. Some of them brought out the hover cars and chased after Gustav, while others jumped from building to building, chasing after him. Sprint has been activated. Gustav's speed suddenly increased exponentially as he activated Sprint and dashed across another street after sensing the crowd headed for him from behind. Some red jackets had stayed behind to activate some long-range weapons. Swoosh! His body cut a blazing black streak across the streets as he dashed forward and leaped from wall to wall. Even though some of these red jackets were fast, they couldn't keep up. Only those in vehicles were starting to close upon him. Gustav suddenly felt a spiraling force headed to him from behind. Without turning around, he already sensed that it was a missile-like projectile locked onto his figure. He suddenly sensed 7 more approached as well. He leaped several hundred feet into the air and spun around while conjuring the atomic blade. Slash. Slash. He cleaved the first 2 in half, causing a massive explosion to occur in the sky while his frame got covered in a cloud of flames. However, his body blazed through without any injuries, along with Sahil still strapped to his back. The others were still headed in his direction. He moved in a zigzag format to dodge them, but even though he did, they still turned around to head for him since they were locked onto him. Slash. 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 Even though they were moving faster than Gustav, it was easy to predict their movement since they were only locked onto him. Boom. 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 More explosions rang out as Gustav managed to destroy every single one of them, barely causing destructions to the buildings in the vicinity. The region was in a panic as they heard the explosions, but they had no idea that this was just the beginning. Gustav leaped several thousand feet into the air, traveling at a very fast speed when he heard the sound of more projectiles headed for him. He landed on a main wide road where there was enough open space. Since it was midnight, no vehicle was currently moving on, so he felt it might be better to handle the projectiles here. Gustav still kept dashing forward, leaving a blurry trail. As the projectiles arrived at his location, Gustav reached out to destroy them again, but to his surprise, the projectiles suddenly transformed into masked men clad in red jackets. This took Gustav by surprise as all three men threw attacks forward at Gustav. One swept his leg forward on the ground, trying to tackle Gustav's foot. Another was stabbing towards Gustav's throat with a glowing blue blade, while the third one had massive gauntlets on his arm, which he swung towards Gustav's head from above. Chapter 561. Gustav jumped up a little while spinning in mid-air with his leg swung out. The blade missed his throat due to this, and his leg slammed into the face of the red jacket that stabbed forward. His entire body was catapulted backwards by the force of Gustav's foot. Gustav landed behind the red jacket, who tried tackling his footing. Still, before he could make any more actions, the red jacket with the massive gauntlet descended with his fist thrown down. Bang! A loud collision rang out as Gustav crossed his arms to block the strike from the gauntlet's covered fists 2 times his head size. Cracks appeared all over the road as chunks from the road blasted in every direction. Gustav's legs lowered a bit due to the force. Before he could act again, the other red jacket by the side, which Gustav dodged, shot out a beam from his mechanical arm. Gustav leaped backwards to dodge, causing it to slam into a massive building by the side, which blasted a hole right through it. From behind, the other red jacket swung the bluish glowing blade at him again, which created a blue arc of energy that hacked forward with intensity. Swoosh! Gustav dashed towards the side while conjuring the atomic blade again. Fwoosh! He charged forward and swung the milky blade towards this red jacket. Gustav was still too fast for him to react too quickly, so he stabbed towards the side as well, not minding that he might get injured. Gustav noticed the blade and bent forward while changing his attack trajectory. Just as he was about to slice through his waist area, the red jacket with massive gauntlet-covered arms arrived behind Gustav, swinging his fist intensely. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. Swoosh! Gustav suddenly swerved towards the side at the last moment, causing the red jacket to punch his comrade in the face. Bang! A loud cry of pain rang out as they both landed attacks on each other. The one with gauntlet-covered arms was unaffected by the stab due to it barely grazing him. His comrade, on the other hand, had been sent flying backwards with a cracked skull. Gustav dashed towards the shocked red jacket back and jumped up before spinning around while swinging out his right hand. The red jacket was able to react on time by quickly raising the gauntlet-covered hand to block his neck. Due to its toughness, he could not cleave through completely on cutting a few inches into it. From behind, the other red jacket was already lunging forward at Gustav while shooting. Gustav dodged them by moving back and swerving left and right quickly. He turned to the side and dashed towards the red jacket. No time to keep messing around, he said internally as his arm suddenly increased immensely in size. Size manipulation has been activated. His arm became as large as the red jacket as it shot forward and covered him instantly. Gustav had grabbed hold of him and lifted him into the air like a chick unable to resist. The red jacket with the gauntlets had managed to recover himself at this point and dashed forward towards Gustav. Gustav only swung his massive arm, slapping him towards the side. Bang! He slammed into the wall of a building, and Gustav raised his hand and threw it at his body, which was lodged in the wall. Bang! Both masked red jackets broke through the wall as Gustav slammed the one in his grasp into the other one. All three of them still had confusion in their minds before Gustav put them out of commission. They hadn't even gotten to ask who he was, which was the question ringing in their minds the most after seeing Gustav's skill set. After putting them out of commission, Gustav turned around to start dashing forward again. Swoosh! At this point, he could already sense the incoming vehicles headed for him with speed. Hover cars were actually very fast, so he reckoned they would be catching up with him soon. As one of the hover cars coming from behind arrived at the spot where Gustav had just finished dealing with the red jackets, 3 bluish orbs suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Boom! A massive explosion sent the hovercar flying with multiple parts dislodging from it as the red jackets within were set ablaze. Kia! There were screams of pain heard from behind, which drifted into Gustav's ears as he kept dashing across the road. I need to get outside the region for it to work. 20 minutes. Gustav muttered as he kept dashing along the road. The other hovercars bolted past the flames on the road, not even bothering to stop for a second to inspect the area whether there were any survivors or not. Gustav could sense them getting closer behind him. There were a lot of attacks he couldn't use at the moment so as not to cause too much destruction to the surroundings. However, he still had many options so long as he didn't get crowded by the many red jackets whose power levels were higher than his. One of the red jackets within a hovercar had a part of his body out the window by the side as he stared at Gustav through a scope. Locked on. He muttered as the sniper-like weapon in his hand glowed with profound energy. Click. Yellowish energy shot forward with intensity, cutting a bright line across the air as it traveled towards Gustav. Gustav sensed this energy and turned around to slash it in half. The atomic blade cleaved right through it, and both halves traveled past him before slamming into the road behind, causing a loud blast. Confirmed. It's him, the person who shot the yellowish beam voiced out to the other three in the car. He has an entirely different body structure than before. What's going on here? The other red jacket in the front seat voiced out with a look of confusion. Chapter 562. He has an entirely different body structure than before. What's going on here? The other red jacket in the front seat voiced out with a look of confusion. They recognized Gustav as the same person impersonating Junior Commander Dart back then because the 4 who were currently within this hovercar were amongst the 6 red jackets Sahil brought along with him the other day. We have to take him out before he uses that power again, one of them voiced out as they recalled the pinkish energy that caused everyone to submit. We don't have to be worried about that. I don't think he would use that power casually. If it was something he could use all the time, he wouldn't have fled back then, another one stated. Still, we cannot dispute the fact that he would be able to make use of it at least once. We would find ourselves in a disastrous situation if we get too close and he uses it against us. We have to take him out from afar. The red jacket, which was glowing with yellow color, voiced as he put half his body through the window again. The person driving slowed down a bit and started moving the hovercar at a moderate speed to prevent moving too close to Gustav, but they were moving fast enough to keep up with him. Boom. 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 More projectiles were shot out from the hovercar towards Gustav, a few hundred feet ahead. Gustav proceeded to dodge every one of them with precision like he had eyes behind his head. The more they fired at him, the more astonished they became, not understanding how he was able to keep up with the attacks. 2 hover cars bolted forward from the sides, slowly overtaking the one in the middle. Don't get too close to him, the red jacket, who glowed a bright yellow color along with his sniper-like weapon, voiced out to the car by the left. They ignored his voice and zoomed forward even faster, closing in on Gustav. These fools, he voiced out with a tone of disapproval. The ones by the right also ignored the warnings and zoomed forward, closing in on Gustav's figure. We can make use of their foolishness to land a hit on him. Let's wait till he gets crowded, the other red jacket sitting on the right suggested. Their hovercar remained behind the other 2 as they maintained their speed and waited for an opening. Gustav noticed these 2 hovercars closing in on him from behind. He would still occasionally dodge projectiles shot at him from all vehicles. As these 2 arrived a few feet behind by his left and right simultaneously, Gustav conjured an atomic blade again, but this time on both his hands. Screeve. Screeve. Both of them accelerated simultaneously to smash him together on both sides. Gustav jumped up a little, causing them to miss him, and landed on both hovercrafts with his right and left leg stomping on their front. The 2 cannons positioned on the bonnet area of the hover cars turned to face Gustav, but before they could shoot, he swung both blades towards the sides at the same time, cleaving them in half. Boom. A small explosion happened, which caused both hovercars to swerve forward and nearly somersault in mid-air. Gustav pushed himself forward using the force from both cars, traveling several hundred feet across the air. Boom. A shot was heard behind as a yellowish streak cut across the air headed for Gustav, who was still in midair. The shot was fired in such a way that it would collide with Gustav's body as he descended. Hover has been activated. Gustav's body suddenly floated upward a little as he spread his legs wide. The yellowish streak passed underneath his torso area, barely missing his crown jewels below, and slammed into the road ahead. Boom! A large explosion blasted across the vicinity as a crater appeared on the road. Gustav's body descended once again and landed on the road before as he resumed dashing forward. The red jackets behind had looks of disbelief on their faces after seeing Gustav's actions. "He can fly," they voiced out with looks of disbelief. The one who had timed well and shot out the yellowish beam earlier couldn't believe his eyes after seeing the way Gustav suddenly floated upwards instead of descending. If he could fly at will, he would have done that already. "I doubt he can properly use that ability," he voiced out with a logical tone. The others within the hovercar agreed with him as well. Gustav resumed dashing forward as he counted down, 15 minutes left. He turned towards the left after arriving at an intersection and kept running amidst a lineup of tall buildings positioned by the sides of the road. The two hovercars who were closing in on him from behind earlier closed in on him again. Unlike last time, both cars didn't try to hit him at the same time. Instead, they swerved and changed lanes as one of them moved to his front while the other positioned right behind him. The top of both hover cars swept open, and two fierce-looking red jackets jumped out. One of them was on a triangular-looking glider, which had a bluish flame drizzling out of its bottom, while the other landed at the back of the car right in front of Gustav and jumped forward. Gustav swerved towards the side to dodge the person who had leaped forward, but as he arrived by the side, the other red jacket on the triangular glider had also moved towards that direction. A massive metallic-looking pole appeared in his hand, which he swung towards Gustav. Gustav swung his fist out in response, which resulted in a collision that sent him sliding towards the side. The moment his fist made contact, a weird recoil redirected part of the force from the attack towards him. Chapter 563. The moment his fist made contact, a weird recoil redirected part of the force from the attack towards him. Gustav was nearly hit by the hovercar behind. Due to the close collision, the red jacket that jumped backward earlier grabbed hold of a part of Sahil's arm, which was also strapped to Gustav's back. Gustav felt the pull from behind, slowing him back, and knew what was happening, but the problem was how to counter. While he was hindered by this from moving forward faster, the other on the triangular glider was also charging towards him while swinging out the pole again. Gustav jumped upwards and did a flip while twisting in mid-air. Not only was he able to dodge the pole this way, but he was also able to get the person pulling on Sahil's arm from behind to release his grip. The instant Gustav landed behind him right on the hovercar, he swung his foot forward with force. Bang! His leg slammed into the head of the red jacket, causing him to be sent flying forward before slamming into the hovercar, moving in front and landing on the road. A weird noise was heard from underneath the car as the hovercraft glided over him. The other one on the triangular glider had moved out of the way to prevent his comrade from slamming into him, and now he was charging towards Gustav again. The glider traveled so fast across the air that it looked like a flying phantom. Gustav had limited space while standing in the car, so he quickly conjured another atomic blade and started clashing with this red jacket. Slash! Slash! Bang! While they clashed repeatedly, another red jacket was trying to make their way out of the hovercar in front. Gustav jumped into the air and threw the atomic blade forward the instant he spotted his body coming halfway through the hole atop the hovercar. Swoohing! A jet of blood sprayed onto the top of the hovercraft as this red jacket was cleanly decapitated. The red jacket swinging the pole around saw this as an opportunity and swung the pole towards Gustav's face as his body descended from the air. Gustav raised his hand and grabbed onto the pole tightly. Fwoom! His body was nearly swung towards the side, but he didn't let go and made use of that to spin around in mid-air while throwing out two round objects. Fwee! What came next was an explosion. Boom! The red jacket was blasted off the glider towards the side and slammed into the road. "I'm going to have to use my overcharge," The red jacket within the car far behind basking in a yellow glow voiced out. Are you sure? The one in front asked with a look of wariness. No matter how many openings I find on this guy, my shots never meet him because his senses and reaction time is on a high level, the red jacket with the sniper-like weapon stated. We're gonna have to warn the others in front, the one beside them voiced out. Don't bother. We'll have to sacrifice them, so he won't get suspicious. He'll only notice at the time it gets fired, which would be too late to dodge. As the red jacket finished saying this, he pushed his body partly out the window and aimed at Gustav again, staring at his frame through a scope. At the moment, Gustav was on the glider trying to control it after blasting its owner away, but it was proving impossible. It would seem only the owner could make it work. Gustav jumped back down as his arms increased in size and muscularity, becoming that of the mutated bull as he swung out both atomic blades in his grasp with force. The hovercar was divided into two halves as the milky-colored 3-feet blades cut across them fiercely, carrying immensely sharp energy, which also caused a long slash mark to appear across the road. Boom! An explosion went off after this, blasting the remaining red jackets within across the place as they were set ablaze. Gustav charged forward with his gigantic arm, ready to deal with the other hovercar in front. Meanwhile, behind a red jacket within the hovercar was gathering a massive amount of energy as he prepared to fire at Gustav. Just as Gustav was dealt cleaved the hovercar in front into two halves, an explosion went off behind him. A yellowish streak carrying an immense wave of energy traveled forward, causing the middle of the road to be ripped apart from its force as it blazed across the air. Gustav suddenly turned around as his body turned green and bloated as he stomped the ground. A diamond-like wall suddenly sprouted out from the ground before him as this yellowish streak arrived. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud appeared in the middle of the road as a loud blast rang out. Fwoo! It spread across the radius of 500 feet, consuming everything in its way as even the buildings by the side had parts of their walls collapsing with windows blasting into pieces. The shockwaves slammed into the hovercar where the attack came from and sent it flying backward by a few feet. It somersaulted several times in the air before landing, stabilizing itself a few hundred feet behind. Damn Rahim, you're one hell of a bastard, the other red jacket beside him voiced out as he noted the damage done to the surroundings. I had forgotten how destructive your ultimate power move was. If Boss didn't have that protective device that would activate to shield him, we wouldn't be able to use an attack of this scale without the risk of getting him killed as well. The one in front also voiced out as he stared at the buildings by the sides up ahead still vibrating from the sheer force. But I saw him put up a defense before the explosion went off. Rahim, the one who had fired the attack, spoke. Chapter 564. But I saw him put up a defense before the explosion went off. Rahim, the one who had fired the attack, spoke. There is no way he'll survive that. Only the boss will still be in one piece because of the protective device, the driver said while staring at the massive embodiment of flames that covered the road up ahead. About 300 feet behind them, a figure stood atop a 50 feet tall building and stared in the direction of the blast. Looks like he got taken care of, the 79 male wearing a black tank top muttered as he prepared to turn around. Just as he was about to do that, he noticed a very tiny figure moving out of the flames up ahead. He survived. He mumbled as he saw the figure dart through the flames ahead, disappearing into the distance. The man looked down the road at the only hovercar that could be seen positioned hundreds of feet behind the flames. Those fools, he muttered before leaping forward. As the red jackets within the hovercar moved out of the vehicle, they heard a loud whooshing sound from above. A dark shadow was cutting through the air with immense speed headed for their location, and by the time they noticed, bang! The figure had landed in front of them. Zergeref! They exclaimed at the same time after noticing this 79 buff man. You didn't hit him and now he's getting away, the man said with a loud tone. What? You must be mistaken. Ha ha. There's no way he's alive right now, the group voiced out. Zergeref raised one eyebrow up and turned around to start walking towards the flames. His foot made stomping sounds on the ground as he arrived before the flames and raised one of his legs up. Bringing it down with force, A wave of wind spread across the surroundings that cleared out the fire instantly. Fuwum tilde the group below had looks of awe as their red jackets blew backward due to the fierce wind. Their eyes widened in the next instant as they stared at the damaged road. A massive crater had appeared in the middle, but no one could be seen within it. Zergeref turned around to stare at them. "I doubt you even managed to harm him in the slightest," he voiced out. All four of them were dazed and kept their mouths open in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a while. But how is this even possible? He even made use of multiple abilities, one of them voiced out with a tone of confusion. Zergeref scoffed after hearing that and turned around to start walking forward once again. "Gather everyone up and come take the boss back after I have destroyed the culprit," he voiced out before stomping his right foot on the ground once again. Fuwum tilde his figure lifted into the air with immense speed and disappeared from their line of sight. "Has truly finished now that Zergeref is involved," the red jacket who was driving earlier voiced out. "Let's gather the rest and meet up with him like he said," Rahim voiced out as they got back into the hovercar. They were still finding it hard to believe what they had gone through, and more than anything, they wanted to find out the identity of Gustav. As they drove back, they could see other figures leaping across the air, headed for the same direction as Zergeref. 10 minutes away, Gustav muttered as he bolted across the road at speed close to sound. He had already started closing in on the outskirts of Region 6. Even though Region 6 was at the edge of the city, he would still have to get back to Region 7 before he would be able to leave here. If he tried leaving the city from Region 6 instead of going back, he would be going in the wrong direction, and it would even take more work to leave. As Gustav dashed across the street, he could hear a loud whooshing sound behind him coming from the air. This caused him to turn alert as he wondered what would be moving at such speed. The instant Gustav turned his head to the side to stare at the sky behind, he spotted a black object headed for him from above. As it entered his range of perception, Gustav's eyes widened slightly, and he proceeded to jump to the side. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as this black object landed in the middle of the road where Gustav was standing earlier. And it just happened to be a person, not a black object. Gustav paused, kept sliding back by several feet even after coming to a stop due to the force which he made use of when swerving right. "So it was you," Zergeref voiced out with a deep tone before chuckling. Gustav instantly recognized this man to be the same person who told him to leave when he approached their street earlier. "So what if it was me? I don't have the time to mess around, so we'll have to get serious now," Gustav stated while slowly transforming into the combination of the Bloodwolf and mutated bull again. Not only was Gustav trying to preserve energy by not combining more, but he was also trying to keep his mask on while he was transformed, so his head had to remain in its usual human shape. "Oh, I see. I can sense that your energy just increased, but it is nothing compared to someone with true experience," Zergeref voiced out as he stomped on the ground. Fumshumshi tilde waves of silver-like streaks burst forth the instant he did that. Gustav moved towards the side, trying to dodge but was still hit by some weird metallic sounds. "What is that?" he wondered in his mind as he shook off and dashed forward towards Zergeref. Gustav threw his fist forward, which Zergeref dodged with ease, and proceeded to send a palm strike forward. Fuiwi tilde Gustav moved to the side to dodge, but a circular wave shot out of the palm, which slammed into the building by the side, creating a massive boulder-sized hole within. Shriek! This time Gustav staggered backward as a loud metallic sound rang profusely in his ears. Bang! Zergeref's fist slammed into Gustav's gut the next moment, sending him flying towards the building on the left. Chapter 565. Zergeref's fist slammed into Gustav's gut the next moment, sending him flying towards the building on the left. Gustav did a flip in midair and landed on the side of the wall with his legs before pushing himself forward with immense force. Bang! The wall caved in, blasting to the side as Gustav arrived back in front of Zergeref with an outstretched hand. Zergeref moved towards the left at the last instant and threw out his left palm towards Gustav's ribs area as his body shot forward. Gustav felt the rippling shockwaves headed for him and spun his body in midair while also throwing out his own palm in response. Palm strike has been activated. His palm and Zergeref collided, causing both of them to be blasted backward. But once again, weird metallic screeching sounds played out in Gustav's ears, messing with his movement. He uses the power of sound. That's why he's able to predict my movements, Gustav analyzed as he landed back on the ground and dashed forward once again to clash with Zergeref. Who is this person? I can sense from his bloodline energy that he's just a martial rank and yet he's able to trade blows with me. Zergeref was astonished as he repeatedly clashed with Gustav. Even though he was using different sounds to mess with Gustav and slow his movements, Gustav could still keep up with him. He jumped backward, dodging another of Gustav's punch that nearly slammed into his gut. For a martial ranked, you sure are more powerful than I expected. It's time I got a little more serious. While Zergeref was speaking, Gustav dashed forward again. Pa! Zergeref snapped his fingers, causing an invisible wave to spread around the place. It covered more than 1,000 feet of radius across the vicinity. Cocoon of sound, as he muttered these words. Boom! Gustav was suddenly struck backward as a loud sound exploded in his eardrums. Several hundred feet behind, he landed on the ground with blood oozing out of his ears. Gustav's vision swayed as he tried standing to his feet only to be assaulted with loud sounds. Every single movement caused a loud sound to be blasted into his eardrums, causing him to pause his movements and hold onto his ears. After so much effort, he finally managed to stand to his feet with his hands covering his ears as he stared at Zergeref in front. Zergeref stood in place with a smile on his face. See, I don't even have to touch you to attack so long as you're under my cocoon. Zergeref happened to be whispering, but every single word he said blasted in Gustav's eardrums loudly regardless of the fact that he was covering his ears. Just what is this power? Gustav wondered as his face squeezed up in pain. His head was ringing due to this, and even his own movements were extremely loud to him, causing him to stand in place. Get lost. The instant Zergeref voiced this out in a normal tone, it blasted across the place like an explosion, sending a sound wave of destruction forward that blasted Gustav backward. The words rang in his ears loudly and kept echoing, disabling him from being able to think properly or perform any actions. Bang! The entire vicinity vibrated intensely as Gustav blasted through the building and landed about 1,000 feet away from his initial location. Zergeref smiled and took a step forward. Bang! The moment his feet made contact with the ground, another sound wave was sent forward, which slammed into the building in front, causing it to be crushed as it started crumbling to the ground. Every single step taken sounded like an atomic bomb going off. At this point, the entire vicinity was caving in due to the force of the sound. Gustav managed to jump to his feet as he spotted a part of the building in front of him collapsing and dodged it. Ooh! Gustav moaned in pain as his ears suffered from the rumbling noise of the building collapsing along with his movement. Blood still kept oozing down his ears as he felt his eardrums might explode anytime soon. Zergeref stood several hundred feet away and stared at Gustav with a look of surprise. If my strength wasn't sealed, you would be dead 10 times over, but it's still mind-boggling that you're still alive even after all this. He was still whispering, but it sounded really loud in Gustav's ears. How long will it take? Gustav asked internally. Almost there. In 5. The system responded. 4. Earlier, Gustav had asked the system if it could shut down his hearing functions. He could bear the physical force from the sound. Still, if it kept messing with his ability to form thoughts and battle strategy, he would eventually lose and die horribly. 1 and 0. Congratulations, you're deaf now, the system announced in his head. Gustav sighed in relief as he finally looked forward and put his hands down. He had never been so grateful for silence as he was now. Zergeref was still whispering up ahead, but now he couldn't hear a thing. Also, his movement didn't give him headaches like before. Gustav's eyes squinted as he glared at Zergeref, who was still whispering. Swooshy! Gustav suddenly charged forward, closing the distance between both of them in an instant as he sent a fist hurling at Zergeref's face. Zergeref was extremely shocked at the sudden sneak attack, but his head was already swerving to the side to dodge Gustav's fist from the instant he moved forward. Every sound in the vicinity couldn't escape Zergeref's hearing, including minor body movements, but Gustav only made a sound at the moment he dashed out, which was what surprised Zergeref the most. Before anyone made a move, their bodies would make certain sounds in preparation for that act. It was impossible to normally hear these sounds, but due to Zergeref having a sound-based bloodline, he would be able to hear these sounds and use them to predict the enemy's actions. Chapter 566. As Gustav's fist passed by the side of his head, he was ready to voice out another sound attack when he felt a force headed for his gut. Bang! Gustav's knee slammed heavily into Zergeref's gut, causing him to spit out saliva as he was sent hurling across the air. Bang! He slammed into the building on the other side, causing a sound wave to get sent across the place. Gustav got blasted backward once more due to the over-amplification of sound in the vicinity. He stabilized himself after sliding back for some feet and prepared to attack again when Zergeref screamed out from his current location. Boom! A massive wave spread across the vicinity, sending Gustav flying again. The problem about the sound waves as they covered a wide range, and now another building has collapsed from this. It was practically impossible for Gustav to dodge them. As Zergeref jumped down from the building, another set of waves spread across the vicinity. Gustav leaped forward in response, using his body to push through the waves as he charged forward towards Zergeref. Blood appeared on several parts of his body as he cut through the waves and landed right in front of Zergeref, who was stunned. Bang! Another punch slammed into Zergeref's jaw, sending him blasting upwards. Zergeref realized he had underestimated Gustav and decided to use the full power of his sound cocoon. Pa! He clapped in mid-air as Gustav jumped upwards, causing a much bigger sound wave to blast across the vicinity again. Unlike the last one, this one was so powerful that a massive crater was instantly drilled into the ground as destruction spread across the vicinity. Boom! Gustav was sent flying as loud bone-cracking sounds rang out. As the force hit him, he felt lots of bones in his body fracturing. Each sound created a new wave which in turn created another one. Before anyone knew what was happening, it became a myriad of sound waves blasting forth at the same time, creating an infinite amount of exploding sound waves that caused panic all through Region 6. Gustav was tossed across the place like a rag doll due to all these. He groaned in pain as his body was sent flying for hundreds of feet. Zergeref suddenly appeared in front of him while his body was still blasting backward and reached out to grab Sahil, who was still strapped to Gustav's back. Gustav opened his eyes at this point and stabbed Zergeref's eyes. Due to his arm being injured, he was slow, and Zergeref was able to dodge before punching Gustav further backward. Gustav spiraled across the air as his body broke through a building, but just as he arrived here, he noticed that Zergeref paused his movement and landed on the ground several feet behind. God Eyes has been activated. Feeling that something was off, Gustav activated God Eyes and found out that he had arrived outside the range of the sound cocoon. He could see the energy wave from his point of view clearly, so he understood why Zergeref paused the pursuit right at the edge. Gustav also stood in place as he held his right shoulder and pushed it. He popped all his dislocated bones back in place and cleaned the blood oozing from the side of his mouth. His regeneration had already started working since he could see and feel himself healing. Gustav jumped down from the 600 feet tall building and landed in front. So now you can't move forward anymore, eh? Gustav voices out with a tone of ridicule as he walks towards Zergeref. Oh. Looks like you figured it out, Zergeref responded with a sharp gaze. If I had my original strength you would be dead by now. He added. I have to spend a lot of energy to activate my cocoon, much more spreading it out to this point, he thought. Gustav stood about 50 feet away. Although he couldn't hear, he could still tell what Zergeref was saying. There's no point in staying there, I can still attack you and you would only be delaying yourself even further, Zergeref voiced out. I can't go around this. It spread too wide out and he could definitely come out and activate another one, Gustav thought. I can't waste any more time here, so I have to end him now, and I can only do that outside without getting disturbed by the shockwaves from the amplified sound. As Gustav thought of this, he reached out to the button underneath his left sleeve. Come on, just hand boss over. You're skilled enough so you might be spared, Zergeref added, but Gustav still ignored him. Zing tilde, a red hilt katana suddenly appeared in his grasp. Zergerev stared at it with a look of confusion as he watched Gustav slowly pull it out of its hilt. ZZZFH immense and dangerous energy suddenly spread across the vicinity as Gustav's hair and clothes started getting blown backward due to the wind generating from the energy. Zergerev subconsciously jumped several hundred feet backward as he stared at the reddish katana in Gustav's grip. Its hilt looked dangerously sharp and red, with blue electric arcs traveling across it. Just because you're outside the cocoon doesn't mean I cannot send out a powerful attack that will hit you. Put that down or I will end this now, Zergerev voiced out as he took a stance. No. I will be the one ending this, Gustav voiced out as he raised the katana up with force, causing his muscles to bloat. Zergerev sensed danger and immediately jumped up and landed back down with immense force while also clapping his hands together. A massive blast erupted as a wave of destruction that disintegrated everything in its path along with the road traveled forward towards Gustav. It covered such a large range that even the roads by the side had split open, and the ground trembled intensely. It was at this moment that Gustav slashed forward. Shriek! An 89 feet long reddish arc traveled forward with immense force as Gustav's hand descended, instantly cutting through the destructive wave headed for Gustav. Gustav himself was also blasted backward as the katana flew out from his grasp. All Zergerev could wonder as the reddish arc traveled forward in a vertical format was why his vision was split into two halves and why his body was disintegrating. Chapter 567. All Zergerev could wonder as the reddish arc traveled forward in a vertical format was why his vision was split into two halves and why his body was disintegrating. He managed to get one more look at his body and noticed the blue electric arcs were turning one side of his body to ash as they traveled across it. From Gustav's point of view, Zergerev had been split into two halves, with parts of his body tossed sideways by the immense wind and force of the strike as they disintegrated. A 200 feet long gash had been left on the ground, around 10 feet deep. Another building had suffered from the residual energy and had parts of it crumbling down again. The electric arcs had blasted massive holes across the ground as they traveled forward. Gustav, who had landed on the ground earlier, stared at his right arm and noticed it was gone. He held his right shoulder area and groaned lightly in pain as blood oozed out like crazy. His regeneration was fast, but this kind of injury would still take some time to heal. Gustav jumped to his feet with a painful expression written on his face, but then he sensed something. Fui. Fui hai. Fui. Fui hai. Multiple people arrived on the scene, and he found himself surrounded in a few moments. Gustav looked around the encirclement and planned his way out, but then he noticed that every single one of these new arrivals were almost as strong as Zergerev. He has wasted so much time battling with Zergerev and even got himself injured. He had no idea how he would be able to battle 6 more people close to his level of strength with an injured body. Gustav picked up the Jaiko Herkai katana with his left arm and put it in his storage device, knowing he wouldn't be able to wield it for the second time if he didn't want to get his left arm disintegrated as well. More and more troops arrived and encircled him from all areas. So Zergerev got killed? One of them voiced out from the side with a surprised tone. This guy must be pretty strong, another one voiced out from the left. Looks like he didn't end him with no damage either. The one directly in front of Gustav gestured at his right shoulder as he spoke. They spotted the missing right arm and saw fresh blood still oozing out. Tra. 2 lightning bolts appeared in the sky and in the next moment it started raining again. Gustav looked up and stared at the rain. It's time, he said internally as the group prepared to attack him. All this while, a skin-tight protective layer of energy had been covering Sahil while he was strapped to his back. Even with all the blasts and hits from residual energy and the number of times Gustav landed on his back, Sahil remained unharmed. Gustav reckoned that so long as a powerful attack didn't outrightly come into contact with Sahil, he would be okay. Now hand over the boss and we can kill you quickly instead of going through a rough painful death, one of them voiced out as they tightened the encirclement. Okay, Gustav responded affirmatively to their surprise. They all paused in their steps staring at each other with a look of confusion. But in the next moment, boom! A loud explosion went off in the distance, far behind, causing everyone to turn around and look in that direction. It was so far away that they had no idea what had exploded, but they could guess that it wasn't a small issue due to the intense blast. At this point, a smile appeared on Gustav's face as the wind blowing across the vicinity suddenly turned weirdly intense. About 16 lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky, all at the same time astounding everyone. The region was already thrown in a state of panic before this, and now it was even worse. BRR. BRR. BRite. BRite. A blaring alarm went off as the weather turned weird across the region. Trara. A thunderbolt landed right in front of Gustav, causing a scare in the vicinity as everyone jumped back. Smoke spread across the vicinity and what came next was a whooshing sound. "Hey, Hez escaping!" A shout was heard, causing all of Sahil's henchmen to be alert as they stared in a particular direction before giving chase. Fwu! 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 The rain turned extreme at the point, falling like a waterfall was opened up in the sky. They all struggled while trying to move forward as the weather became more intense. Giving chase to Gustav, some of them managed to start closing in on him due to his decreased speed, but as time went by, the visibility of the environment reduced more and more, and they were barely able to see in front as the heavy rain and winds threatened to blow them away. About a minute into the chase, a loud sound was heard from the west, causing them to turn their heads with looks of astonishment. They noticed a tornado headed in their direction. It kept gathering more and more intensity as it traveled forward, increasing more in size and pulling everything in the vicinity towards it. As if this was not enough, they heard the same sound behind and noticed that thousands of feet away, 2 more tornadoes were swirling towards them with intensity. These tornadoes were a good distance apart from each other, but if they kept moving forward, they might end up clashing and merging into each other to create something even bigger, and at this point, they were thousands of feet tall. The group saw buildings being ripped from the ground as the tornado swirled towards them. The henchmen of Sahil panicked as they witnessed these 3 tornadoes trashing around. Multiple thunderbolts with different colors appear in the sky. Trara. A scream was heard as someone in front got struck down by lightning and blasted across the place with a nearly disintegrated body. Chapter 568. Almost everyone chasing Gustav started to disperse in different directions to keep themselves safe. Some decided to give up the chase and look for somewhere to take shelter. Even though they were mixed bloods, they weren't powerful enough to handle tornadoes of this level. They would definitely be swept away if they came into contact with one. Everywhere was also covered with fog, and the roaring winds and rain messed with their natural mixed blood senses, making it harder to trace Gustav. At this point, Gustav was already reaching the end of the region. He had managed to outrun every one of his pursuers because not only did they not have an idea of where he was going, they were also clueless as to which direction to head towards. As he sped across the forest area in front of him, he suddenly felt something from above. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. His speed increased as he went beyond the speed of sound, crossing over 1,200 feet instantly. Bam! A lightning bolt slammed into the area he had just dashed forward from, causing the ground to cave in behind him. These weren't normal thunderstorms. They were more powerful than normal. Swoosh! Gustav arrived outside the region in the next instant and deactivated combination. Finally! He looked behind as he ran, glad to have left the crazy region behind. He was currently dashing through a small street that was already decimated from war. Gustav raised his left wrist up and started tapping on his dimensional bracelet to set a course back to Ruhugai City. All this time, he couldn't make use of it within Region 6 due to the weather interference messing with the functionality of the bracelet. The machine was used to regulate the weather within the region, also emitted a kind of signal that messed with the bracelet, so Gustav had to leave the region first before he could make use of it. He had never tried using it with another person, so he had no idea if it would be able to transport him and Sahil together, but he hoped it would. As Gustav tapped on the coordinates, he suddenly sensed powerful energy from the left. Initiating spatial jump as this notification displayed itself, Gustav also spotted a dark figure covered in a cloak dashing across the buildings towards his left. He made eye contact with the purplish eyes of this figure and immediately felt a sense of crisis wash over him. It was so immense that the hair on his body stood straight. Gustav had not felt this feeling of dread since he had no power, which raised the alarm in his head. This person is not one of Sahil's henchmen. Has emitting so much killing intent, I can tell has not here to save anyone. Combination has been activated, dash plus sprint, ~. Gustav blasted forward with speed again as this figure suddenly leaped out towards the side. Fuwu. This person appeared right beside Gustav, who had crossed the speed of sound with an outstretched hand headed for Gustav's neck. This caught Gustav by surprise as his eyes widened while staring at the palm cutting through the air, only inches away from his neck. Zing ~. A bright glow suddenly enveloped Gustav, and he disappeared straight into thin air in the next instant. Swoov. This figure's palm cleaved through the light particles in the air, missing Gustav's frame. Fwu. Boom. A massive arc was formed from the swinging of his palm, traveling forward and cutting straight into the already decimated building by the side. It collapsed completely from the force as the figure stabilized himself after landing on the ground. He escaped. He muttered with a raspy tone. Gustav appeared right in the middle of a forest area with Sahil on his back and proceeded to sit right in front of a tree with an exhausted expression. He touched his neck and noticed that it was bleeding due to a 3 inches cut that had appeared on it. Just who was that? Gustav couldn't understand who or where that person came from. He stared at his right arm area and noticed that his arm had grown halfway back already. It had stopped bleeding some time ago, and Gustav was nearly numb to the pain right now even though it hurt while regrowing. He breathed in and out profusely before checking his energy level. Energy, 249-200. He was dangerously low on energy points at the moment, and even though he didn't completely run out of energy, he sensed the strain from using so many abilities in the last 4 hours. I'm about to break through to the Falcon rank. It could happen at any time, Gustav thought as he sensed the energy of his original bloodline within him. Throughout the phase of this mission, he had made use of his original bloodline more than any other bloodline, so he happened to have gotten better at using some abilities he couldn't use properly before. Currently, it was around 6 a.m. in the morning, so the skies were still dark. Gustav waited for his hand to grow completely back before unstrapping Sahil from his back. Sahil still had his usual scruffy long ash-colored beards and the scar that ran down his left eye. Even while sleeping, he still looked like a menace. Around 30 minutes past 6 p.m., Gustav stood to his feet and picked Sahil up before placing him on his left shoulder. He started walking towards the tent area situated some feet ahead. The skies were starting to brighten up little by little as the mild breeze blew across the place while some birds made loud noises. The instant Gustav arrived in the midst of the cleared-out space where the tents were located, he spotted one of the officers. Gustav. Officer Tron voiced out with a surprised expression as his fat tummy shook. Is that? Officer Tron's eyes widened as he spotted the figure on Gustav's shoulder. Officer Tron, where is Officer Gooseman? I have completed the mission, Gustav voiced out as he arrived in front of him. Chapter 569. Officer Tron, where is Officer Gooseman? I have completed the mission, Gustav voiced out as he arrived in front of him. That's Sahil? Officer Tron asked. Affirmative, Gustav nodded while lowering Sahil from his shoulder. How did you manage to pull it off? Officer Tron's shocked voice traveled across the place, alerting the rest of the officers. Officer Lewis' bulky frame could be seen coming out of the tent on the left while Officer Gooseman and Millie came out of the main tent at the same time. What's going? Before Officer Gooseman could complete his question, he spotted Gustav in front. Gustav. Is that Sahil? He voiced out in shock as well. They all had looks of disbelief on their faces as they moved closer to Gustav to inspect the body in his grasp clearer. How did you manage to pull this off? Officer Gooseman asked as well with a look of disbelief. What matters is I completed the mission just as I said I would, Gustav responded while handing Sahil over to Officer Gooseman like he was some merchandise. You used a tranquilizer on him? Officer Gooseman asked as he observed Sahil's breathing pattern. Gustav nodded in response. Looks like it was a tough one, Officer Louis said while staring at Gustav's tattered look. His current wear was sleeveless on his right hand, and there were so many cuts and holes all over the jacket. Gustav had kept his mask hidden before bringing Sahil here, so he was only dressed in the jacket and black pants he wore before going to abduct Sahil. They could see a lot of blood and dirt stains on what was left of Gustav's clothing as well, so they could imagine just how crazy things must have gone. Let's go in, I need your report. Officer Gooseman was still very shocked and kept checking Sahil's body to make sure it was the real Sahil. Officer Millie stood by the side, all this time speechless. She had been the one who had said Gustav wouldn't be able to pull off the 3-star mission, and now he had managed to pull off a 5-star mission. One that many officers had failed in doing for a long time. They moved into the main tent together and placed Sahil in restraints after finding a way to deactivate the protective layer of energy surrounding his body. A circular-shaped 10-foot-tall structure was erected in the tent, and Sahil was placed within. His unconscious body floated within with restraints surrounding his hands and legs. At this point, Gustav was busy giving a report of how the mission went down. Officer Gooseman and the rest listened with awestruck faces as they heard how Gustav found Sahil due to the tracker he placed on him and infiltrated his hideout. Of course, Gustav omitted some information, like the usage of some abilities he still didn't want to be revealed. All in all, they were extremely surprised that even with all of Sahil's henchmen with the strength level stated, Gustav was still able to pull off the mission. Even though they had footage of some parts in Lineage City, they were unable to see Region 6 since the place is where their network was cut thin. Region 6 happened to be one of the places the MBO pointed out that Sahil could be hiding, and they weren't wrong with that information. Even if Gustav didn't manage to meet Sahil by using Junior Commander Dart's identity, he would eventually visit Region 6 due to it being mentioned as well. So, you destroyed their weather regulator generator? Officer Millie voiced out from the side. It was supposed to be a last resort action. Things didn't work out as expected, so I had to destroy it in the end, Gustav responded as he recalled the weather situation back in Region 6. He had actually placed one of his energy container orbs around the generator when he visited there earlier. The system had given him the location, which was where he visited before embarking on the abduction mission. The weather situation of Region 6, as mentioned before, was very extreme, so the weather regulator generator kept it on a low. Gustav really hoped he wouldn't have to destroy the generator since that was only a backup plan. However, he found himself surrounded by Sahil's henchmen without a right arm, so he had no option but to induct chaos. You endangered the lives of thousands, Officer Millie stated with a crossed look. It was necessary for the completion of the mission, Gustav retorted as the chaos created from the extreme weather was what helped him get away. I'm sure they'll have a backup generator, so it must have all come out good in the end, Officer Gooseman stated. Officer Millie Brown seemed really pressed and moved back to grab something on one of the tables. Gustav was still narrating some of the experiences when Officer Millie came up from behind him and grabbed both his arms before pulling them to the back. What are you doing? As Gustav tried to free himself from her grasp, he suddenly felt both his arms being surrounded by cool energy. A red glowing circular restraint had been placed on both his hands, binding them together. He felt his bloodline being dampened at this point and turned weaker. What are you doing, Officer Millie? Officer Gooseman, too, asked after witnessing this action. He will be tried for insubordination and endangering the lives of the masses, Officer Millie said before kicking Gustav's leg, causing him to fall on his knees. Have you gone crazy? He just completed a 5-star mission? Officer Louis voiced out from the side. It doesn't change the fact that he disobeyed direct orders to be extracted back to base and continued the mission on his own jurisdiction. Also, he confessed to endangering lives by damaging the region's weather regulator generator. For all we know, lives might have already been lost before the backup generator began working, Officer Millie stated. Well, you're not wrong, but... Before Officer Gooseman could complete his sentence, Officer Millie interrupted again. Chapter 570. Don't tell me you have decided to overlook these blunders because you are fond of this kid. Very laughable, Officer Millie stated. So this is how the MBO treats officers that complete 5-star missions? Quite laughable if you ask me, Gustav scoffed as he voiced out on his knees. Keep quiet. Keep your remarks to yourself till the date of your trial with the disciplinary council, Officer Millie voiced out as she grabbed hold of Gustav and forcefully pulled him up. Let him go. A loud feminine voice was heard from behind. Huh. They all voiced out in confusion as they heard this voice and turned around. Gustav's eyes squinted as he recognized this voice without even turning around. Who do you think you are to just come in here and give out such order? Officer Millie voiced out after she turned around to spot a feminine figure standing at the tent entrance. She was about 58 in height, dressed in a brown leather suit and black tight-fitted pants, which outlined her figure. Her hair was long and ashy in color, and her expression seemed quite cold. I suggest you let him go if you don't want to find out who I am, she said with an aloof gaze while slowly walking forward. Officer Gooseman's eyes widened as he finally saw the figure of this lady, well along with the other 2 officers, by the side. They now understood why they didn't hear a sound or sense her presence when she arrived until she spoke. Officer Millie, let him go, Officer Gooseman voiced out with an alarming tone. However, Officer Millie did not recognize this lady and kept holding on to Gustav. He has business with the disciplinary council for insubordination. I suggest you back off till his trial date, she voiced out with a strong tone while turning Gustav around to face the lady. Gasped tilde the jaws of Officers Gooseman, Tron, and Louis dropped as they heard Officer Millie say this. No one can save her now, all 3 of them had similar thoughts. Gustav had a smile on his face as he finally stared at her. They made eye contact for a few moments as she walked towards them. Her movement looked so slow, yet so powerful and elegant. The moment the lady arrived in front of Officer Millie, boom! A strange force suddenly blasted forth, sending Officer Millie flying through the tent. Her body formed a hole within it, and she landed several feet outside. All 3 officers could not see what happened because it happened so fast. Still, Gustav being right in front, was barely able to see an outline of her index finger being flicked towards Officer Millie's forehead. This was exactly what happened. She gave Officer Millie a flick on the forehead, but it was so fast and powerful that it caused her to pass out after being blasted out of the tent, and their eyes were also unable to follow due to speed. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as the lady reached out gently to caress his face. Her aloof gaze suddenly became gentle and caring as a smile appeared on her face. Hey Miss Amy, Gustav voiced out just before he was pulled into an embrace. Gustav was currently 6 feet tall, so she literally pulled his head downwards to place it on her chest. Did you complete the mission? Miss Amy asked after releasing Gustav from her grasp. H&M, Gustav nodded in response. I knew you could do it, she stated with a bigger smile before reaching out to destroy the restraints on his arms. The 3 officers standing by the sides all had looks of awe and confusion on their faces as they witnessed this unexpected display of affection between these 2. What is Gustav's relationship with the Demon Queen? The most powerful female mixed blood in the whole of existence. This was a question that plagued all 3 minds. They had never seen Miss Amy smile before, and now she was smiling because of an unknown kid at the bottom of the MBO rankings. They felt they were missing out on some information here. Officer Tron decided to step out and get Officer Millie's unconscious body. What is the current situation? Miss Amy asked Officer Gooseman. Pardon me, miss, I don't understand what you mean, Officer Gooseman said respectfully. This mission was issued in accordance to ours and Sahil is an important piece we needed. Did you forget? Miss Amy stated. Oh, that was you, miss. Officer Gooseman voiced out with a look of surprise. He had been told that this mission was just a branch of another, which needed to be completed to help a different major case, and some powerful people in the MBO just happened to be on this case. So the mission happened to be very important. He had no idea that Miss Amy was the one being referred to. All they were told was that they should communicate back to the second base when the mission was completed, and they would be visited by one of the powerhouses who issued the mission. He hadn't expected anyone to arrive this early since they hadn't communicated back to base about the completion of the mission, yet neither did he expect that the legendary demon queen herself would be the one showing up. At this point, he understood that the main case must be a big one. Yes, Miss Amy responded. Oh yes. Gustav has successfully pursued and abducted Sahil, he said while gesturing at a structure at the far end of the tent that was covered with a massive sheet. Abducted? Are you saying he caught Sahil himself? Miss Amy voiced out with a slightly surprised look as she turned to the side to stare at Gustav. Gustav just responded by smiling sheepishly while Officer Guzman nodded affirmatively. Miss Amy already sensed a living person placed within that structure from the moment she walked into the tent, but due to it being wrapped by a massive sheet, she didn't see who was within. Chapter 571. Officer Lois walked over to it and pulled the wrap from its body. Sahil's unconscious body was displayed, floating within the circular structure with restraints on his hands and neck. Good job, kid, Miss Amy voiced out while patting Gustav. Miss, you're not supposed to arrive so early. The mission completion was dated to be a month and it's only been 8 days, Officer Guzman said with a confused look. Oh, that. Well, it's Gustav embarking on this mission. I already knew he wouldn't need to take that long to complete the mission, Miss Amy said while turning around to walk towards the structure where Sahil was kept. Red Shadow, where are you? Miss Amy voiced out after inspecting the structure for a few moments. Huh? Red Shadow? Gustav voiced out with a confused look. In a few moments, a man about 7 feet tall, clad in a short black cloak with a mask covering his entire face, walked in. His entire frame was dark with his dark pants and boot. Red Shadow, what are you doing here? Gustav asked with a surprised expression as he spotted Red Shadow walking in. Hey Gustav, Red Shadow greeted with a surprised tone even though it was impossible to see his expression underneath the mask. Gustav realized that Red Shadow had arrived with Miss Amy but seemed to have waited outside. Why are you here? Gustav asked while walking towards him. Well, you see, your master here forced me to go on a mission with her 6 months back. We successfully completely the mission and then she took me on another one and then another one and now I find myself here tch. Red Shadow sounded fed up but couldn't do anything about it. Quit complaining and get over here, Miss Amy voiced out. Gustav chuckled as he saw Red Shadow move towards the structure helplessly. Gustav got him, Miss Amy said to Red Shadow while pointing at the circular-shaped structure Sahil was kept in. Oh. So he was the one you sent on the mission? Red Shadow sounded quite surprised as he confirmed that this was truly Sahil. Yes, and he caught him in less than 9 days of embarking on the mission, Miss Amy voiced out proudly. Wow, you have improved a lot since the last time I saw you, kid, Red Shadow said as he turned around while praising Gustav. It wasn't an easy task, Gustav voiced out in response. I don't doubt that it was. Good job. This makes our work more easier since Sahil is the last ingredient we need in uncovering the scheme, Red Shadow stated with a tone of mysticism. Take this structure to one of the aircraft. Now that the mission is complete, we're leaving, Miss Amy instructed. Red Shadow nodded and proceeded to pick up the massive 10-feet structure before walking towards the entrance. I'm sure you don't mind if we make use of one of your aircraft to transport this to the second base, right? Miss Amy voiced out to Officer Guzman. It sounded more like a threat than a question. A wry smile appeared on Officer Guzman's face as he responded, Sure, we don't mind. Miss Amy turned around to head towards the exit after hearing that. It seemed they had arrived here without a means of transportation. Come Gustav, we're leaving, Miss Amy voiced out as she arrived at the entrance. Miss Amy, I can't leave just yet, Gustav voiced out, causing Miss Amy to pause her steps. The mission is completed. You have no reason to remain here, Miss Amy stated. The situation within Lineage City is something the MBO shouldn't be silent about. It should be very easy to end the war if they get involved, Gustav said as he walked forward. Yes, but as you already know, the world government has given an order not to get involved. The MBO still has to follow the instructions of the world government, Miss Amy responded. That's lame. While on this mission I uncovered a lot of things that are not related to Sahil, but are related to the situation within the city, Gustav voiced out. The world government sure are corrupt bastards, aren't they? Gustav added, not caring that the MBO was under the jurisdiction of the world government. Officer Tron, Louis and Gooseman had looks of astonishment as they heard Gustav say this. If it was a normal low-ranked officer, they would have to do something after hearing such a statement, but they couldn't touch or reprimand Gustav due to Miss Amy being in the picture. I'm sure you already knew that before, Miss Amy responded affirmatively. Officer Gooseman and the others were speechless at this point, seeing that Miss Amy agreed with him. Not everyone knew of how Miss Amy hated those in places of authority, so they had no idea about this. All they knew was, she was ruthless. Everyone had heard stories about her ruthlessness and her battle with the most powerful mixed blood in existence, which ended in a tie. Yeah, I didn't realize it was this bad, and now people who have nothing to do with their lust for power are suffering, Gustav muttered as he recalled the mother who got killed for nothing. Why do you care all of a sudden? Miss Amy was a bit surprised that Gustav was showing concern. I don't really care, but the mission is not truly complete unless this war stops. Sahil still has advanced firearms stacked up and ready to be distributed around both opposing forces. Up to a month's worth of supply. I'm sure his henchmen will still continue the job even though he's gone. This will further prolong the war, Gustav explained. Well, technically the world government aren't involved, but behind the shadows they are the real cause of this problem, Gustav added. What do you mean by that? Miss Amy asked, seeming to not know the true story behind why the civil war started. Gustav began narrating how the groups in power are battling amongst themselves due to one side wanting to take over the power of the other side. Chapter 572. At least, this was how they made it look on the surface, but the truth was, one side was acting in allegiance with the world government, who had been stealing the power from one side of groups battling for some time. The other side assists the world government in gaining more power so as to receive favor and some other benefits. The other group is trying to regain their power and return things to how they used to be because the world government gaining more power affected the economy of the city in a negative way. In this situation, the world government hid in the shadows like they had nothing to do with both groups battling each other. Gustav felt this was the main reason why they had asked the MBO not to get involved when they could easily end the war. They were probably waiting for one side of the group to destroy the other side so they could finally be able to grasp onto more power. Lineage City had the resources they wanted after all. Gustav also explained how he found the group on the side of the world government in possession of materialistic wealth beyond normal. Listening to Gustav's narrative, Miss Amy now understood some things. Well, the MBO listens to the world government, but sometimes they take matters into their own hands when they see some situations going out of control. It just depends on how much of a convincing evidence you have of the graveness of the situation, Miss Amy stated. We do have several footages of destruction here, Gustav said while gesturing at the multiple projections of different parts of the city behind. That's not enough. They already expect this much since it's a war. You need something more convincing, like an information of how things are on the inside, Miss Amy responded. She knew this wouldn't be enough to convince those old bastards to do something even though thousands of citizens had already met their end due to this war. Gustav's face displayed a contemplative expression as he thought for a few moments. I do have a document of a deal proposed to Sahil by one of these groups as well as a storage device that belonged to one of the junior commanders from the force that happens to be on the side of the world government, Gustav stated while bringing out the documents used to sway Sahil at the meeting the other time. He handed it over to Miss Amy, who received it and took a quick glance through the pages. Her eyes squinted as she spotted something that caught her attention. The Void Stone? She voiced out. Indeed. This was among the benefits given to Sahil to abstain from selling to the other side, Gustav stated. Officer Gooseman, who had silently been behind the command center all this time, finally spoke. The Void Stone is rare and isn't allowed to be in the hands of anyone besides the government. Handing this to Sahil is already proof that there's corrupt stuff going on behind the scenes, Officer Guzman stated. Also mentions of landed properties that he will own and all that. Gustav added. If I could go back into the city, I should be able to get proof of the advanced firearms supplies hidden in remote locations. Also, these groups are taking advantage of the war and using it to deal with the poor citizens however they want to. While I was in the city, I would always hear rumors of how young girls were being abducted and other harmless people getting brutally slaughtered, Gustav voiced out once again. I thought it was the job of the MBO to prevent things like this from happening? He questioned with a slightly disappointed look. With all these you've provided, it might be enough to knock some senses into these senile old men heads, but we have to get back first, Miss Amy said to Gustav. All right, Gustav answered before moving out of the tent with Miss Amy. Officer Guzman, Tron, and Louis followed them out towards the aircraft about 200 feet towards the west area. Red Shadow was sitting in the aircraft waiting for them all this time. He had already loaded the mini-cell Sahil was kept in at the cargo space of the aircraft, and he currently sat in the pilot's seat. Apparently, he would be piloting the aircraft back to the second base located around the Arctic region. This was where Gustav was meant to report back to after the completion of the mission for his first congratulatory ceremony. It was currently past 8 in the morning at this time as they all moved into the aircraft before it took off. All 3 officers below watched as they dove off into the skies. They couldn't leave yet. They still had to wait for confirmation from the second base before they could clear out from this temporary base. They were still shocked as to how Gustav happened to be affiliated with Miss Amy. Seeing as he completed a 5-star mission on his debut, they understood that he truly was no ordinary lad, and Miss Amy must be a big reason for that. Officer Millie later awoke to find herself lying in her room and quickly moved out when she heard the sound of the aircraft leaving their temporary base. You lots allowed him to leave? She voiced out with an expression of anguish. They all turned around to stare at her before exchanging glances. You're lucky to be alive, you should thank your stars she barely used any strength, Officers Tron and Louis voiced out together. Officer Millie recalled what went down moments before she passed out and shouted out, "Who was that woman?" The Demon Queen. The moment Officer Guzman mentioned these 3 words, Officer Millie froze. Her eyes widened as a chill ran down her spine. Even though not every single MBO officer would be able to recognize Miss Amy, her nickname was well known across the entirety of MBO. That was her. Officer Millie voiced out with a terrified expression. Chapter 573. That was her. Officer Millie voiced out with a terrified expression. Why do you stink like you haven't taken a bath in 7 days? Miss Amy asked Gustav as they soared across the air within the aircraft. Guts and blood spills. Gustav responded by raising his shoulders. Yeah, you should really go get a shower the moment we arrive at the base, Miss Amy voiced out while pinching her nose. Haha, now why would I wash the scent of victory away? Gustav stated while spreading his arms out. Red Shadow was able to hear their conversations from the cockpit area. He shook his head with a look of pity. They're both crazy speaking about killing like it's nothing. Red Shadow was an agent of a private mixed-blood organization that also gave out missions, and he couldn't escape having to kill on several occasions, but compared to Gustav and Miss Amy, he wasn't as uncaring. He recalled when he first met Gustav and couldn't understand how a kid had such ruthless gaze and bearing. Finding out that he was the student of Miss Amy, Red Shadow now understood. Both of them had similar attitudes and dispositions and were also very powerful for their young age. Red Shadow already found out information on Miss Amy during the time he spent working with her and couldn't understand how someone so young was leaps and bounds above him in strength. He wasn't that much older than she was, but he had found out that she was way more powerful than him. The last time he met Gustav, he wasn't oozing off so much power, but meeting Gustav once again, Red Shadow couldn't help but get impressed. From what he could see, it was only a matter of time before Gustav overtook him in strength, and the last time they met, he was the one sheltering and protecting Gustav. He knew Gustav was no older than 18 years old at such a level. The young ones are truly terrifying. I guess this is what they meant when they said, "The new generation shall surpass the old," Red Shadow thought as he controlled the aircraft to keep flying across the air. About 2 hours later, They were closing in on a region of ice and snow. All that could be seen around here was ice that went on for miles and miles. Barely any vegetation could be seen aside from white trees scattered sparsely across the place. These trees were so tall they nearly pierced into the clouds, but they were icy white with barely any leaves. The temperature kept dropping as they traveled further and further. No normal person would be able to survive the temperature drop because the Arctic region was now a lot different from how it used to be in the past. With the descent of the Slarkoffs also came a change in the ecosystem of Earth and weather imbalances in some regions over the years. It's safe to say the Slarkoff wasn't the only change Earth experienced. Earth compositions also evolved. A few minutes later, they spotted a very tall icy mountain region. It occupied a very large area, and one could see barricades surrounding it as well as some transportation-like standpoints that looked like they were used to bring people in. It could be seen from above that a small structured city was constructed above this large icy mountain. This wasn't a city. Instead, it was an MBO base. This place was known as Base 2 or Second Base. The one where Gustav and the other first-year mixed bloods were incorporated into the MBO was known as First Base, while this was the second, and there were still others around the world. Just like the first base, this one too was very lively, and many automated transport vehicles could be seen moving across the place. Convoys and MBO officers moving on foot too could be seen. There were many structures built within the base, so it looked like a city. The only difference was it was highly protected with many automated technological weapons mounted in several areas. Red Shadow found a spot to land after a few more minutes, and they all moved out of the aircraft. Several MBO officers had already gathered around that spot, so the moment they got out, they were saluted by about 12 of these officers. A particular one in a white outfit who happened to be a commander commanded the officers to bring out the containment where Sahil was kept and take it to one of their secured facilities. As they moved Sahil away, the commander asked Miss Amy, Gustav and Red Shadow to follow him. They were escorted to one of the most luxurious households within the base where they would be residing during their stay here. The commander was so respectful towards Gustav as well. Gustav couldn't tell if it was because of Miss Amy or the mission he had completed or if it was them both. The commander proceeded to explain to them that the Grand General currently in charge of the base was out of the base attending to some matters, so Gustav's reward ceremony would have to wait. There were also others who were also going to be rewarded along with Gustav based on their deeds or the missions they had completed. However, the ceremony would only hold while the Grand General was available. Until then, all officers had to hold on. They would have time on their hands to do whatever they wanted in the meantime. Gustav moved to the shower to freshen up after picking a room for himself within the abode. After freshening up, he moved towards the kitchen and started preparing meals. Since he had no choice but to wait in the meantime, he decided to make it worthwhile. Miss Amy and Red Shadow, on the other hand, still had business to attend to. Gustav completing this mission was linked to a mission they were working on. Now that Sahil had been caught, they could continue with what they had been doing before. Chapter 574. Miss Amy didn't bring Gustav up to speed yet on what they were working on, but he knew she would eventually, so he didn't ask. As days passed, Gustav would be the only one left in the abode, while Miss Amy and Red Shadow would leave in the morning and get back in the evening every day. He was still a bit intrigued by what they were working on, but he also had his mind on what he wanted to deal with, which was still back in Lineage City. When he was bored, Gustav would walk around the base checking different locations out, their training centers included. During this time, Gustav broke through to the Falcon rank. He felt his strength increase a lot. If he had faced Zergeref in this state, he would have been able to handle it better. However, the fight between him and Zergeref was quite tricky since it wasn't just strength-related. Zergeref bloodline was quite the unique one, and he would definitely be able to deal with people stronger than him with the abilities granted by his bloodline. If not for the system making Gustav get deaf during the fight, he would have lost big time. Gustav recalled Zergeref saying that if he was at full strength, Gustav would already be dead. As Gustav remembered this statement, it had him wondering. Did Sahil find a way to bring people more powerful than the supposed threshold into the city? Gustav remembered that anyone beyond Falcon level that tried to get into the city would trigger an alarm which would cause the groups in the city to act against them. Zergerev saying that wasn't his original strength had Gustav thinking Sahil found a way to reduce their bloodline level either permanently or temporarily so they wouldn't be sensed during infiltration and within the city. This seemed to make sense to Gustav, but he couldn't understand how Sahil would find a way when even the MBO was unable to do something like that. Wasted bloodline. It could have been so useful. Gustav felt disappointed about the fact that he was unable to acquire Zergerev's bloodline due to the interruption and encirclement of Sahil's henchmen. At least I got this one. Gustav raised his right hand, which was glowing with profound fluorescent light. Back when Gustav killed the 21 people from the group of Zalabans, he constructed a barricade where he placed a bomb to destroy the bodies along with any evidence they may hold of what transpired in that place. However, before he did that, Gustav was rushing to pile the bodies together and destroy them after taking all of Luiquist's clothes and items, but then he recalled something. It might end up being useful. There's no time, but if it's compatible, acquisition shouldn't take too long, Gustav thought as he quickly moved towards Luiquist's headless body at the top of the pile. Stabbing his fingers into the neck area, notifications appeared in his line of sight. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing host compatibility with Starlight Transformation bloodline, compatibility level, 92%. Does host wish to acquire this bloodline? Yes or no, it's been too long. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face after seeing these notifications. Gustav had acquired Luiquist's bloodline since that time but never made use of it in the battles he fought earlier. He was being cautious, so it wouldn't be recognized, and he had no reason to use it when he was pretending to be Lucius because there was no suspicion from Commander Fabian. This was the only bloodline he took among the 21 group of Zalabans since there was no time to waste. The glow of light disappeared from Gustav's hand after a few moments. He had already checked out the abilities related to the light bloodline, and he wasn't disappointed at all. He still felt like Luiquist was holding back when battling him back then because the bloodline was quite powerful. He was glad that even if he didn't get the sound bloodline, he still managed to acquire this one. The next step was training it. Just like that, a few more days went by, and it had already been a week since Gustav arrived here with Miss Amy. By the end of the day, Miss Amy arrived with news about the Grand General. He will be arriving tomorrow, so at most in 2 days' time the reward ceremony will be holding. There you can present the issue of Lineage City, Miss Amy stated while sitting on the couch in the living room across from Gustav's position. Finally. This has already taken too long, Gustav responded with a sigh of relief. He was already tired of sitting around in the base doing nothing. Don't worry, go all out. I have your back, Miss Amy voiced out with a smile. Oh yes, I will. Gustav responded with a nod as well. Miss Amy. Gustav called out to her after a few seconds of silence. Yeah. What is it? She responded after seeing the expression of contemplation on his face. I think someone's after me. Rather, I know someone trying to get rid of me, Gustav voiced out. Oh, about that. Yeah, I know, Miss Amy replied. You already knew? Gustav asked. The aircraft sent after you was investigated and it was found out that a group of mixed-blood terrorists were given information on your leaving whereabouts from camp. Information which they used in carrying out plans to eradicate you, Miss Amy explained. Ah, I see. Seems like too much trouble when I'm not even a threat to them, Gustav muttered. Yet. You're not yet a threat to them doesn't mean you won't be, Miss Amy voiced out with a tone of correction. But how did they know my whereabouts? Gustav asked. That's the problem now. Even to them the source of information was anonymous, Miss Amy stated. Now that's not suspicious at all, Gustav said with a hint of sarcasm. I just know that whoever this person is, they're definitely from the MBO because it's impossible for confidential information like that to just get leaked, Miss Amy voiced out. Yeah. I think this same person also managed to track me to Lineage City. Chapter 575. Yeah. I think this same person also managed to track me to Lineage City, Gustav stated. What do you mean? Miss Amy voiced out with a suspicious tone. On my way back after abducting Sahil, I had managed to escape from the hands of his remaining henchmen when I was suddenly attacked by a very powerful and unknown assailant. From the moment I spotted him, I already knew he wasn't one of Sahil's henchmen. His aim was to assassinate me, unlike Sahil's henchmen who were trying to get Sahil back, and with the amount of killing intent he exuded. I realized that this unknown figure must be a standard bloody assassin. This person was able to use power beyond the acceptable threshold within the city and not raise any alarms, Gustav narrated. How were you able to escape then? Miss Amy asked. Gustav raised his left wrist and tapped on it, revealing the dimensional bracelet. This. Luckily he got teleported in time before he severed my head from my neck, Gustav explained. Miss Amy's face turned a bit dark as she heard that. How did such a person find you? She wondered how loud. Only I and about 3 others had details about your mission, Gradia Xanatus included. It's impossible for the other 2 to reveal it to anyone even if they were spies. They wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal something that only a collected few know about because it would point back to them. Only your departure location is known to everyone because that same location is where other cadets such as yourself get transported to their mission site, Miss Amy analyzed. The jet that was sent after you followed you from there, but it got destroyed less than halfway through the journey, according to the reports. Miss Amy added. The missing piece is how my location was figured out since they were unable to continue with the pursuit, Gustav voiced out. There's a possibility that you were still being tracked even after the destruction of the jet, Miss Amy voiced out with a contemplative expression. That seems like the only plausible explanation. It's still surprising that someone from the MBO can sneak such a person in, when the MBO says they're unable to send someone beyond a particular strength level without triggering an alarm. Gustav said while holding his jaw. Unless it's not someone from the MBO, instead it's just someone affiliated with the MBO, he added as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Miss Amy felt Gustav had figured something out and waited for him to speak. Young Joe. What will it take to bring him down? Gustav asked. You think Hes responsible for this? Miss Amy asked. Hes the only person with vendetta against me. We have quite the history since I've ruined his plans over and over, but I still cannot understand why he hasn't been taken down yet, Gustav stated. Makes sense that Hed want to get rid of you now that I think of it. Hes really biting off more than he can chew. The problem with taking him down is young Joe always manages to let others take the blame for every one of his scandalous plans. Even when these plans get foiled, it's never been able to lead back to him, which is why Hes always able to get away. Someone like young Joe has so much connection and backing that it's impossible to get rid of him without solid evidence, Miss Amy explained. Can't you just kill him? Gustav asked. Yes, I can do that. Not without consequences though. I can easily wipe him from the face of the earth and even he knows that, but he keeps pushing his luck because he knows I won't do it, Miss Amy stated. Because of his backing and connections? Gustav asked. That's a part of it. Also, the MBO still has me under lock and key. For now, Miss Amy said while squinting her eyes. Looks like it's not as simple as it seems, but I wanna bring young Joe down. His ambitions are just too much. If he continues it will only be a matter of time before he has the MBO in his control, Gustav voiced out before leaning his back against the couch with a contemplative expression. If you want to bring him down I will help you. I didn't really take him as too much of a threat in the past, but am beginning to see that if he continues. As Miss Amy got to this point, her expression turned dark. A mental image appeared in her mind, which caused her reaction. If that ever happens, the world will burn. I don't care about the consequences, thanks, Miss Amy. I still want to deal with the situation in Lineage City first, Gustav voiced out, bringing Miss Amy out of her reverie. But now I don't want you to go back there, Miss Amy responded. Why? Gustav asked. You just mentioned escaping from an assassin. How do you intend on handling someone of that strength level if you come into contact with them again? It's too risky, Miss Amy voiced out her disagreement due to the dangers involved. Don't worry about that, Miss Amy. By now it should already be reported back that I have completed the mission. The assassin saw me with Sahil's body. After reporting back, there will be no need for him to come back there. Nobody would know that I'm going back there for another mission, Gustav explained. Still too risky. Nobody should know you were in Lineage City in the first place, yet they found out. There's no guarantee that this will be another information that wouldn't be leaked, Miss Amy stated from her point of view. There's no need for any concern. I will still be able to make it away for sure. I still have this. Gustav flashed his dimensional bracelet as he spoke. He understood Miss Amy's cause for concern, which really made a lot of sense, but he was sure that if he found himself in that situation again, he would be able to escape. Chapter 576. The last time, teleportation took longer because he also had Sahil with him. If he was alone, he would have teleported moments after he tapped on the coordinates. Gustav was also able to use that to experiment on whether he could take someone with him when teleporting. He also found out that it took twice the amount of power to do that. Originally he would be able to teleport among saved coordinate points about 8 times, but if he carried someone with him, it would be shortened to half of that. Miss Amy and Gustav still conversed for a while before Red Shadow got back in. Any progress? Miss Amy asked him as he arrived. Hes still as tight-lipped as ever. It's still impossible to pry into his mind because of the experiment he performed on his brain, Red Shadow voiced out with a defeated tone as he sat on the other end of the living room. It's only a matter of time. He will give us the remaining information and then we can finally explore the location, Miss Amy voiced out. Gustav didn't need to get the context of this conversation before he knew they were referring to Sahil. He still wanted to know about the case Miss Amy was working on, but he felt it might be way higher than what he could handle at the moment, and maybe this was why Miss Amy hadn't said anything yet. However, Gustav did know that this was all connected to the T-67 device that was found more than half a year back within his neighborhood. Gustav wasn't stupid, so at this point, he had connected the dots and found out that Sahil and the person he was under were the ones who built this device and hired Red Shadow's agency to transport it safely to a particular location, which ended up getting compromised and landed in the neighborhood. Miss Amy hadn't explained anything to him, but he had already uncovered things up to this point and was sure there was still a bigger agenda hidden within all this, which was why she was still on the case. I'll leave this to the big shots to handle. Gustav remembered he still wanted to go visit Boss Danzo after dealing with the current predicament, so there was really no time to get involved in this, especially when Miss Amy was handling it herself. He resigned himself, believing everything would be just fine. 2 days went by in a flash, and it was finally time for the reward ceremony. Originally reward ceremonies weren't done for every type of completed mission, but a 5-star mission warranted a reward ceremony and some other special ones that involved undercover. The mission's difficulty within the MBO ranges from 1 to 10 stars. The cadets mostly were given 1 and 2 stars missions. There would be special cases where some would be given 3-star missions, but only the final years got these. Meanwhile, this was Gustav's first mission due to him being seen as special. 10 stars weren't the highest in terms of difficulty. Even though only a handful of MBO agents could complete them. There were still 3 more stars higher than 10 stars, which were Purple Star, Red Star, and Black Star. The Black Star was the highest difficulty level of an MBO mission, and it literally meant the mission level was so difficult that failure could mean galaxy-wide annihilation. The Red Star was still the highest difficulty mission that had been issued out in the history of MBO, and a mission like that had only been issued out once because only 2 beings were powerful enough to embark on a Red Star mission currently. Purple Star missions had been issued out several times, and even though they couldn't be compared to the other 2 in terms of difficulty, only about 20 or so people within the MBO could be entrusted with a mission on such a difficulty level. Gustav was brought to a particular hall within the second base. Only a few officers were allowed to be in attendance at the ceremony. It looked like a military ceremony with the officers who were being rewarded standing behind in a file while being called on one after the other. Officers Mark Zalan, Gil Yeager, Mackenzie Tinge, in completion to the 4-star mission, Protection of the Raffle Band, you 3 have been promoted to the Junior Argent rank, come forward to receive your rewards, the Grand General who stood on the podium area voiced out. 3 officers standing beside Gustav walked forward to where the officers standing and holding onto their rewards were stationed. Their rewards were handed over to them as pictures were taken. New uniforms along with some unknown items within a box. These officers were a rank above Gustav normally as he had already spotted their dress, but now they had been promoted to the next rank, which was right below the rank of a lieutenant. There were still about 6 ranks above the lieutenant before getting to the rank of a grand general. The highest rank was still that of the great commanders who were at the top of the echelon, and there were only 5 of them that existed currently. Every increase in rank also meant more power, influence, and an increase in salary. Milkaiser, in completion of the 3-star mission, which involved gathering information on the malignant trio within Dalek City, you have been promoted from a cadet to a full-fledged officer. Come forward to receive your uniform and badge, the Grand General voiced out from up ahead. Right beside Gustav, a young man with long green hair, clad in white cadet uniform, walked forward after hearing his name called. It turned out that this person happened to be among last year's cadets, that was also sent on a mission. The officer in front was holding onto a black uniform with a badge on it as well as a small box that contained other items. Milkaiser tried to hide his excitement as he received the uniform and the other items while pictures were taken and the other officers in the background clapped. Chapter 577. About 2 more officers were called forward before Gustav finally heard his name. He was the last person to be called among the 7 officers being honored and rewarded here today. Officer Crimson, step forward to receive your rewards. Unlike the others, the Grand General called out Gustav first. Gustav walked forward towards the officer standing in front, holding out a bunch of things. You were tasked with a 3-star mission as your first mission. Being both a first-year cadet and junior officer, you completed a 5-star mission. Tracking and capturing the advanced arms creator and dealer, Sahil. As he got to this part, almost everyone within the vicinity had widened mouths. They all focused on Gustav, especially the cadet who just got his officer uniform. He had spotted Gustav earlier and wondered why someone who looked younger than he was would be clad in black uniform, which proved he was an officer. However, thinking about it, most mixed bloods didn't look their age, so he assumed Gustav was probably an older officer who looked younger. Now that this revelation was made, he couldn't believe what he was hearing along with everyone present. A first-year cadet. He successfully completed a 5-star mission and this happens to be his first mission? These thoughts ran rampant in everyone's mind, but they couldn't voice it out. Officers were well trained to keep quiet in moments like this so as not to disturb the ceremony. You have been promoted to the senior Argent rank. Other rewards included in the box are the basic bloodline strengthening pill, the advanced bloodline strengthening pill, 3 instant recovery pills and some other things as well. As the Grand General stated, this Gustav received his new uniform along with the rectangular box where the other reward items were kept. Camera shutter sounds reverberated across the place as flying cams took pictures of Gustav receiving his rewards. Claps also resounded as well from the other officers present. Miss Amy was also behind with the other officers standing in place and watching Gustav with a proud look on her face. This is just the beginning. You will get to the top, Miss Amy said internally. She was the one responsible for Gustav embarking on this mission in the first place. He would have been given a 2 or 1-star mission since this was his first. Gustav moved back to his initial standing position with a straight look as he held his rewards and new uniform in his hand. The other 6 officers lined up by his sides would occasionally steal glances as they still couldn't believe that a first-year cadet was now above them all in official ranking. A senior Argent was clearly above the junior Argent and 2 ranks above the lowest MBO official ranking. He was now the senior officer of even those who were officers before him. The Grand General presiding over the second base proceeded to say a few more words and declarations before ending the ceremony. After the ceremony ended, several officers came over to the officers who had been called here to be rewarded. Most of them moved towards Gustav to offer their congratulations and also tried to make connections with him. Some of them already knew Gustav beforehand and how he had been mentioned as the most talented youngster of this mixed blood generation, but they still didn't expect that he'd complete a 5-star mission on his first try. Congratulations, Officer Crimson, The final year cadet moved towards Gustav and offered a handshake. Gustav accepted the handshake, which was actually a tight grip with the other person trying to gauge his strength. Kaiser strengthened his hand as he pressed tightly onto Gustav's. To his surprise, there was no change in facial expression. Why do they always try to do this? Gustav wondered as he remembered Officer Gooseman did the same. Gustav's eyes squinted as he also tightened his hand as well. KOH popping sounds rang out as Kaiser quickly withdrew his hand with speed. "Nice meeting you," he said and hurriedly turned around with an embarrassed look after noticing everyone staring in their direction. He met up with another officer towards the left and headed for the entrance. A few prestigious officers with ranks close to the Grand General were also present, and all of them except one has flocked towards Gustav to shower him with praises. After all the formalities were done with, Gustav was called upon by the Grand General, and Miss Amy went along with him. They stepped out of the hall and were transported towards a part of the base with convoys following them. They arrived in the Grand General office along with his assistant and 2 other generals. "The young miss has mentioned that you have reports based on the happenings within Lineage City," the Grand General voiced out to Gustav. He seemed like a normal nice and a caring middle-aged man with a 13 inches yellowish goatee, but Gustav could sense crazy energy from him. Although a lot far from what he sensed from Great Commander Shen back then, this was still pretty powerful. "I have a collection of footages along with proof that innocents are being subjected to a war that was caused by corrupt and clashing egos," Gustav voiced out and proceeded to display footages of things occurring within Lineage City. "We are well aware of this happening. As you know, the world government has give orders to refrain from interfering unless it gets to a particular level," the Grand General voiced out. "I am yet to give details on the involvement Sahil in this affairs. The group in power were dealing with the criminal and the same group handed him an item that is supposed to be possessed by the government all for the sake of winning the war quickly," Gustav proceeded to keep explaining. He brought out a device that displayed different footage in holographic format. Also, he displayed footage of the Void Stone along with the document. The Void Stone? Such an item was used to make a bargain with a criminal? One of the generals present voiced out with a tone of disbelief. Chapter 578. "Yes," Gustav responded. "Where is it now?" the Grand General asked. "It was initially in Sahil's possession after the bargain was successful, but he seems to have hidden it somewhere. My mission was to bring him back and not the Void Stone, so I didn't linger for a second, or I would have failed," Gustav explained. The generals present and the Grand General all had looks of impatience as they turned silent after hearing that. There are still so many other supplies that will be distributed between both sides battling which will drag out the war and cause more unnecessary deaths, Gustav stated with a strong tone. He proceeded to keep narrating many other things he had witnessed and even mentioned how the world government is behind the scenes in all this and how the economy of the city would go downhill if the side of the groups supporting the world government came out on top in the war. The Grand General and generals present realized the severity of the situation after hearing Gustav speak for up to 30 minutes on this issue. All this time, Miss Amy just sat behind, listening and ready to chip in if Gustav needed her help. She was so proud that Gustav could hold his own against these high-ranking men without folding or breaking in any way. With the pressure these men exuded whenever they tried to question why Gustav was bringing this up and even wanted him to drop the matter, anyone would have stuttered by now, but Gustav's confidence level never dropped once, and he kept spouting out and countering them. "So what is it you propose now, Officer Crimson?" the Grand General asked. All this started because a side was losing their power and authority due to the world government slowly taking over. This tilted the balance towards the side of the Zalabans, Lanzis, and Rutilia groups. The other side is slowly losing from the information I have gathered and would eventually lose due to their resources being thinned out after they started losing power. This is the main reason why the side of the Zalabans was able to spark such a war, knowing they'd win eventually and take whatever was left of the other side's power. I think the best way to solve this is by letting the other side regain their power and balance the scales once again. This is the reason why they fight. One side fights to gain their power back and reduce the economic tension of the city, while the other side fights to take over completely, which they wouldn't have done if the other side hadn't already been weakened, Gustav voiced out lengthily. The best way to bring balance would be to weaken the forces of the three who are trying to gain more power, the Grand General muttered. Exactly. Weakening their forces would be the best course of action. They will have no choice but to put the war to an end after both sides see that it would only lead to their destruction, Gustav stated. What do you think, generals? The Grand General called out to the other two in the office. It's already a big case since the involvement of the Void Stones. A group that makes such deals with a criminal should have their power weakened significantly, one of the generals voiced out. Officer Crimson has shown proof of the supplies to be distributed around opposing forces. We cannot keep turning a blind eye to the chaos, the other general voiced out as well. Good. Then we agree that a new secret mission must be set up for Lineage City, the Grand General voiced out. Gustav and Miss Amy arrived back in the household. They were placed in minutes after their meeting with the Grand General ended. Gustav was glad it went well. Miss Amy did mention that even though the MBO were under the jurisdiction of the world government, when they deemed a situation to be beyond a certain level, they would act on their own accord. The MBO was actually powerful enough to disobey the world government instructions, but most times, they refrained from doing so because of the complications it would cost. The Grand General proceeded to tell Gustav to prepare for a secret mission briefing in a few days. They wanted to determine the goals of the mission and make proper plans on how it was going to be carried out first. It was going to be a secret mission because it would be kept under the wraps that the MBO was intervening in the Lineage City war, so the world government would never find out about it. Gustav moved into his room and checked out his rewards. His new uniform was a well-designed ash-colored long coat with a golden belt that had Locke's design and a blood emblem in the middle. It had a cross tie and a white inner. It looked quite luxurious, especially with the white gem positioned on the left side of his collar. Gustav put the uniform aside and checked out the box where the other items were placed. The basic bloodline strengthening pill increased a mixed blood by 2 steps for about a minute during a battle. It was really good for gaining a quick increase in strength, but it was only temporary. The advanced bloodline strengthening pill increased a mixed blood by an entire rank for 30 seconds. This was actually a very good pill because depending on the mixed blood level of strength, increasing by a rank could be a huge game changer. However, it was only temporary as well. 3 instant recovery pills was also another reward included. These instant recovery pills, unlike other recovery pills, healed any form of injury instantly. They were extremely rare that only about 100 was made every 2 years, and even many MBO officers had never received one before. This will really come in handy during a battle. If I lost a crucial body part during a battle, I would still be able to fight after taking one of these, Gustav thought. Chapter 579. This will really come in handy during a battle. If I lost a crucial body part during a battle, I would still be able to fight after taking one of these, Gustav thought. The pill did heal instantly, after all. It didn't matter if a mixed blood was on the verge of death. So long as they had breath in their lungs, the pill would instantly resuscitate them. His regeneration wasn't as quick as that. Based on the damage sustained, Gustav's regeneration worked slower or faster at times. He also understood that such an item was most likely rare, so he decided he would only use it in cases where he found himself in situations similar to that when he was battling Zergeref. Gustav kept this aside and checked the rest of the contents within the box. There was also an elixir, and according to the label, this was supposed to help in giving a permanent step boost in bloodline ranking. Gustav already knew that medicines like this existed, but they were extremely rare as well. There were a few other rare medicinal items as well, which Gustav wasted no time in checking out. He was satisfied with the rewards so far. He only had to wait in the meantime for the planning of the next mission. Gustav had decided that after this, he would be checking on Boss Danzo in Burning Sand City. He tried calling Boss Danzo a few times when he arrived here, but there was no response from the other end. He felt maybe Boss Danzo was busy and would try again later, but till this moment, There was still no answer. Gustav had gotten Boss Danzo's new address from Mara before he left the MBO camp, so he knew just where to check, but he couldn't leave at the moment. The next morning arrived, and as usual, Gustav moved towards the third training center within the base. The MBO camp man, it's been 3 weeks now. Do you think he completed his first mission yet? Within a group of 4 youngsters who were currently strolling on campgrounds, the dark-skinned male with a bushy afro hair voiced out. Come on it's only 3 weeks. Some MBO officers spend months trying to complete a single mission, Falco voiced out. Falco is right. We don't know the details of his mission. It might be one that forces him to remain in hiding for a long time, or maybe he was deployed to a battleground to be part of a defense troop. We can't say for sure, so yeah, 3 weeks is pretty much short, Eldris voiced out with a mild smile with his eyes still closed. I get y'all. But it's Gustav though. I don't think he'll take so long in completing one mission regardless of what it is. Who knows, he might even be on another one right now. He had a contemplative expression as he spoke. Looks like you're really missing him, Timmy voiced out from the side with his hands in his pockets as he walked. You come on man, don't say it like that, voiced out while waving his right hand, trying to feign a shy look. Bwahahaha. They all burst out laughing as they spotted the expression he made while blinking his eyes. Also burst into laughter as well before speaking again. Now I know Gustav is hot and all, but Alevra is the one I've set my sights on. Yo, Gustav is hot? We didn't know that. How did you figure? Falco voiced out from the side, trying to imitate ES way of talking. You know what I mean, stop making it sound like that. Shouted out as he grabbed Falco from the side and wrapped his arm around his neck before pulling him forward playfully. Another round of laughter was heard from the group as they kept walking. But yeah, he's Gustav, so I'm sure he'll be safe, no need for worries, Eldris voiced out. Hey, where's Rhea? He's always missing. Falco asked Timmy. He's training. He's been pushing himself like crazy ever since Gustav left, saying he won't accept being the weaker one. Timmy responded with a slightly bothered look. He really shouldn't push himself too much, it may have an adverse effect, Eldris stated. Yeah, but he never listens. I just hope that idiot knows when to stop, Timmy sighed as he spoke. How about we go check up on him and do a little training ourselves? Suggested. The boys stared at each other for a few moments before nodding in unison. Opened up a 13 feet wide purplish vortex up ahead, and everyone filed in. By the way guys, has any of you heard from Angie lately? ES voice slowly faded away as they disappeared into the vortex. In a flash, a few more days went by. Back in the second base, Gustav was within a massive structured facility with several secluded spaces built within. This was one of the training centers with inbuilt anti-gravitational force. It ranged from level 1 to 7, with each higher level having a more powerful gravitational force than the other. Currently, Gustav was within level 3, which had a gravitational force that allowed every object with mass to be 27 times heavier than its original weight. Within this place, he was undergoing an obstacle course that had a time limit and required speed as well. Swoosh. His speed had significantly reduced without any boost from the system as he ran across a small pole extended above a burning pool of fire. 052, the timer was counting down from the holographic projection displayed above as he dashed across the pole. 3 rings could be seen floating up ahead and interchanging positions with speed. One of them was a teleportation ring that would help teleport him about 100 feet forward across the rest of the pool of flames below, but if he went through the wrong one, he would fall into the pool, which would result in failure. Chapter 580. Twee. Gustav leaped forward the moment he arrived at the edge of the pole as if he could already tell which one was the teleportation ring. However, as he leaped through the air, the one which was initially in the middle was interchanging with the one by the left. As Gustav's body arrived in front of it, both rings had already exchanged spots. He went straight through it and disappeared. Gustav appeared 100 feet ahead of where there was land and kept dashing forward. It would seem he had already predicted the interchanging of both rings and knew to jump exactly when the teleportation ring would arrive in front. Gustav arrived at a particular spot and leaped upwards, grabbing hold of a ladder that was positioned 50 feet above the ground. He climbed up as fast as he could and arrived at the top. He started running across the platform above, which would occasionally switch lanes as he ran across them due to some of them suddenly giving way too much body weight. 032, Gustav could finally see the end of the course as he leaped from side to side across the top platform. 029, the timer stopped the instant he arrived at the end. He looked up and stared at it, noting how long it took him. 1 minute 31 seconds without using any speed-related ability, he thought. Standing in a place, he could barely feel any pressure from the gravitational force. He only felt it when he had to move his body. This was how it mostly was. Moving made the gravitational force 10 times worse than it already was to the average mixed blood. Their body would feel like it was being held down when they took a step, and even jumping became such a Herculean task. Pa. 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 Gustav suddenly heard claps coming from the entrance area of the obstacle course. He turned around to stare in that direction and noticed a few officers staring in his direction. The obstacle course environment slowly returned to normal as its large size retracted, turning into a room that was at least 20 times smaller than it was when Gustav was undergoing the obstacle course. But even with it shrinking in size, it was still more massive than a football pitch. Gustav leaped downwards still with a mass 27 times his original and landed with a loud thud. 2 officers out of the 7 officers watching from the entrance area started walking towards him. They both didn't seem fazed by the gravitational force in the slightest as they walked towards him. Officer Crimson, allow us to offer our most sincere congratulations on your promotion. We had something to attend to the other day so we couldn't stay for too long, the man in the red-colored uniform by the left voiced out. He was actually a general, and he happened to be in attendance on the day of the reward ceremony, and right beside him was Mil Kaiser. The final year cadet had just become a ranked officer. They both nodded at each other as the general, who happened to be named Brody Kaiser, spoke. Thank you, Gustav responded before turning to the side to walk away after hearing what the general had said. A minute if you will, Officer Crimson, he called out to Gustav before he could pass by their sides completely. Gustav paused and turned to the side to stare at them. I'm sure you already know my son, Mil Kaiser, General Brody Kaiser said while gesturing at Mil. And so? Gustav responded with an unbothered expression. We were hoping we could invite you for dinner at our place tonight. You youngsters can get to know each other. After all, you're both still cadets even though you're already officers. General Brody voiced out his intentions, ignoring the lack of interest displayed on Gustav's face. I'm busy. Maybe next time, Gustav voiced out before turning around to leave again. Both of them stared at each other with a weird look as they saw Gustav walking away. They hadn't expected him to turn down the invitation like that. They had no idea that Gustav was being as polite as possible. Originally, he would have blatantly voiced out his lack of interest without batting an eyelid. Hold on, Officer Crimson, General Brody called out to him again. Gustav paused his steps as an irritated expression appeared on his face while he turned around. This time he didn't even try to hide it as he responded, What is it? We really wish you'd put more thought into this. General Brody could feel the gazes of the other officers at the entrance watching and felt embarrassed at the fact that he, a whole general, was turned down by a low-ranking officer. Nah, I'm not interested, Gustav responded blatantly and turned around to start walking again. Such a rude. Just as Mil Kaiser was about to blow a fuse, the general stretched his right hand in front of him to stop him. How about I propose something, Officer Crimson? He called out to Gustav again, causing him to pause his footsteps once more. What is it this time? Gustav felt he was asking this question for the umpteenth time as he turned around. How about you and my son here compete in a danger course? If he finishes first, you'd have to cancel all your plans and come with us, General Brody Kaiser proposed. Mil Kaiser smiled internally as he heard this and hoped for Gustav to agree. And what's in it for me if he loses? Gustav asked with a piercing gaze. What would you want? Even though internally, General Brody felt there was no way Gustav would win, he still asked. Did you get an instant recovery pill? Gustav turned to the side to ask Mil. Yeah, I got one, he answered while raising an eyebrow. Good. When I win, you'll hand it over to me, Gustav answered while walking forward to meet back up with them. Chapter 581. Good. When I win, you'll hand it over to me, Gustav answered while walking forward to meet back up with them. He sounded so confident the other officers witnessing this scene from behind wondered who was actually stronger between the first and final year cadet. Hey, now are you being serious? Mill voiced out with a reluctant look. Tell me if you ain't interested, I'll leave immediately, Gustav voiced out while leaving a lingering gaze of disgust like he was looking down on Mill. Timpech all right then. Prepare to lose, Mill said with a confident expression as he towered above Gustav. Although he tested Gustav's strength the other day with the handshake and found him to be relatively high in strength, he was still higher in bloodline rank, so he believed Gustav's bloodline was probably related to strength. There were situations where a lower-ranked mixed blood would have a higher strength level than a higher-ranked mixed blood. Strength didn't equate to power, and some mixed bloods had very powerful bloodlines that didn't make them very physically strong. While some had bloodlines that boosted their physical strength, but even with these situations, it was never a guarantee that the physically stronger mixed blood would win in a battle. I wanted to try the level 4, so how about we head over there instead, Gustav proposed while turning around once more and walking towards the entrance. The general and Mill followed after him and the officers who had appeared when Gustav was busy scaling the course. Some of these officers were present at the ceremony the other day, and about 2 of them even received rewards as well. They were interested in seeing how this would turn out since Gustav had become something of a celebrity since the news about him being the second youngest Argent-ranked officer spread across the base. He was the second because Miss Amy also rose up the ranks quite fast in her days. However, he was still the one known as the first to complete a 5-star mission on his first. Not even Miss Amy was able to pull that off. They arrived at the next level's entrance in a few. Unlike level 3, level 4 anti-gravitational force was so strong that it increased mass by 64 times its original. This was more than twice the previous level, which made things extra difficult. From the moment both of them walked through the entrance, the searing pressure of the anti-gravitational force bore heavily upon them. Gustav's face barely showed any reaction as he looked up for a moment while walking forward. He slowly adjusted himself to the change in gravitational force, which caused him to be a bit slower in moving. Mill also didn't show any form of disturbance as he also walked forward and stopped in front of the blue line on the ground, which depicted the starting point. Every one of their footsteps made loud thudding noises due to both of them pushing around 9,000 kilograms of weight with every movement. The pressure of the anti-gravitational force would increase the more any form of movement was exerted. Gustav arrived right in front of the blue line as well and stood on the left side. There were other spots within the level 4 area of the training facility. Still, this particular space was for the danger course alone. It was just the 2 of them in this large space while the other officers stood at the entrance watching. The space slowly began to transform and expand after the blue line. A body of water was created right ahead that covered a span of 350 feet. A few square-shaped iceboxes floated above the surface, scattered all across the place. The body of water sizzled dangerously, which meant dropping in would result in failure, so the only way to scale through them was by jumping from icebox to icebox. After scaling through that, there was a vast open land where black fiery orbs flew about the place. They were to avoid the black fiery orbs. Each one was the size of a fist, and hundreds of them flew across the air every second. And beyond that, there were still about 2 more courses to pass through before arriving at the end. Gustav's eyes were glowing scarlet and green all this time as the space transformed. As he saw the end of the danger course, he closed his eye, deactivating God Eyes. After the expansion of the space, the countdown appeared above. 2 o'clock, they had 2 minutes to arrive on the other end. Ready? Milkaiser asked. Sure, Gustav responded as he prepared to move. I won't waste time messing around. I will make sure to defeat him in such a manner that will cause him to suffer humiliation, Mill said internally as he channeled his bloodline, causing weird dark energy to start circulating around him. Oh! As Gustav sensed the energy, He turned to the side for a moment before turning to look forward again. Beep. 1:59. The instant the loud beep was heard, which signified the start of the countdown, they both leaped forward. Super jump has been activated. Gustav activated super jump from the start, causing him to leap over 200 feet across the body of water in one go. Originally, super jump would be more powerful, but his body was being strongly pushed down by the gravitational force as his body soared across the air. Mill, on the other hand, had black shadows similar to him in body stature phase out of him in mid-air as he leaped forward. As his body descended, he landed on one of the black shadows and used it as a platform to leap further forward. The officers who were watching from the side were astonished as they saw both youngsters cross 200 feet across the air in no time. Both of them landed on an icebox up ahead and started leaping from one to the other. Chapter 582. 4 shadowy black figures phased out of Mill's body, again jumping forward farther than him and running faster to get ahead. 2 shadowy figures knelt on one of the iceboxes facing each other with their hands connected like a string while they waited for Mill to arrive. Mill leaped from the current icebox he was standing on towards the 2 shadowy figures who had their hands connected. Fwoom. Landing on their hands, both shadowy figures flung Mill upwards with force, using their arms as a sling. Mill ascended, soaring forward with speed and surpassing Gustav's position. At this point, Gustav made use of super jump again. Fwoom. Both of them soared forward with speed, surpassing the course where the body of water was located. They arrived on the vast land where hundreds of black orbs kept flying across the place. Dash has been activated. Gustav sped off as he activated Dash and started dodging the balls one after the other. The darkness oozing forth from Mill increased as he formed an armor around himself and a shadowy black boot that reached his calves. Fwoom. His speed also significantly increased as he bolted forward, dodging one orb after the other. How is he able to keep up with me? This was the question running through Mill's mind as he struggled to keep up with Gustav. Gustav was moving so undisturbed, swaying across the place as he dodged the black orbs effortlessly. He felt Gustav could predict the movement of the balls because every single movement came before the orbs appeared in range. He had no idea that all this was due to Gustav's perception, which was spread far across the room. Mill gritted his teeth, sending more shadowy figures out of his being who ran side by side with him for a few moments, gathering momentum. 4 of them appeared on his left and another 4 on his right. He was lifted in the middle as these shadowy figures formed a kind of weird formation before throwing Mill forward with speed. Fwoom. His body shot across the air as he caught up with Gustav once again and surpassed him. At this point, they arrived at the end of the course, reaching a ledge. Up ahead were floating platforms, positioned diagonally in a lineup format. Some were positioned on the right and some on the left, but each platform was at least 50 to 70 feet away from one another. Since what was ahead was a bottomless pit, the only way forward was by jumping from side to side across the platforms. Gustav leaped forward when he arrived at the ledge and began the journey. He landed on the left, while Mill landed on the right. Swahi. Both of them leaped from side to side in a zigzag format as they moved forward. Mill was pushing his bloodline to the limit right now, not understanding why he wasn't giving Gustav leading since they had a lot of differences in bloodline rank. Gustav was not only keeping up but also surpassing him. The platforms were steep, but it was practically impossible to fall from them due to the anti-gravitational force. However, leaping the wrong way could cause a balance problem which would lead to a fall. Shadowy arms extended from Mill's figure as he leaped out. They grabbed onto each platform, pulling him forward with speed to surpass Gustav. It was working, and he began surpassing Gustav as they arrived at the end of this course, but it was at this moment that Gustav decided to activate sprint along with size manipulation. Thwash tilde the officers watching witnessed Gustav's speed suddenly go up by twice, and his right arm stretched forward to grab onto the last platform 100 feet away. Joom. He arrived there in nearly an instant, overtaking Mill before leaping towards the land up ahead. Swoosh. Gustav had decided to be serious because they were entering the last course. It looked like a normal pathway, but vanishing points were set across the place that would teleport a person about 50 feet backward. These points would only glow red on the ground when they were about to be activated for only a moment before teleporting the person away. Normally, a fast mixed blood would be able to react timely and escape, but with the antigravitational force, speed and reaction time was greatly reduced. As Gustav kept increasing the gap between him and Mill, traveling at speed everyone couldn't believe, Mill spread his shadowy figures across the place while running. The moment he found himself stepping on a vanishing point, he would instantly switch position with one of his shadowy figures, escaping the fate of being teleported backward. He couldn't understand how Gustav managed to escape every vanishing point. Thump, 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 thump. Both their feet made heavy stomping sounds on the floor as they dashed forward with speed despite the strong antigravitational force. In a few more seconds, Gustav finally arrived at the end of the danger course. 0:36, everyone could barely believe their eyes as they spotted the timer. Gustav had spent only 1 minute 24 seconds scaling the danger course in the level 4 training area, whereas he spent 1 minute 31 seconds scaling the danger course in level 3. They felt this didn't make any sense since level 4 was supposed to be more difficult. They had no idea Gustav was just trying out level 3 without making use of any ability that would make him finish it quicker. Mill had a look of disbelief on his face as he arrived at the end of the course 5 seconds later than Gustav. "How did you?" Before he could even finish his statement, Gustav cut him short. "Hand it over," Gustav said while stretching his hand forward. "I saw your previous time in level 3, this should not be possible," Mill voiced out while pointing at Gustav. "Why does that matter? I was barely exercising." "Hand over my prize," Gustav voiced out without any form of intimidation in his voice. Chapter 583. Why does that matter? I was barely exercising. "Hand over my prize," Gustav voiced out without any form of intimidation in his voice. "But..." "Fine," Mill responded with a hesitant look. As the space reverted back to its normal size before they began the scaling through the courses, Mill reached for his storage device to take out the pill. A few moments later, he reluctantly handed over the pill to Gustav. He received only one instant recovery pill during the reward ceremony, which was why he was so reluctant to let go of it, but he had no choice after losing to Gustav. Gustav held the recovery pill in his hands for a bit, scrutinizing it as the medicinal smell wafted across the place. He proceeded to keep it in his storage device before turning around to head out of the facility. Mill stared at him from behind with a conflicted and humiliated expression plastered on his face. He still couldn't come to terms that he lost to a first year he was higher than in bloodline rank. The general and every officer who had witnessed the competition between the two all stared at Gustav with looks of astonishment as he walked past the entrance. He didn't even spare the general a glance as he walked away, disappearing out of sight in a few. Mill came walking in a few moments with a crestfallen expression displayed on his face. "Father, I swear I would have one." Before he completed his sentence, General Brody interrupted. "Quiet. We're leaving," he voiced out with a strong tone before turning around. Mill gritted his teeth in frustration before following after his father. Gustav arrived back at the apartment where he was staying with Miss Amy after a few minutes. He happened to meet only Red Shadow in the apartment while Miss Amy was out again. "Hey kiddo," he greeted Gustav the moment he arrived within the house. "Red Shadow. Where's Miss Amy?" he questioned. "Ah, she's still busy with the investigation. I'm glad she went on her own this time. She keeps bossing me around." Red Shadow sounded both displeased and pleased at the same, which made Gustav display a weird expression. I still don't understand why the Cloudbeaks agency is working with the MBO though," Gustav voiced out with a tone of confusion. "Didn't she already tell you that it's in relation to the T-67 device?" Red Shadow questioned. "I know, but I remember your mission back then when I met you in the border, was to secure this device and bring it back to your agency's headquarters." Gustav responded. "Exactly. Then the MBO became involved after the whole situation with the Vamp Witch." As Red Shadow spoke, Gustav recalled the ambush with Lady in black leather combat suit and a brown helmet who managed to get the better of Red Shadow. "Your teacher and I investigated and found out just how much of a danger the device was. Not only is it a generator, but it's also a key, a trigger, and a timer. We had to complete several missions together due to the information needed for tracking the creators of the device being only available in the Cloudbeaks agency. Since I was the one the task was handed to from the onset, I had to be the one to work with your teacher during these times, Red Shadow narrated. Gustav was slowly beginning to put two and two together from listening to Red Shadow. Whatever did happen to the vamp witch? Gustav asked out of curiosity. Oh, your teacher destroyed her, Red Shadow responded bluntly. I don't doubt that you mean that literally and not figuratively. Gustav wasn't surprised at that response, recalling how mad Miss Amy was when he gave her a brief explanation of things. But that was a mistake. We could have made use of her to get information on who sent her, Red Shadow sighed as he voiced out. Knowing Miss Amy, Gustav was sure she didn't care about that at all. She hardly pulled her punches when dealing with things like that. All this time, Red Shadow still had his mask on and hadn't taken it off in their presence before. Even Miss Amy, who had been working together with him in the last 7 months, hadn't seen his real face as well, but of course, Miss Amy didn't care. Gustav was just the same. If he wanted to see Red Shadow's true face underneath the mask, all he had to do was activate God Eyes. Red Shadow was quite surprised because this was the first time he would be working with others, and they wouldn't bug him to reveal the face underneath the mask. Anytime he worked with a group, there would always be nosy-minded people trying to get him to reveal his face, but Miss Amy and Gustav never even showed any interest in that. Well, we're on the last straw of the investigations right now. This part is the most difficult. You've played your part in this as well, but she might still want you to play a part in the final chapter of this godforsaken situation, Red Shadow voiced out. I'm sure she'll let me know soon if I'm going to be more involved, Gustav stated. I don't think I'm needed though. I'm sure the rest is something you both can handle, Gustav added. Who knows? I guess we shall find out, Red Shadow responded with a low tone. The living room turned silent for a while before Red Shadow spoke once again. You still have the power to steal bloodlines? Red Shadow asked with a very low tone. I do, Gustav responded. There was no point in trying to deny what Red Shadow already knew. He even found out before Miss Amy did. Wow. Still fascinating as ever, kiddo, but do you plan to hide it forever? Red Shadow asked. Hiding it right now is the best choice. It is already known that I have multiple abilities, which I'm disguising under the fact that I have a transformation bloodline. Even with this, I'm still on the radar and I can't reveal much lest it turns out extremely problematic. I will always hide my ability to take bloodlines, but the fact that I have multiple bloodlines might get revealed later in the future, Gustav responded. However, that will only be revealed when I have gathered enough strength to be able to protect myself from any power that may try to get hold of me for experimental purposes, Gustav added. That's sensible. Have you extracted anyone's powers lately? Red Shadow asked again. Why? Gustav nodded while responding. Chapter 584. That's sensible. Have you extracted anyone's powers lately? Red Shadow asked again. Why? Gustav nodded while responding. Remember how I found out you could take bloodlines was because I witnessed you doing it myself. You couldn't see me but I could see you. You gotta be careful with that, you might not wish to reveal it, but if you're caught in the act. Red Shadow paused at this point. I understand your concerns. I was really careless back then and powerless as well. I am now very careful, Gustav stated. This was actually quite true as Gustav didn't even use bloodline acquisition for a long time. And I assure you I cannot be sneaked on like that again, Gustav added. Oh, is that so? Red Shadow voiced out and instantly vanished into red smoke. His presence vanished as well, and he could neither be seen, heard, or felt within the room. Gustav's eyes roamed across the place as his face maintained his usual calm look. A few moments later, he suddenly stood to his feet and stretched out his right hand towards his left shoulder area. Grab. His hand grabbed hold of something invisible. A red glowing footprint appeared on the floor right in front of Gustav for an instant before. Red smoke covered everywhere as Red Shadow appeared in front of him. Gustav was currently holding onto Red Shadow's outstretched right hand, which was initially headed for his shoulder area. How were you able to detect my presence? Red Shadow sounded very surprised as he spoke. If you had remained in one spot, it would certainly be close to impossible to sense your presence. On the other hand, your movement makes you easily detectable, especially when you're in range of touch, Gustav responded while letting go of Red Shadow's hand. Many stronger mixed bloods are unable to detect my presence regardless. You're quite something, Red Shadow said with a tone of astonishment. However, this still proves my point that you can still be peeped on, Red Shadow added. It would. But I still have some other alternative up my sleeves, Gustav responded with a confident expression. Just as Red Shadow had explained, it would still be possible to peep on Gustav since he mentioned it was practically impossible to sense Red Shadow unless he moved. However, Gustav was only using perception. He didn't make use of God eyes. MBO Camp Good, you brought him here just as I requested, a middle-aged looking man in a medical outfit with a monocle on his left eye voiced out to the two in front of him. They were currently within a medical facility with different types of equipment, chemicals, and operational table arranged across the place. There were also several projections displayed of chemical-related stuff. This is him. The culprit who injected me, the female cadet responded to the middle-aged man dressed in a medical outfit while gesturing at the male cadet beside her. The middle-aged man happened to be Dr. Levi and the two in front of him were Angie and Endrick. Endrick stood in place with a crestfallen look while staring at the ground, while Angie had an expression of irritation displayed on her face as she stood by the side. Young man, did you bring the sample? Dr. Levi asked him. Yes, here it is. Endrick brought out a purplish-looking object that resembled a syringe and passed it to Dr. Levi. Good. Dr. Levi received the item and turned around to walk towards a table behind where a technological device was stationed. I'll test it now for the components it was structured from, Dr. Levi added as he placed it inside a compartment stationed by the left of the cylindrical device and tapped onto some buttons repeatedly. A weird machinery sound rang out as rays of light scanned through the item, and Dr. Levi proceeded to wait by the side. Bing tilde bing tilde bing tilde bing tilde bing tilde. Different chemical wordings began to appear in a holographic format above, lined up after one another. As Dr. Levi spotted these wordings, his face began to change expressions. He went from being calm and unbothered to contemplative, curious, and then worried. While Angie and Endrick were waiting behind, Endrick tried apologizing to Angie once more. I'm sorry, Angie. I wish I could turn BA. Before he could even complete his sentence, Angie cut him off. Save it. I don't care anymore. All I can tell you is, if an alternative for my ailment isn't found, I vow to make you pay. Angie's voice sounded so dark and extremely aggressive as she swore. Endrick had no choice but to keep quiet at this point, knowing that nothing he said could salvage the situation or change how Angie currently felt about him. He had an expression of guilt and regret written all over his face. After a few more minutes, the list appearing in mid-air finally stopped computing more. This is very bad. Both of them heard Dr. Levi's voice out from far ahead as he turned around to face them. Angie, brace yourself for what I'm about to say. The next day arrived, and Gustav had woken up from sleep by 4 a.m. in the morning. He heard knocks on his door, which jolted him up. Miss Amy happened to be the one who had come knocking on the door. Come with me, she voiced out to him the moment he opened up the door. Where are we going? Gustav asked as he followed after her down the stairs. Lazy bones. You really don't want to train with your teacher anymore? Miss Amy voiced out from up ahead as she arrived at the entrance. You have time for training? Gustav asked as they arrived outside. Are you trying to say I don't have time for you anymore? Miss Amy paused as they arrived outside and turned to face Gustav. Pretty much understandable since you've been here and there lately. Gustav shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. Chapter 585. Pretty much understandable since you've been here and there lately. Gustav shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. TCH, I'm here and there because of the stupid deal I have with them. That will all be over soon, Miss Amy stated with a cryptic tone. Sure. How is the investigation with Sahil coming along? Gustav asked as they both resumed walking again. Slow, but there has been progress. It's only a matter of time, Miss Amy responded as they circled around the house towards the back. There was a massive yard behind, which was spacious with only a few vegetative decorations positioned in different spots. Come at me. I want to see your progress, Miss Amy voiced out with a smirk. Gustav paused his steps at that point and stared at Miss Amy with an intense gaze. Miss Amy stood in the same spot and stared back at him with a teasing expression still displayed on her face. Swoosh. Gustav suddenly dashed forward and swung his palm towards Miss Amy's chest. Fwoo. Miss Amy raised her left palm and slapped his palm towards the side smoothly, causing Gustav to spin around and send out his left elbow towards her face in response. Miss Amy retracted her palm back, placing it in front of her face. Pa. She grabbed onto Gustav's elbow, locking him in place before swinging her foot forward. Gustav was sent flying forward. He somersaulted in the air and landed on his feet before sliding a few feet forward. He quickly stabilized himself and turned around to see Miss Amy still standing in place with her left palm slightly raised up. Surely, that's not all you've got, right? She said with a mocking tone. Nah, I still have so much more to show you, Gustav responded with a smirk before activating Sprint. Sprint has been activated, swoosh. His speed multiplied instantly as he drove forward intensely while throwing his fists towards Miss Amy. Pa. 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 Multiple sounds of collision rang out as the environment was instantly filled with fierce winds blasting across the place. All that could be seen all ahead were afterimages of Gustav sprinting around Miss Amy and sending out melee attacks one after the other. Miss Amy stood in place while her left palm changed position with speed, blocking hits after hits. Every hit blocked caused shockwaves to scatter across the place due to the force from Gustav's attacks being quite powerful. But even with all this, Miss Amy wasn't fazed in the slightest, neither did her standing position change. Bang! 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 This continued for some time, and all through, Miss Amy had blocked every single one of Gustav's high-speed, powered melee attacks. Gustav looked like a phantom due to his movement speed, while Miss Amy left palm seemed like it was faster than a phantom. Gustav, seeing as none of his attacks had connected all through, finally decided to do a front attack, sending a roundhouse kick towards Miss Amy. As she moved her palm to block that, Gustav suddenly descended with speed and slammed his hand to the ground before spinning with intensity. His outstretched right leg swung towards Miss Amy's legs with intensity. Miss Amy suddenly levitated by a foot dodging Gustav's attack. Bam! She landed back on the ground in the next instant with Gustav's right leg in between her legs. She locked his legs in between hers, causing Gustav to be unable to escape. Gustav pulled back his leg while on the ground several times, but it was all to no avail. He tried attacking with his left leg, and Miss Amy grabbed hold of it before lifting him into the air like he weighed nothing. You sure have improved, Miss Amy said with a light chuckle while staring at Gustav, who was hung upside down. Do you mind putting me down? Gustav felt humiliated being held up like a child. Oh, but it's nice seeing you like this, Miss Amy responded with a smile. Gustav swung around, trying to free himself from Miss Amy's grasp, but it was to no avail. You're. Just as Miss Amy was about to speak again, Gustav suddenly decreased in size, causing her to release him by mistake. His body shrunk to the size of a toddler as he fell towards the ground. Combination has been activated, + sprint, /tilde. As Gustav landed back on the ground, his body increased back to its original size as his right hand transformed, becoming black, hairy, and muscular. Phew! His speed was so immense that in barely an instant, his fist was only a few inches from Miss Amy's face. Miss Amy had a shocked expression on her face as she stared at the fist only centimeters from her face. She reacted as fast as she could at the moment, still raising her palm in front of her face. Bang! The huge sound of collision rang out as Miss Amy was forced to slide back by 3 steps. Washesh tilde the fierce wind blowing across the place signified just how powerful that punch was, as well as the cracks that had appeared on the ground. Spiderwebs like cracks filled the entire vicinity, and the vegetation below had been blasted apart as well. As Miss Amy lowered her left palm, a smile could be seen on her face. "Good one," she proceeded to clap thrice as she voiced out. "The element of surprise. You always told me never to let my guard down. You should take your own advice, Miss Amy," Gustav smirked as he voiced out. "That packed quite the force as well. It's very impressive that you can manage to force a kilo ranked back when you're still a falcon ranked. Although his is far from being enough to defeat one, it's still very good," Miss Amy sincerely praised Gustav. Currently, Miss Amy's strength was reduced to the kilo level, and even at this, she was using the most basic of kilo level strength to spar with Gustav. Her kilo level strength was still higher than what she had portrayed here. Chapter 586. I'm just lucky to have a lot of tricks up my sleeves," Gustav stated. "Having a lot is one thing, knowing how to properly make use of them is another," Miss Amy stated while walking forward to stand in front of Gustav. "No matter how much power is bestowed onto a person, if they don't utilize it well, it ends up being a waste," Miss Amy added. Gustav nodded in understanding. "How many bloodlines have you taken so far?" Miss Amy asked. "Currently, I have about 28 bloodlines," Gustav responded. "That's a lot," Miss Amy voiced out with a surprised expression. She didn't expect it was this much. She had no idea that Gustav still had beast transformations in multiples as well. "How many do you use in battle?" she proceeded to ask. "About 4 or 5 sometimes. It depends on the situation," Gustav responded. "Which means over 20 of them end up staying useless. Also, if you expose too much it might turn problematic," Miss Amy voiced out with a contemplative expression. "I'm sure there are some you've never used in a battle, right?" Miss Amy asked. "Yes, there are some I truly have never activated during a battle," Gustav responded affirmatively. "The problem is not really exposure, since some of the battles you'll be undergoing on the field won't be monitored. The problem is making sure they aren't useless and making use of the right ones in the right situations," Miss Amy stated. This was also something Gustav thought as well, but he refrained from using all his bloodlines on campgrounds. "I want you to come at me using one of your bloodline at a time," Miss Amy said while turning around. "I will teach you to make every single bloodline useful," she added. In a flash, 2 more days went by, and Gustav had spent another week in the base, turning 2 weeks in total. Throughout the last 2 days, Gustav had been in deep training with Miss Amy, and they had been testing out Gustav's different bloodlines and the best situations to make use of them. Gustav relived the times he would train with Miss Amy. He had thought he had gotten all that he could from her, but he found out he was sorely mistaken after undergoing the last 2 days under her tutelage. Miss Amy was like him, a user of more than a single bloodline, so her teaching was way more effective than it would be with any other person, especially when both of them were so close. They shared a bond like none other between teacher and student due to life experiences and other things. Gustav realized that he would always have something to learn from Miss Amy regardless of how powerful he became. It was just 2 days, yet he felt he had more control over his abilities than he ever did before. Their plan to make Gustav learn to use all his abilities accordingly was cut short today, as Gustav was requested to show up at a particular location with the base for the mission briefing. At the moment, Gustav had managed to train with about 16 of his bloodlines, understanding situations where it would be best to make use of them, but he would still have to train for longer before he could master the usage of all bloodlines accordingly. Later, Gustav arrived in one of the tech facilities located on the east side of the base. The internal structure of the facility was like a hall, but there was a massive floating transparent, legless table in the middle. Holographic displays could be seen on the table, which showed Lineage City and 3 officers surrounding it. Gustav arrived at the same time 2 other officers arrived. There were 2 more officers standing by the side as well. Welcome officers Crimson, Felgrow, and Mill. One of the officers stationed in the middle of the 3 officers standing around the table voiced out. "I am Colonel Oxler. I have been tasked with the briefing of your next mission as a squad, he voiced out. As a squad? One of the officers asked from the side. Yes, as a squad of 6. Every officer here is below the Echo rank and had been specifically picked by the Grand General himself to embark on this mission, he added while gesturing at the transparent table which displayed the map of Lineage City alongside several footages of different locations. This is Lineage City. Currently, a civil war is ongoing there. Colonel Oxler began to narrate the situation ongoing with Lineage City, which Gustav was already well aware of. After bringing everybody up to speed, the officers were surprised that the MBO was actually going behind the world government to send them on this secret mission. The major aim right now is to weaken forces from the side of the Zalabans, Lanzis and Rutilia, but their chain of weapons supply must also be destroyed as well. These locations pinpointed with red dots are places where our reports mention advanced firearms being stored. Colonel Oxler pointed at the projection of the map while speaking. The first objective is to destroy the locations where the advanced firearms are stored. Second objective is to reduce the strength of those 3 forces, so the MBO is tasking you lots to assassinate these 3, he voiced out again while pointing at the projection of 3 men who had just appeared on the screen. Assassination? One of the officers voiced out from the side with a surprised expression. Precisely. These 3 hold great power within the 3 respective groups, the Zalabans, Lanzis and Rutilias. Their assassination will result in the weakening of their strength, but this isn't all, Colonel Oxler voiced out. The third objective is to engage in 2 battles disguising as part of one of the other 3 groups, Gildan, Vulcan or Darilia. The purpose of blending in is to decimate a part of the opposing force power and level the playing field. Chapter 587. The third objective is to engage in 2 battles disguising as part of one of the other 3 groups, Gildan, Vulcan or Darilia. The purpose of blending in is to decimate a part of the opposing force power and level the playing field, Colonel Oxler explained. All this was because it had been determined that the Zalabans, Lanzis, and Rutilias had much more power and were winning the battle already. The aim was to equate their power levels, and the MBO didn't care that assassination was on the menu. No one was innocent in a war, and there would always be deaths, so the MBO wasn't bothered to send them on missions that involved assassination. It was also a secret undercover mission, so only a collected few would know about it. Colonel Oxler explained to them that everything they needed for the completion of the mission would be handed over to them, and they had to make sure it was completed within 2 months. The envisioned end result was both sides remaining at an equal level of power and agreeing to stop the war. Still, even if this didn't happen, if this squad completed the 3 objectives, their mission would be termed successful. So these 3 men, who are they? Gustav proceeded to ask. He could already see them dressed in outfits that depicted the groups they were from, but he still wanted more information on them. The first was a brown-skinned male with a black-dotted forehead and grey-colored hair. He was clad in a black outfit with golden patterns. The way the black outfit was structured, he was obviously one of the Zalabans. The second one was dressed in a scarlet and blue-colored outfit. He looked quite meek with his oblong-shaped facial feature and white hair. This one was from the Lanzis group. Gustav only clashed with the Lanzi group once in Lineage City, but he didn't find them to be as vicious as the Zalabans. The third one was a blue-skinned male with short orange-colored hair that looked like wriggling worms. He was clad in a white and bluish-colored outfit. This one was from the Rutilia group. Gustav didn't contact anyone from this group throughout his stay in Lineage City. He did hear rumors that they performed operations in secret and were responsible for crippling a lot of assets that the other 3 groups owned. According to Gustav, if this information was correct, they would be the most dangerous out of all 3. It looked like the Zalabans were the most aggressive and powerful among the trio, but at least Gustav felt he could see most of their actions in broad daylight, which could be dealt with. However, the Rutilias doing their operations in secret was more dangerous since it would be impossible to deal with or prevent something you had no idea was happening. These men are one of the governing bodies within each group, Colonel Oxler began explaining. Every group had a main leader and 3 governing bodies in the shadows that assisted in lending power to the group. They were irreplaceable assets due to their possession of power and wealth. If they were gone, so would their assistants. They were only assassinating one from each group to not cripple them completely. The MBO didn't want to risk having more power than the other, which wouldn't be a good result. The Zalabans and the other 2 groups were still continuing with this war because they knew they'd win even though they would suffer casualties. While the other 3 were still battling because they were being pushed to the wall and didn't want to go down without a fight. The first one is Chief Brisk Ali of the Zalaban group, second, Chief Voltan Brad of the Lanzi group, and the third is Chief Tim Alton of the Rutilia group, the colonel voiced out while gesturing at the projection of the 3 images. The officers in the vicinity took note of this as their eyes lingered on these 3. The location these 3 are residing in is currently unknown, however their last scene is right in the location's pinpointed green, he voiced while pointing at the map. You will need to conduct investigations yourselves using the information provided, find them and assassinate them, he added. All 6 officers who were going to be participating in the mission all had looks of contemplation as they digested all the information they had just received. One of the officers standing beside Colonel Oxler moved to the side and started handing out a sphere-shaped device to them one after the other. Gustav received his as well and scrutinized it as Colonel Oxler began speaking again. Within this device contains a detailed and outlined map displayed here. Also, it contains more information on these 3 as well as the mission, so make sure to study them after you leave here, he stated. Officers Felgrow, Fiona, Darkill, Ilden, and Mill. You're all under Officer Crimson, Colonel Oxler stated out while pointing at Gustav. Huh. They all voiced out with looks of confusion while staring at Gustav. Officer Crimson will be taking command of this squad during the mission. As the squad leader, you all have to listen to his commands, Colonel Oxler added. They all stared harder at Gustav after hearing that, scrutinizing him even more. 2 of the officers looked quite dissatisfied after hearing that, while the other 3 only had normal expressions. One of the officers who looked dissatisfied was Mill as expected. Mill Kaiser also happened to be drafted for this mission as well and had been here from the start. Still, Gustav didn't even spare him a glance from their entry into the facility even though he noticed him. Mill was still harboring a grudge due to losing his only instant recovery pill, but he knew better than to say anything at this moment. All of them were actually dressed in uniform while Gustav came wearing casual wear, so he already stood out from the start. Chapter 588. Gustav felt since it was just a mission briefing, he didn't need to come all dressed up, especially when it was a hassle to put on his new uniform. Colonel Oxler, with all due respect, this kid doesn't seem fit to lead us into this mission. Wouldn't it be a joke for someone that looks not a day over 18 and is also the lowest in terms of bloodline rank among all 6 of us to be the leader? One of the officers who had a dissatisfied expression on his face voiced out. Officer Felgrow, should I take your disagreement as an act of insubordination? Colonel Oxler stated with a fierce glare. Officer Felgrow flinched and quickly responded, No, Colonel, I am not in any way disagreeing with the decision of the higher-ups. I am just stating my concern for the fate of my comrades and this mission. I don't see any qualifications of leadership that he has got. He's even dressed in a casual outfit, which leads me to believe he might be at the lowest official rank. Officer Felgrow, who looked like a Hispanic male with yellow hair, voiced out. So you're saying you see better than the higher-ups do? They must be quite foolish to pick a kid as the leader of the squad, right? Colonel Oxler's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke. No. I mean. Felgrow, at this point, was speechless and didn't know how to respond. No matter what he said now, it would make things worse. First off, Officer Crimson was the one that gathered half of the information needed for this mission. Second, he completed a 5-star mission not too long ago in this same city. As Colonel Oxler got to this point, the eyes of all the other officers in the vicinity widened. Except for Mill, who already knew this. They all stared at Gustav's face as they recalled the rumors that had been going out across the base recently about a cadet completing a 5-star mission. Third, he's your senior officer. A senior Argent-ranked MBO officer, Colonel Oxler added, stunning the officers around even more. At this point, Officer Felgrove felt a sting of humiliation assault him after recalling he was a junior Argent. Gustav just stood in the background watching the drama with no intention to get involved from the start. He would rather undergo the mission just by himself like he did with Sahil, but he understood why a team was needed for this. They stared at Gustav in a different light now, understanding why he was picked to be the leader. Even though Mill was dissatisfied, he didn't say anything from the start because he knew very well that Gustav was qualified. He didn't want to dig a grave for himself like Officer Felgrove, who was now hoping he didn't get punished for an act of insubordination and speaking low of a senior officer. Officer Crimson, how do you wish to punish your subordinate? Colonel Oxler voiced out while gesturing at Gustav. His eyes squinted as he waited to see how Gustav would respond to this. Officer Felgrove had a look of distress written all over his face at this point. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's just get on with the mission briefing. Gustav discarded it with an unbothered expression. Colonel Oxler nodded and proceeded to resume explaining a few more things. The mission briefing went on for about 5 minutes more before it ended. By 6 tomorrow you all are expected to arrive at the transport bay. You can now head to the weapons vault to gather the necessary equipments for the mission. Other feeding items will also be provided to you all, along with fake identifications you can use to hide in plain sight after infiltration. Colonel Oxler ended with this. I wish you all luck and Officer Crimson. The higher-ups have high expectations of you. Colonel Oxler smiled at Gustav before he walked out. Gustav nodded at him as well, not verbally responding since he didn't really care about their expectations. But that didn't mean he wouldn't do his best to complete a mission he instigated himself. He proceeded to move towards the vault within the second base to obtain the items he needed. He was glad the Grand General here wasn't brain-dead and decided to listen to him. Now he had to start plotting and making plans on how to successfully complete the mission with his squad. Based on his examination of their strength, they all seemed quite strong. He was still a first-step Falcon ranked, but they were all at the last step while Officer Falgrove was at the peak, looking like he might break through soon. The problem wasn't strength since Gustav saw himself as quite capable enough. The issue Gustav saw was their willingness to obey commands and how smart they were in making plans. Even if a dumb person was given a lot of power, they wouldn't be able to make the most of it, so he was hoping that his subordinates were not the stupid kind. Later in the evening, Gustav arrived back at the apartment and met Miss Amy and Red Shadow around. Miss Amy had been available for the past 2 days, so he wasn't surprised to see her, but Red Shadow had been quite busy recently. Looks like your mission has been decided. You'll probably be leaving for Lineage City soon, Miss Amy voiced out as Gustav sat in the living room. But wouldn't this clash with your plans to make me work with you? Gustav asked. You already did work with me, although not directly. I wanted you to be under my canopy and move with me, but later I realized it would be better if you embarked on dangerous missions by yourself without me being there to protect you. That way you'll be able to grow more, Miss Amy explained. Oh, I see. Gustav smiled as he responded. Well, this mission isn't all that dangerous. It's a 4-star mission after all, Gustav added. Chapter 589. Well, this mission isn't all that dangerous. It's a 4-star mission after all, Gustav added while proceeding to explain the details of the mission to Miss Amy. Still dangerous for a first-year cadet. Originally, you shouldn't be given anything beyond a 2-star mission, but you're even the leader of a squad embarking on a 4-star mission, Miss Amy voiced out after listening to Gustav's narration. Of course, Miss Amy was right, but she forgot that Gustav had just completed a 5-star mission. This mission looked quite difficult and overly tasking due to the multiple objectives. However, it was still termed below the difficulty of the one with Sahil due to the fact that Sahil had been chased for years and still was never caught even by officers more powerful than Gustav. The mission difficulty was raised due to the near impossibility of catching Sahil, unlike this mission that was more straightforward and combat-based. If you find yourself in any dangerous situation beyond your control, don't forget to use the emergency device I gave you to contact me, Miss Amy stated. I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides, if I'm in such a situation and I contact you, everything will be ruined. Besides, the city doesn't allow entry for mixed bloods of your level, Gustav voiced out. I'll level that city down. Who cares about their stupid war? Miss Amy voiced out with a powerful tone. Gustav. This is exactly why I won't call you. Gustav knew Miss Amy wasn't bluffing. For reasons unknown, she was choosing to keep herself in check with the MBO. He knew it had to be something important, so he didn't want to ruin things. He decided running would be the best option if he found himself in situations he couldn't handle. He still had the dimensional bracelet. He would rather not leave his subordinates to die, but he would ditch them with no second thought if it concerned his survival. Gustav proceeded to follow Miss Amy back to the yard later for a little bit of training before they headed back in around midnight. Instead of sleeping, Gustav decided to channel his bloodline. In battle, he was able to use his bloodlines faster and more efficiently, but channeling his bloodline to improve his rank had become relatively slow. He could tell that it would take him a lot of time before he would reach the second step. Unless he decided to use the permanent bloodline increment pill he got as a reward recently. But he still decided to keep that for now and focus on natural channeling. He now understood why a lot of mixed bloods are still in this rank for years. Those who had low bloodline grades would have difficulty breaking past this rank since it would be extremely slow for them. All officers under him during this mission were in their early, mid, and late 20s, and they were still in this rank. Gustav's speed was mostly due to his bloodline grade being high and the other bloodlines within him, as well as the boosts gotten within the MBO. No one else had arrived at this rank at this speed within the MBO, but now, just like everyone else, he would also be slowed down a bit. After channeling his bloodline for about 2 hours, Gustav decided to check his stats on the system's interface before going to bed. Underscore 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 host attributes, name, Gustav Crimson level, 46 class, subparallel being EXP, 4, 210 810 800 000 HP, 29 929,900 energy, 16 00016 000, attributes, strength, 177 perception, 176 mental fortitude, 176 agility, 174 speed, 172 bravery, 174 intelligence, 175 charm, 80 defense, 174 vitality, 176 endurance, 175, attributes points, 49, underscore 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 4 levels away from level 50. Will there be a change when I get to level 50? Gustav thought. He remembered he achieved cosmic superiority at level 20, so he couldn't help but think there would be a phenomenon when he achieved level 50. Maybe the system will reveal more to me about the secret behind the 5-year quests, Gustav thought. The system could hear these thoughts he was having since it was in his inner thoughts, but it didn't respond. Of course, Gustav knew it could hear, and this was precisely what he wanted. He was quite disappointed when there was no response, but he decided not to overthink it and go to bed. He was only able to sleep for about 3 hours before he woke up to prepare for the journey. Since it was a secret mission, they couldn't go dressed in their uniforms, so just like the last time, Gustav was clad in a casual outfit. His storage device was stacked with all he would need and even the Jaiko Hakai katana. He had decided he wasn't going to return this. Miss Amy accompanied him to the transport bay, which was an open area where different kinds of aircraft were parked. Colonel Oxler was also there to bid them farewell along with some other officers and Mill's father, General Brody. Their aircraft was a massive one with the MBO emblem on the sides. Bluish in color with the blood-red emblem, making it look quite majestic. Gustav's squad was there waiting, so the moment he arrived, they started filing into aircraft one after the other. With the progress of the mission I'm handling, I might be moving to another location soon, Miss Amy said to Gustav. When you're done with this, I'll reach out to you so you know where to come meet me, Miss Amy added. All right, miss. A smile appeared on both their faces as Gustav responded before turning around. The other officers in the vicinity were once again surprised to see Miss Amy smiling. Mill, who had found a place to sit within the aircraft, stared at Miss Amy from his sitting position. So that's the famed Demon Queen. She doesn't look as menacing as mentioned, he thought. Even though Mill felt this way, he couldn't quite fathom what she was capable of, especially after hearing his father talk about her so many times. Chapter 590. The others in the aircraft, too, had spotted Miss Amy. 2 of them didn't recognize her, but the other 2 who did were shocked senseless seeing that Gustav had a relationship with her as well. Gustav proceeded to get into the spacecraft and sat at the far end of the cabin. Since they were only 6, the space within the cabin area was big enough for everyone to sit on their own if they wanted to. As expected, Gustav wasn't interested in sitting with anyone, but remembering he was the squad leader, he knew he'd have to communicate with everyone sooner or later, even if he didn't want to. Zwi tilde the aircraft lifted up into the air after the doors closed up and soared across the sky, disappearing into the distance in a few. Miss Amy stared in that direction for a while before turning around to leave. Young miss, General Brody called out from the side. Miss Amy paused her steps and turned to the side to stare at him. What is it? Since both our protégés are embarking on the same mission, how about I invite you for a... Before he could even complete his sentence, Miss Amy cut him short. No, she responded aloofly before turning around to leave. But you didn't even let me finish. It's for the purpose of mutual benefits, he voiced out from behind, but Miss Amy kept walking away, completely ignoring him. General Brody gritted his teeth in annoyance. How the hell did that kid manage to infiltrate her cold heart? I have been trying and failing for years. He screamed internally with a look of pain. Colonel Oxler shook his head from the side as he also turned away to leave. An hour into their journey towards Ruhugai City, the aircraft became a bit noisy. Hey, squad leader, how do you know the Demon Queen? Squad leader, are the rumors true? Was that truly your first mission? I don't believe you're just 18 years old. You're still a first year? Or is it all just cap? 3 of the officers surrounded him and kept questioning. Gustav didn't expect this. He thought the entire journey would be quiet, but these 3 suddenly came up to him and started initiating conversations with him. Officer Fiona, Darkill, and Ilden. These 3 were quite the lively ones, especially Officer Fiona. Officer Fiona had 2 pigtails with brown-colored hair. She was a cute-looking lady with fairly chubby cheeks, small lips, and wide, curious eyes. Officer Darkill had an Irish white complexion with a 7-inch tall blue mohawk haircut. His eyeballs were completely dark, and his muscles bulged through his casual wear. Officer Ilden had a slim composure with a teenage-looking masculine face. His chin area had some hair sprouting from it, which suggested he was quite older than his appearance. Officer Fiona was around 22 years of age and got out of the MBO camp about 2 years ago. She had completed several missions, all ranging from 2 to 3 stars, and had successfully completed a 4-star mission as well. She had a C-grade bloodline, which was why her bloodline channeling speed wasn't all that fast. Due to her current level, she wouldn't barely be given 4-star missions to complete, which was why she was still a junior-ranked Argent rank even after 2 years. Officer Darkill, on the other hand, had a D-grade bloodline. Truly one of the few officers within the MBO who managed to become a part of the MBO with a D-grade bloodline. He was about 25 years and was also a last-step Falcon-ranked mixed blood. As expected, his bloodline grade made his channeling speed slower, but even with that, he had mastered his current strength well and successfully completed every single mission he had been sent on regardless of their star. This wasn't the first time he and Fiona were being placed in the same squad to embark on a mission together. On the other hand, Ilden seemed to be the only one close to Gustav's age level besides Mill. This was the 4th mission he was embarking on, and he had got out of camp several months back, becoming a full-fledged officer. He was a senior to Mill, but they were age mates. Both of them had B-grade bloodlines, so their rank level was understandable and even considered fast for their ages. Gustav was just on another level with his speed, which made them assume he definitely had an A-grade bloodline. But even with an A-grade bloodline, this still felt extremely fast to them. "She's my teacher," Gustav responded to Fiona after she asked how he came to know Miss Amy for the umpteenth time. "Huh? How did she become your teacher?" Fiona questioned again, with her chubby cheeks jiggling with curiosity. "It's a long story," Gustav responded with a look of contemplation. "Oh, come on." Before Fiona could say something again, Darkill interrupted. "She looks so hot though. Is she single?" he asked with a smile. They were all standing on the aisle area talking to Gustav all this time, disregarding the fact that they were in a moving aircraft. None of them were even affected by the speed at which it was moving. It was as if their legs were glued to the floor of the aircraft. Yeah, I guess," Gustav replied to Darkill. The instant Darkill heard that, he quickly wrapped his hand around Gustav's shoulder with an excited look on his face. "Oh, please help a brother out by passing me her contact details," he voiced out. "I would tell you not to waste your time. She really isn't interested in those sort of things," Gustav advised. "Please, please, please, I know she's around the same age with me. Help a brother out, I'll forever be in your debt." Darkill knelt on the floor in front of Gustav, begging. Fiona stared at him with a repressed look. "So shameless," she voiced out. Chapter 591. "Haha, let the man live a little," Ilden chipped in from the side. All this time, while four of them were discussing behind, Officer Felgrow stayed in his space up front, not knowing if he should join them or not. He felt very intimidated now, seeing as Gustav also connected with Miss Amy. Internally, he prayed Gustav didn't bear a grudge with him, not knowing Gustav didn't care about that. On the other hand, Mill kept getting angry as he saw everyone's attention focused on Gustav. The mission had not even begun, but he was already hoping for it to come to an end soon. Hours later, they arrived at Ruhugai City. The aircraft moved towards the forest area where Gustav met up with Officer Gooseman and the others for the first time. They landed in that exact same spot, and it looked no different from how Gustav left it 2 weeks back. "Welcome, officers." Officer Gooseman's fierce face was the first that welcomed them upon their arrival. Officer Tron and Louis were right behind as well and welcomed them as they got off the aircraft. Squad Leader Crimson, "Good to see you again." Officer Gooseman had a look of adoration on his face as he spotted Gustav getting down from the aircraft last. "Officer Gooseman," Gustav returned the greeting as he walked forward. The others in the vicinity were not surprised that Gustav was known by this officer, who seemed to be about 2 official ranks above him. They realized that this must have been the same checkpoint used when Gustav came here for his first mission. They all moved towards the main tent to discuss and make plans before the operation officially began. Just like before, footage of different places within the city was displayed in holographic format within the main tent. Officer Gooseman explained to them that he had been briefed on the assignment as well and was tasked with supporting them with whatever they needed from here. He explained that Officer Tron and Louis would be assisting them in their infiltration into the city. Gustav already knew how this whole process went, so he didn't really pay attention to it. Unlike the last time when Officer Gooseman and the others were in charge, this time, all decisions lay on Gustav's shoulder as he was the squad leader. Officer Gooseman and the others were only tasked with support, infiltration, and extraction. Officer Millie later showed up to present gadgets to everyone to add to the current survival kit. When she was arrived in front of Gustav to hand over his, she had a flustered expression on her face recalling their last encounter. "I'm sorry about the last time," she apologized with a low tone. "It's all right. I'm not so petty as to hold a grudge unless my life is threatened," he responded to her with his usual unbothered look, but she could catch a hint of warning in the tone of his voice that suggested he wouldn't take it lightly with anyone that endangered his life. It was exactly as she thought. Gustav didn't see what happened the last time as a big deal, but if the situation had devolved to something worse, it would have triggered a different attitude. Just like how he had decided he would kill young Joe no matter what after pitting him and Endrick together for Endrick to get rid of him. After all was said and done, they concluded that the infiltration time would be early the next morning. Gustav later called the squad together to follow him deep into the forest, which they obeyed. During their travel here, he had already come to understand Officers Fiona, Darkill, and Ilden's bloodline abilities. He had competed with Mill before, so he had an idea of what his power entailed, and he had done personal research on every one of them, so he knew about Officer Felgrow's bloodline as well. However, he wanted to see their bloodline abilities in action, so he called them over here for them to display just so he could compute data properly in his head. He felt it was important to know what they were capable of. "Show me what you can do," Gustav voiced out. They didn't need to be told twice before they understood what Gustav meant. Fiona was the first to turn towards the other side as a pair of purple-colored glowing wings sprouted from her back. Each wing covered a span of 7 feet and seemed to be radiating with energy. With one flap of her wings, a raging wind blasted across the place as she ascended into the air. Fuitilda swinging one side of her wing forward caused an arc of purplish radiating energy to burst forth, destroying over 17 trees in one go. She repeatedly spun in mid-air, causing fierce wind turbulence that started to blow everyone down back. She didn't want to make it get more intense than it already was, so she stopped after a few more seconds and flew down. "How high can you fly?" Gustav asked. "About 7,000 meters. Anything beyond that, I start to lose oxygen as well as my flight ability," she responded. Gustav noted this and waited for the others to display their abilities as well. Officer Darkill's blackened eyeballs emitted a dark mist that surrounded everyone, and all of a sudden, he was everywhere. He could appear in front of everyone and make contact with anyone at any time he wanted within this mist. Officer Ilden went next, turning into a pool of water and then transforming into a liquid slimy monster. He showed off some of his water-related abilities before Felgrow decided to go next. His bloodline was related to decomposition and recomposition of physical matter. He turned his clothes into metallic material and asked Gustav to punch him. Gustav agreed to his request and landed a hit on his chest area, causing him to be sent flying, slamming into several trees in the process and toppling them. Chapter 592. The metallic sound rang out when Gustav's fist slammed into his chest. Still, no one had expected that Gustav's punch would pack so much force that the metallic protection was rendered useless. Felgrow stood to his feet after landing about 100 feet away from his initial position with a battered look. So, he still holds a grudge, Felgrow thought with a look of pain as he held his chest. "Are you okay?" Everyone approached him and voiced out with concerned tones. Some of them knew Officer Felgrow before this, so they hadn't expected him to be put in such a state by just one punch. This led them to believe that Gustav's strength wasn't a joke even though he was weaker in bloodline rank. "You good?" Gustav asked as well after seeing Felgrow stagger a bit. "Yes, I didn't make it tough enough because I wasn't expecting such a force," he explained. "You should be careful with underestimating an opponent. It could cost you your life," Gustav voiced out with a warning tone. These words hit everyone as they realized this is something they mostly did when they noticed a mixed blood was weaker than they were in bloodline rank. Mill realized that this also cost him the competition with Gustav. He totally underestimated him and didn't use all he had from the start. It was towards the ending he decided to use a lot more power, but it was already too late. Officer Felgrow showed more of what he could do with his bloodline. Afterward, Mill came into the picture to display his shadowy abilities. Now that they weren't restricted by the anti-gravitational force, Gustav realized just how powerful Mill's bloodline was. Gustav secretly hoped Mill would piss him off during this mission so he would have an excuse to steal his bloodline. Gustav had read about Mill's shadowy bloodline and knew it was a lineage type of bloodline that was passed on from generation to generation as their household bore more offspring. Mill's father also had the same bloodline type as his siblings and other people on the family tree. Lineage-type bloodlines were very rare and, most times, very powerful. As it is passed down from one generation to the other, it gets more and more powerful. Only a few families on the Earth still had lineage bloodlines being passed from one generation to another, and most of them didn't associate with the outside world because they wanted to keep their bloodline within the family. After assessing everyone's abilities, Gustav brought them up to speed on the first objective they would tackle first. He had decided it was going to be the destruction of the advanced firearms chain of supply. This meant the first location Gustav and his squad would be heading to upon their successful infiltration was Region 6. After telling them his plans and explaining how the vicinity looked, everyone was ready to play their part. Underscore 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 underscore. In a flash, the next day arrived, and they set on for the mission towards Lineage City by 4 in the morning when the skies were still dark. The same process as when Gustav was infiltrating the city was repeated as Officer Tron, and Louis helped the squad get in. Everything was timed properly, and this time things went off without a hitch. They went in from a different part of the dome from the last time. Due to the fact that they were heading towards Region 6, they entered from somewhere that would make it easier for them to travel there. However, Gustav had divided the squad into two. They were going to separate at some point in front. 3 would be headed for Region 17, which was another location where advanced firearms were said to be stored, while the other 2 would be following Gustav to Region 6. They were currently running on a mountainous path that led to the residential area within Region 14. According to the footage they had gathered on this region, the war had half destroyed it, but people still lived within. They had built a kind of stronghold for themselves within the region to prevent any harm from befalling the ones hiding within. Gustav and the others passed by the place where the stronghold was situated and saw that it was heavily guarded by civilian units, and he could sense that they were all mixed bloods. They first thought they were about to be attacked, seeing the speed at which Gustav and his squad were moving. To their relief, the group only passed and didn't even make any intentions of moving towards them. Gustav estimated their trip to Region 6 would take at least 2 hours at the pace at which they were moving. They were all fast on their feet, but Gustav knew that if he was by himself, he would get there faster. He had to move at a moderate pace now due to the speed of his squad. Underscore 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 underscore. The MBO Campendrick sat within his room with a contemplative expression plastered on his face as he reminisced about the past week. The components making up of the substance injected into you are extremely rare and practically impossible to find, Dr. Levi voiced out to Angie and Endrick. Does that mean you won't be able to find a cure? Angie's expression turned sour by the second as she asked with a crestfallen look. I don't want to give you hope where there is none, so I have to tell you that 2 of the materials needed to make a cure that would counter this ailment has been extinct for at least 50 years. As Dr. Levi got to this point, Angie's hope dropped completely to the gallows. She stood in place without speaking for a long time, only staring at space with a look of emptiness. She watched her life flash right before her eyes, realizing that she would never be able to fulfill her dreams. Her moment of happiness ended a long time ago when a certain someone was in her company. Now, all that would remain with her till the end of her days were endless despair and unhappiness. You. This is all your fault. An immense expression of hate and anguish was displayed on Angie's face as she turned to the side to stare at Endrick. Chapter 593. Endrick stood in place with a look of guilt written all over his face. He had no words to say, and even if he did, it wouldn't change the outcome of the present situation. I stood up for you when everyone said you could never change. I prevented your death at the hands of your brother twice. You're only in existence right now because of my interference, and this is how you choose to repay me. Angie's silver-colored hair began to float as she spoke with a tone of anguish. Her eyes glowed silver, and a third horn grew out of her forehead as a milky wave of energy began circulating around her. I never asked for anything in return. Neither was I expecting a reward for being a good person, so why did you have to return my deeds with something so sinister? A thick wave of killing intent instantly spread across the place, causing Dr. Levi's face to instantly change into a terrified one. Calm down, Before he could complete his sentence, a gust of wind suddenly blasted across the entire place, sending several pieces of equipment flying along with Dr. Levi. Bang! 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 Intense sounds of collision reverberated across the place, bringing along shockwaves that caused the entire building to vibrate. Angie was currently speeding across the laboratory with Endrick in her grasp, slamming him into everything in sight. Her speed was so astronomical at the moment that her figure could barely be spotted as she tossed Endrick across the place like a ragdoll. Both Dr. Levi and Endrick had no idea when she moved. All Endrick knew was, 1 second, he was standing beside her, and in the next, he was on the other side of the laboratory with his head bashed into the wall. In a matter of a few seconds, he felt his head had been bashed into a solid object within the laboratory, and Angie still wasn't stopping even though his face was already smeared in his blood. He was reluctant to try and defend himself because he knew very well that this was his fault. Bang! 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 Angie held onto Endrick like he was a pile of nothing as she repeated her merciless actions. As she bolted across the place with almost invisible speed, all Dr. Levi could see was silver lines all across the place, accumulating white energy which was starting to surround the entire laboratory. Dr. Levi was a mixed blood as well, but obviously not as powerful, so he couldn't physically interfere with this. Calm down, Angie. He kept shouting out while holding to a piece of machinery for support since the intense wind being generated from Angie's being was threatening to send him flying again. Fight back, you monster. Fight back. Didn't you wish to kill me? Here's your chance. Do it now. Kill me, you little monster, or I swear I'll kill you first. Angie screamed out as she slammed Endrick into the cylindrical-shaped power reactor behind. A body-sized hole was instantly formed within it as Endrick's body got stuck. Angie arched her arms backward and started throwing out super-fast punches towards Endrick. Bang! 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 All Endrick could see were hundreds of fists slamming into his body every second, causing him to groan in pain as he spat out mouthfuls upon mouthfuls of blood. His vision was getting blinded with the red liquid pouring down his face, yet Angie still mercilessly rained down barrages of punches on him. Fight back! Fight back! She kept screaming out with a rage-filled voice, ignoring the pleading cries of Dr. Levi behind. Angie, stop it. You'll kill him. Stop. Calm down. Dr. Levi felt his voice was about to turn coarse due to the excessive shouting, yet he kept at it. Seeing as Angie wasn't listening, Dr. Levi thought of the best course of action to undergo at the moment. Going out to get an MBO officer to deal with the situation was out of the question because Endrick would already be dead before he could get anyone to get down here. A thought appeared in his head as he recalled some previous scenes where Angie came here. Are you sure you want to kill the brother of the one you love? The instant Dr. Levi's words drifted into her ears, Angie suddenly paused her next attack with her right fist dangerously close to Endrick's face. Her hand hovered inches in front of his face as conflicting emotions appeared on her face. What kind of person would he see you as after finding out you killed the same person you prevented him from killing several times? Do you really wish to risk him seeing you as a monster? Dr. Levi voiced out from behind. As Angie heard this, her arms trembled as a tear slid down her left eye. Even though my future is one that will turn out miserable, I could never live with myself if Gustav saw me as a monster, she muttered with a voice full of emotions before retracting her fist. I could still find an ul. While Dr. Levi was voicing out, Angie sped out of the laboratory, disappearing out of sight in an instant. Turnative. Dr. Levi finished his sentence, but she was already gone. He sighed and quickly moved towards where Endrick's body was lodged in. The reactor had been pounded to destruction by her, which was causing the electricity within the laboratory to turn unstable, flickering on and off. Dr. Levi helped Endrick out of the hole that nearly turned into his coffin and dragged his nearly unconscious self towards one of his operating tables to administer treatment to him. Why didn't you fight back? I know you're not weaker than she is. Dr. Levi asked as Endrick slightly opened one of his swollen black eyes. I deserved it. I would hold no grudge if she killed me because I don't deserve to be alive, Endrick muttered weakly. Well, I'm going to give you the chance to redeem yourself, Dr. Levi seemed to understand the situation as he voiced out. Chapter 594. Endrick looked confused as he muttered. I needed to get her stress levels up and induce a kind of state within her body. If this state isn't achieved, the cure would never work, Dr. Levi stated. Even with his two swollen eyes, Endrick still widened them as he voiced out, does that mean? Yes, I can make the cure. I only lied to make sure the cure would work, Dr. Levi added. A wave of relief instantly welled up from within Endrick as tears appeared within his eyes. So what do I do? Endrick asked. You're going to be embarking on a mission soon. Prepare yourself, Dr. Levi responded. Endrick returned to the present at this point. It had practically been a week since that encounter, and he was still waiting on the mission he was to embark on to save Angie. Dr. Levi had given him details and said he would put in the request for the mission, so all Endrick had to do was be ready to leave camp. The Sabrina mutated lavender plant and the LeBron seed, he recalled Dr. Levi saying these were some of the items he needed to acquire for the cure. According to Dr. Levi, they existed in remote locations worldwide that were extremely dangerous, which made them rare and difficult to acquire. Other items needed were easy to get, so it was just these two. I swear on my life, I'll get them, Endrick voiced out just before he heard a knock on his door. He stood to his feet and moved towards the entrance of his room. As the door slid open, Endrick spotted a cadet in a medical outfit. Dr. Levi requests your presence, she voiced out. Gustav and the other two arrived at Region 6 just as Gustav timed in about 2 hours. As predicted, the skies were dark and gloomy, just like when he first visited this place. Fortunately, the issue of the generator had been resolved, and the city was void of extreme weather occurrences. However, Gustav could still see the aftermath of what he had triggered the other day after destroying the generator. Several buildings could be seen completely decimated as they moved about the city. The war didn't get here because of the weather situation, so all this destruction was due to Gustav destroying the weather regulator generator. An entire street of buildings they passed by was also decimated. Not one single building managed to come out unscathed in that location. They later found a place to settle within Region 6, which was practically a lounge. Gustav didn't know there was one before he came into Region 6 back then when he was on the Sahil mission. It was only after he was being chased by Sahil's henchmen that he spotted this place. It was about 3 streets away from the one which was right in front of the street that led to where the Sahil was situated back then. Gustav could only hope that the advanced firearms stored in this location wouldn't be moved yet would still be in that location. The other half of the squad had communicated to Gustav that they had arrived at Region 17. Gustav tasked them to observe the location where the firearms were stored and compute information on the number of troops guarding them. They only had to do that and find somewhere to stay till Gustav was done here. Gustav, Darkill, and Mill moved to the rooftop of the lounge to begin their operation. Darkill mounted a device on the roof and activated it. It shot out several drones, each the size of a pinky finger. They moved across the air towards the location of the street where Sahil was hiding out back then. 7 holographic screens appeared in front of them as Darkill controlled the drones to fly above the street, capturing footage of the environment. The street was almost void of activity. However, Gustav spotted a figure which just moved into one of the houses. That particular house was right beside the one where he abducted Sahil from, and that figure had a red jacket on. Should I move them into the buildings to get a footage of the interior? Darkill asked. No, that's risky. It would be best not to raise any alarm, Gustav stated. They wanted to know of the situation within the building and what they would be walking into if they infiltrated, but the drones couldn't get a proper capturing from up above due to the weather interference. There was a feature the drones had where they could scan the interior of structures, but that wouldn't work right now. Wait here, Gustav said to the two of them before dashing forward. Fushusha. They witnessed Gustav leaping from across multiple buildings with speed before he disappeared out of their sight. Gustav arrived on the rooftop of the house he stayed within during the rainy period he was here last. He first made use of God eyes to check the interior of the building. He sighed in relief after seeing that there was no one within the household. Looks like they took my advice, Gustav thought. He proceeded to move towards the ledge of their balcony and squatted in front before fully activating God eyes. Gustav's vision turned red as he zoomed in on the street in front, completely seeing through the first building. There's nothing, Gustavs muttered with a tone of disbelief after scanning through the first building. He proceeded to turn his face to the side and scan the building on the right, opposite it. Nothing. Gustav's disappointment peaked as he scanned the building several times with God eyes down to the basement only to find nothing. There were only corpses in the basement area, but no weapons crate could be found. There were still about 11 more buildings to scan, so Gustav still hoped that the situation would be one where some supplies had been sold already while the rest were still here. He proceeded to scan every building within the street one after the other, and each time his face darkened with disappointment. Chapter 595. After scanning through every single building within the street, Gustav stood to his feet with a look of distress. There's nothing here anymore, he voiced out. It looked like everything had been cleared out. Gustav had a feeling this might happen after his last battle with the henchmen and the abduction of Sahil. A whole 2 weeks had gone by already. However, he could still see about 3 red jackets in the vicinity. They were in the same building the figure Gustav spotted on the holographic projection went into. They seemed to be engaged in some kind of conversation. Gustav could already sense their bloodline rank wasn't so much higher than his. His eyes squinted as he stared in the direction of the building. I need information. The instant Gustav muttered these words, he leaped forward. Fwawum tilde he traveled across the air and landed right in front of the street before charging into it with speed. Back at the lounge rooftop, Darkill and Mill were still watching the projections when they spotted a blurry figure charge through the street. Is that Officer Crimson? Darkill was instantly able to tell that it was Gustav. What is he doing? Mill wondered as they saw Gustav's speeding frame suddenly disappeared after arriving at the end of the street. Both of them were able to spot Gustav disappearing into thin air when he arrived at the end of the street. At the moment, Gustav had infiltrated the building making use of one of the invisibility devices he got from the checkpoint area in Ruhugai City. The 3 who were discussing within the empty and dark living room space suddenly stopped as they saw the door blasted through. They felt the wind but couldn't see or sense anything besides that. Gustav had also made use of cognitive concealment, making his presence disappear. Who's there? One of them voiced out with an alarmed gaze. Maybe it's just the wind, the one in the middle voiced out, recalling the situation of the weather within the city. Just as the third one wanted to speak, he suddenly found himself being yanked away. Kia tilde he screamed out as his entire figure was dragged away with speed, causing the other 2 to turn to the side to stare at him, but he was already gone. Only lingering sounds of his scream could be heard, which depicted he had been taken quite some distance away. It was barely audible, but they could hear sounds of his screams sounding like it was coming from very far away. The sounds suddenly stopped, which caused their eyes to light up with even more wariness. Who's there? Where are you? Come out. Both of them activated their bloodlines as they prepared for battle while also bringing out weapons. The one on the left brought out 2 blue curved daggers, while the one on the right brought out a dark-colored blade that vibrated with dark energy. I'll use just one more, Gustav said internally as he made use of another invisibility gadget. It only gave him 10 seconds of invisibility, and he had a limited amount of them, so he didn't want to make use of more than 2 here. Gustav, who was currently on the rooftop of the building by the side, suddenly disappeared again. Fushusha. It sounded like the wind was being sliced through as the rooftop made a small puff sound, and Gustav's invisible body traveled forward and blasted through the side of the window. Bang! Both red jackets instantly sent attacks towards the left side of the empty living room after hearing the blasting sounds. The one on the right threw out one of his daggers and controlled the movement with his right index finger, causing them to slice across the place, while the one on the left sent fierce dark energy arcs towards the window area. Even after throwing out attack after attack, none of them met with any force like they expected. Suddenly the one on the left suddenly eyes widened as he tried swinging his dagger towards the side, but before he could complete his action, he got yanked towards the other side of the room, slamming into the wall. Bang! Swoosh! Bang! Swoosh! Bang! Swoosh! Bang! He was being lifted by an invisible force and being tossed across the room at immense speed. The other one threw out attacks severally, trying to hit whatever the invisible force was, but it was too fast, and in a matter of seconds, his comrade was blasted through a hole in the wall before disappearing just like the former one. There was now a massive hole on the side of the wall. The red jacket became scared at this point as he warily turned from side to side with his blade stretched forward. He quickly reached out to his communication device within his left breast pocket area and hurriedly tried operating it. However, his hands were trembling as he was struggling to observe the environment while doing this with one hand armed and stretched forward. "I don't advise you do that," he suddenly heard a voice from up ahead, causing him to drop the device in fright. As he spotted Gustav walking through the large space created on the wall, he hurriedly tried to squat and lift the fallen communication device. Swoosh! Gustav dashed forward and kicked it away. "Die!" The red jacket voiced out and swung his blade towards Gustav's neck as he rose up. Fui hai! Gustav moved to the left before reaching out his right hand to grab the arm of the red jacket. He pulled him forward forcefully while raising his left knee. Bam! His knee slammed into the gut of this red jacket, sending him crashing backward. "I'll kill you." As the red jacket stabilized himself, he swung the blade multiple times towards Gustav, causing dark arcs to fly towards him. Swoosh! 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 Gustav swerved left and right, repeatedly dodging the arcs as he traveled forward with his arm transforming. The red jacket swung out again, trying to decapitate Gustav as he arrived in front of him, but Gustav was still able to dodge the attack even at point blank, descending. Chapter 596. The red jacket swung out again, trying to decapitate Gustav as he arrived in front of him, but Gustav was still able to dodge the attack even at point blank, descending. As the blade swung over Gustav's head, he sprang up at this moment with his massive black-furred fist headed for the jaw of the red jacket. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as the red jacket was sent flying through the roof of the building. Gustav leaped into the air and grabbed hold of the red jacket legs as they soared across the air before pulling him down forcefully. They both spiraled back downwards towards another side of the roof before slamming through it. Bang! Gustav kept pulling the body of the red jacket, forcing him to shield Gustav's body as both of them broke through the second floor and slammed back onto the ground of the ground floor. Bang! The red jacket passed out cold as Gustav's knees also landed on his chest after he had collided with the floor. Gustav stood to his feet and dusted his jacket before reaching out to pull the body along with him towards the side of the room. Gustav proceeded to place the unconscious body of the henchman in a seating position, leaning against the wall. He turned to the side and dashed out of the building. Swoosh! In a few seconds, he dashed back in with two unconscious bodies in his grasp. He placed all three red jackets right beside each other. All of them were presently unconscious, with signs of injury visible on different spots of their body. However, none of them were in a critical condition because Gustav only made them pass out. It wasn't too much of a hassle, but he had to use two disposable invisibility gadgets, so he wouldn't get ganged upon. Since they were also Falcon-ranked mixed-bloods, it would take more time to end the battle, which might lead to them alerting others, why he wanted to end the battle as quick as possible. Gustav moved out of the building and looked up. He made hand signs gesturing to come over. Darkill and Mill, who were more than 3 streets away, watched Gustav making hand signs towards the drones from below through the holographic projections displayed. Darkill quickly packed up the equipment he mounted and moved it back to his storage device before leaving the rooftop with Mill. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the building Gustav battled with the red jackets. They had witnessed the blasts happening and Gustav's figure phasing in and out of the building, so they knew he was having a fight here. Mill initially wanted to leave the rooftop and show up here, but Darkill reminded him of Gustav's instructions to wait here. Now that they had arrived within the building, they could see the holes on the walls and the rooftop, as well as cracks that covered a lot of places. Gustav was standing in front of the 3 he had knocked out. Who are they? Darkill asked as he noticed all 3 red jackets with their masks still on. These are some of Sahil's henchmen. They're always dressed this way except for a few, Gustav responded while recalling the most powerful ones didn't dress this way. Sahil's lookalike also didn't dress this way. Oh, both Darkill and Mill exclaimed as they moved closer. Rope, Gustav demanded while stretching his hand towards Darkill. Darkill proceeded to bring out a long yellow thick-looking rope from his storage and handed it over to Gustav. Gustav brought the 3 together and tied them up tightly, still leaning them against the wall. He proceeded to take off their masks one after the other. All 3 of them were full-grown men who seemed to be in their late 20s to 30s, and they all looked menacing. One of them had tattooed a spiderweb on his face, while the other 2 had scars on their cheeks. The last time I came here, every building in this street was stacked with supplies of advanced firearms. Gustav started speaking as he moved to the side. Now everything is gone. Not even a single firearm crate can be seen in any of these buildings. Thousands of supplies, Gustav added. Mill and Darkill had looks of understanding as Gustav got to this point. They moved the supplies, Darkill voiced out. Definitely. It's impossible to sell that much supplies in just 2 weeks, Gustav voiced out with a look of certainty. Someone is running the operation now that Sahil has been abducted. This person must be responsible for moving them away, Gustav stated before moving away from the wall and towards the unconscious red jackets tied together. I need interrogation tools, Gustav voiced out to Darkill. How much pain are we talking about here? Darkill asked as he operated his storage device. A lot, Zing Tilda as Gustav responded. A bottle of water appeared in his hand, which he had extracted from his storage device. Splash. He poured it all over the faces of the 3, causing them to jolt awake. You lots will tell me where the supplies were moved to, Gustav voiced out with a commanding tone as he squatted in front of the middle one. In a large and luxurious-looking study, young Joe sat with his legs crossed as he stared at the 3 in front of him. It has been rumored that he left on a new mission, but no one has any information about it, the bulky figure in the middle voiced out. Tell our shadows in the second base to keep investigating. You lots are so useless, young Joe voiced out with a tone of irritation. He recalled the last 2 weeks when he got a piece of unsatisfactory news. He escaped. A dark figure clad in a black cloak that covered them all over bowed in front of young Joe and voiced out. How? You were the one who reported back that you already had him in sight, so how did you manage to lose a weak first-year cadet? Young Joe sounded quite mad as he questioned. Chapter 597. I don't know how he did it, but he suddenly vanished right in front of me and I couldn't sense his presence within the region anymore. He got teleported very far away. The raspy voice of the dark figure clad in black cloak resonated across the room. He doesn't have such power. He must have used a dimensional device, but there should be none that can teleport a person very far away except it's a high-level dimensional bracelet. Young Joe's eyes squinted at this point. I did see him tapping onto something strapped to his wrist, the figure voiced out again. It's still not a notable excuse. How could you, Yazria, fail to kill him before his disappearance? Young Joe sounded very disappointed. He also recalled the device he had to follow Gustav's aircraft had to be called back after arriving in Ruhugai City to prevent it from being spotted by the MBO officers. I apologize, Sir Young. I will not fail next time. I will make sure to sever that arm before he can make use of it, Yazria voiced out. As Young recalled this encounter 2 weeks back, he wondered if the dimensional bracelet can get him that far. It has to be the highest one, a level 7 dimensional bracelet. Only about 10 of these exists in the world. How did he get one? It won't matter when Yazria gets hold of him next time, young Joe thought and proceeded to stand to his feet. Find out what mission he was sent on. Tell the shadows I give them no more than a week. Figure this out or there will be consequences, young Joe voiced out before leaving the study. Hours later, in Region 6, Gustav, Darkill, and Mill were standing within the building with looks of contemplation as they stared at the trio tied up in front of them. All 3 had bleeding faces, and other parts of their bodies had bloodstains all over as well. Their clothes had been stripped off from their bodies, and they were currently tied together, clad in only their underwear. The menacing look they had on their faces had disappeared, and now their looks were replaced with fear and pain as they stared at Gustav. The one in the middle had a black rod stabbed into his gut area, which was bleeding, but even with that, the rod kept jolting with electricity, causing him to hiss in pain every moment as he pleaded with Gustav. Gustav passed a piece of plier-shaped equipment that was covered in blood to Darkill and cleaned his blood-soaked hands as well. I swear we're telling the truth. We weren't given the location of where the supplies were moved to. All we know is, Junior Boss Jabal took control of operations after Big Boss Sahil was abducted, the one on the left voiced out for the umpteenth time. Gustav moved towards the one who had just spoken and reached out to grab his head. I'm tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. Tell me something I haven't heard. Where is Jabal? Gustav asked while staring deeply into the eyes of this red jacket. We don't know. Nobody knows, he comes and. Before he could finish speaking, Gustav's index and middle finger suddenly stabbed into his left eye. Kiara! He screamed out in pain as the feeling of having his eye gouged out assaulted his brain. Gustav twisted his finger repeatedly inside the red jacket's left eye before pulling his fingers back with force. A small popping sound rang out as an eyeball was pulled out along with Gustav's finger. Just like that, the red jacket lost his left eye, and all that could be seen was an empty socket oozing out blood. Kiara! The red jacket kept screaming, causing the other two by the side to shiver in fright. You know, sometimes I'm glad mixed bloods have high tenacity. A normal human wouldn't be able to take the pain and pass out due to torture before dying. Gustav began speaking as he turned to the side with the eyeball in his hand and started walking. However, mixed bloods are able to keep taking pain and pain and pain and they'd still survive. There are times when death is a better option than living, but you guys can't die just like that. Gives me the chance to inflict as much pain as I want and you three have no choice but to stay alive and bear it. Pop. A loud popping sound rang out as Gustav tightened his fingers around the eyeball, causing it to blast apart. They whimpered in fright and stared at Gustav like he was a devil after hearing that. Even the one that had only eyeball now was more terrified than ever as he stared at Gustav through his one functioning eye. But of course we don't have to go down that path. Just give me information on everything that has happened in the last 2 weeks. Gustav turned to face them again and smirked after he finished saying that. I really hope you don't tell me anything, he added, causing them to shiver in fear. Even Darkill and Mill behind had chills after witnessing everything Gustav had done so far. They knew how an interrogation worked and left to them, they'd have already stopped the session, but Gustav was completely brutal and uncaring. Even Darkill, who could be seen as a veteran since he's been an officer for a long time, couldn't deny that he had never seen anyone torture criminals or suspect to this extent before. How can someone be so sadistic? Mill wondered as he could feel Gustav was deriving pleasure from this. Later during the night, all three of them were back at the lounge making plans. Did you dispose of the bodies properly? Gustav asked Mill. Yes, but why did you kill them? They didn't have to die, Mill responded and also threw a question back at Gustav. We can't have any loose ends. There's no point to keeping them alive, Gustav responded coldly. Chapter 598. We can't have any loose ends. There's no point to keeping them alive, Gustav responded coldly. They could have been an important asset to the mission. We could have had them play infiltration roles and gather more information for us, Mill added. There's no need for that. They could sabotage our mission, which is not worth risking when we could make use of their costumes and disguise as them, Gustav responded while pointing at the clothes placed on the bed beside them. The clothes of Sahil's henchmen, the red jackets, and even the masks included were placed on the bed. Gustav had kept this due to his plans to infiltrate the company of red jackets using their costume. This was even made more possible due to the fact that the red jackets also put on masks. Gustav wouldn't have any problems disguising them due to his shapeshifting, but now that masks were made available, the two with him would also be able to make use of them. I agree with squad leader Crimson, Darkill voiced out from the side. We don't need anything compromising the mission. It's better if they don't see us coming, he added. Mill had no choice but to keep quiet at this point and tried seeing reason in their decision. He had no idea Gustav didn't even care about his opinions in the first place. Gustav was only explaining because he wanted them to know of his plan to disguise as Red Jackets. Gustav had only milked out a little information from the trio even though he spent more than 6 hours inflicting gruesome torture on them. They explained that they were sent here to supervise the vicinity and report any suspicious sightings or situations. They also mentioned that Jabal had been sending a different trio of Red Jackets every day for this purpose, and no one knew why. They gave Gustav the location where they were supposed to meet back with the other Red Jackets after supervising the vicinity for a day. They didn't have any information on where the supplies were moved to, but they confirmed that distribution continued after Sahil's abduction in secret, and only a few Red Jackets were in league with this. The others were being drafted to move to different spots with Jabal, who was suspected of hatching a plan to get Sahil back. After Gustav had milked out all he could from them, he eliminated them and asked Mill to get rid of the corpses. At this point, he had taken every item they owned and information on the Red Jackets that he'd need to know for the disguise to be successful when infiltrating their midst. Contact the others. I need their report on the assignment, Gustav said to Darkil. Darkil nodded and proceeded to bring out the communication equipment before making a call to the others. Fiona was put in charge, so she was the one who received the call. She proceeded to give a breakdown of the day events. We have confirmed that there are advanced firearms supplies her. The drones captured some interesting footages, Fiona narrated from the other side. She sent infrared-scanned holographic images, which showed the signature energies of weapons present within the massive 7-story building. She also mentioned how many Red Jackets were securing the location and their suspected power levels. They had finished the investigation on their part hours earlier and were just waiting for Gustav's call and next instructions. Good job, Officer Fiona. I want you to tell me to answer this. Gustav spoke after listening to her well-detailed report. Yes, squad leader, she stated with an inquiring tone. How capable do you think you three are in bringing down that entire building and getting rid of the firearms? Gustav asked. Fiona smirked from the other end like she had been waiting for this question. 100% certain, she voiced out confidently. Good. We're still dealing with issues here. We can't head to Region 17 at the moment, so you three will have to handle it yourselves, Gustav stated. Make plans, and perform the operation within this midnight and the next. Don't attack during the day, he added. Understood, squad leader. You won't be disappointed, Fiona responded. Good, I hope wouldn't, Gustav stated before ending the disconnecting. Gustav was leaning against the table by the side of the room the whole time. After ending the communication, he started walking towards the balcony area. Have some rest. We set out to Region 8 by dawn, Gustav stated to both of them. They both nodded in response. It was currently around 9 p.m. at night. They'd have to wait till daybreak before heading to Region 8 due to the 3 Red Jackets being tasked with supervising the area for an entire day. The lodge they had rented for the night had 2 beds and a fairly large space, so 1 bed would have to occupy 2 persons. Mill and Darkil automatically assumed Gustav would be resting on 1 bed alone due to his ranking being higher than theirs, so both of them moved to share 1 bed. To their surprise, they stared at the balcony area and found out that Gustav was no longer there. Where did he go? Mill asked with a confused expression, knowing that they only looked away for a few moments. I don't know. You know we're both right here, right? Darkil voiced out with a look of confusion as well. They both had no idea that Gustav didn't plan to sleep this night. Fuwu Tilda currently, he was darting through the streets of Region 6, headed for the previous location of the battle with the trio. He arrived there in a few minutes and moved towards a particular building in the street. I need to confirm, he muttered as he got into the 2-story building and walked towards the basement area. From the first time Gustav observed this street from the rooftop of the house he was invited in to take shelter, he noticed the dead bodies placed in basements of these buildings. Chapter 599. From the first time Gustav observed this street from the rooftop of the house he was invited in to take shelter, he noticed the dead bodies placed in basements of these buildings. He recalled hearing the couple mention that the street in front used to be inhabited by citizens, but suddenly everyone living there disappeared, and they would occasionally see men in red jackets moving across the place. Then the street became non-accessible, and everyone who tried going in never came back. Gustav, at that time, didn't think much of it because he assumed Sahil instructed his henchmen to commit murder involving the people living in these households so he'd be able to use their houses as a storage center. This was a war period, so the authorities who would usually handle situations like this were currently indisposed. Even though Gustav felt this might have been the case, he wasn't so bothered for several reasons. Some of them were the fact that these people had already been murdered and irrational decisions wouldn't bring them back. Also, he felt the mission was more important than trying to avenge or dig more into the death of some people unknown to him. However, now things were about to be different as Gustav had spotted familiar-looking corpses among the ones piled together in this particular building when he scanned through with God eyes before his battle with the 3 red jackets. He arrived at the basement area and kicked open the door. Bang! The moment the door came crashing down, the pungent smell of rotten and decaying flesh wafted through the opening. Gustav totally ignored the beyond horrible stench accumulated within the basement and walked through the door while activating God eyes. He climbed over about 3 corpses before arriving at 2 behind. Gustav stood in place with a dark expression as he spotted these bodies. Although they were now grey in color and severely dried up, he could still recognize these bodies since he was in closer proximity to them right now. A middle-aged woman still had a terrified look even in her death and an old man who looked quite shriveled up. Both of their bodies looked mutilated, with deep cuts all over and dried specks of blood on their half-naked bodies. These 2 were the same people who had accommodated Gustav back then when he was walking underneath the rain. They didn't have anything to live for anyways, Gustav muttered as he turned around. But they certainly did not deserve to die this way, he added as his gaze turned sharp and he started walking away. Obviously, these 2 died gruesome deaths at the hands of the Red Shadows. Gustav couldn't understand what the Red Shadows would want with them, but right here, he solemnly made a vow. I will erase every one of you from existence before I complete this mission. He muttered as he walked out of the building. Just like that, the night went by, and Gustav spent it atop the roof of the lodge area meditating and making plans. He didn't want to make irrational decisions due to emotions, but he had seen that wiping the entire group out was a possibility, especially now that he had a squad of powerful mixed bloods. Also, there was enough time since the time limit of the mission was 2 months. The moment Gustav noticed the rays from the rising sun, he stood to his feet and moved towards the side of the roof before jumping off. A few moments later, he had arrived back in the room they booked and spotted Darkill and Mill both awake. They seemed to be waiting for him. Squad leader Crimson, we've been worried. Where have you been? Darkill asked the moment Gustav came leaping in through the balcony. That's not important, Gustav voiced out before moving towards the bathroom area. Gear up, he voiced out to both of them before picking up one of the red jacket's full outfits. The both of them stared at each other before moving to pick one out of the 2 outfits left and moved to get dressed. Minutes later, 3 people suited in red jackets, black pants, and menacing black masks could be seen moving out of a building. They walked towards a hovercar parked by the side and moved in before zooming away. These 3 were obviously Gustav, Darkill, and Mill all suited up. The hovercar also belonged to the red jackets as this was how they arrived here in the first place. Darkill took the wheel and drove them towards Region 8. Region 8 was where they were to meet up with some of the red jackets and swap with the next set heading to Region 6. Gustav wanted to make sure they arrived there before anyone left, so he told Darkill to move at a very fast speed. At this rate, they'd arrive there in about 20 minutes. Gustav revised the plan with 3 of them on what to do the moment they arrived there. 20 minutes later, they arrived safely at the location, which seemed to be 4 2-story structures joined together to form a square. Region 6, too, had seen war, but this location seemed safe and secure. There were barricades surrounding it and even guards positioned at the entry point. The moment they arrived there, They were questioned and inspected by the guards before they were let into the facility. They hadn't seen any red shadow since their arrival here, but according to the information they were given by the three, the ones giving the orders were located in the structure towards the west. Gustav and the three headed there as directed and moved across the stairway before arriving at the top. Outside, Gustav had already used God eyes through the mask to look through the facility and could already see several red jackets within along with a familiar face. They knocked using the code language and were allowed entry into the hallway that led to the main area where some of these red jackets were gathered with the familiar-looking face Gustav recognized. Chapter 600. They knocked using the code language and were allowed entry into the hallway that led to the main area where some of these red jackets were gathered with the familiar-looking face Gustav recognized. You lots arrived faster than expected. The only person in their midst who wasn't dressed in red jackets like the others spoke. This was one of 6 people who had encircled Gustav after his battle with Zergerev with strength close to that of Zergerev. He was a bald-looking young man with a slim figure and stern-looking eyes. Gustav already knew that one of them was in charge here since it was mentioned by the three he interrogated that only a few were brought up to speed about the things going on within Sahil's group. Yes, there is nothing to report. We watched the entire place this early this morning. Gustav was the one who responded, and surprisingly his voice was different from how it was originally. This was the voice of one of the three he interrogated. Before their arrival here, Gustav had told Mill and Darkil to let him handle the speech so they wouldn't mess it up. Both of them were quite surprised as they heard Gustav speak. If Gustav didn't come in with them and hadn't moved from his standing position, they'd have thought he was truly one of the red jackets after hearing the perfect mimicry of one of the three tortured the other day. I see, Saul, Brian. You two are up, the man voiced out to the other two waiting by the sides of the room. There were about 4 red jackets in the vicinity, and one was at the passageway, making it a total of 5. Mill and Darkil started moving towards the sides, fanning out, but Gustav still remained in the same position. But isn't this pointless? What is the use of supervising the old street every day? Gustav voiced out, still using the weird voice. The bald man stared at him for a bit before responding, this is what Jabal wants. Go take it up with him if you're unsatisfied, I know, but it's still kinda pointless, Gustav said again, causing everyone to focus on him as Darkil and Mill encircled them without their knowledge. I think so as well, but Jabal thinks the abductor of the big boss will show up, so quit complaining and go wait in the corner for your next set of instructions, the bald man voiced out as he turned to the side to face the two who were next in line for supervising that area. At this moment, Gustav gave a hand sign while the bald man was speaking. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash, boom. A loud sound reverberated across the place as Gustav suddenly bolted forward. The red jackets in the vicinity were unable to react in time as they witnessed the bald man getting jerked away along with Gustav's figure. Dark figures burst forth from Mill as he jumped forward and attacked the closest red jacket to him. While Darkil had a mist gather across the room. He disappeared in and began attacking the other two in the vicinity. Bang! Bang! It was a surprise ambush, leaving the unprepared red jackets completely unprepared, which gave Mill and Darkil the upper hand as they battled against them. Gustav was currently blasting through walls with the bald man in his grasp as he held until his collar. Fwu! Gustav leaped up again, slamming him into the ceiling before spinning around with him and throwing him to the ground. Bang! Bang! The bald man broke through the second floor and landed on the last floor while spurting out blood from his mouth. A cloud of dust spread across the place as the entire building shook from the ongoing battle. Gustav peered through the hole on the second floor created after the bald man was blasted through. He was about to leap through it when a green pillar of energy suddenly blasted through it. Gustav had jumped back a moment before it blasted through, causing it to miss him. Bang! It slammed into the roofing, blasting another hole through it. However, this wasn't the end as another one suddenly blasted through the part of the floor where Gustav was standing. Gustav was able to dash away at the last moment. Bang! 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 More and more of these green blasts kept shooting through the floor, causing Gustav to swerve across the place, and in a matter of moments, there was no more room for running due to the nearly destroyed state of this part of the second floor. KOH tilde, the rest of the floor began to crumble, causing Gustav to jump forward in a bid to land on the lower floor. Twihui tilde, while his body was descending, the green blast was beaded for him again. Gustav suddenly spun in mid-air as he conjured the atomic blade slicing through the green pillar of energy. Bang! As he landed safely on the ground floor, 3 were being shot towards him from different directions. They were already right in front of him the moment he sliced the one earlier, so he descended as low as he possibly could, causing all 3 energy blasts to slam into themselves. Boom! This caused an explosion right above Gustav that sent him flying backward as debris and dust scattered across the entire place. The bald man who had leaped forward earlier suddenly appeared above Gustav's soaring body and punched downwards with force. Gustav's eyes had dirt in them due to the explosion, so he hadn't opened his eyes as his body was being blasted across the air. His eyes were still closed as the bald man's fist was hurling towards his face from above. To the bald man's surprise, Gustav suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of his wrist while his eyes were still closed before swirling in mid-air and using his arm to pull his body beneath him. Chapter 601. Bang! The bald man landed face down on the floor with Gustav above him, causing another intense sound of collision to ring out. At this point, Gustav had opened his eyes and was about to send out another attack when a green beam shot out of the bald man's back. Bang! Not being able to react in time to this unexpected action, Gustav was blasted backward once again. He did several backflips across the air and landed about 70 feet away. Using this opportunity, the bald man threw himself up with a surprised expression on his bleeding face. He thought Gustav was passed out when he threw his punch towards his face earlier. He hadn't expected him to counter the attack without even opening his eyes. Gustav stabilized himself with an understanding gaze in his eyes. It turned out this man could use any part of his body to send out energy blasts. Gustav's mouth opened wide as he shot out a purplish beam towards the bald man, causing him to react back by also shooting out several energy beams from his hands, chest, and face. This overpowered Gustav's attack and pushed it back. However, Gustav leaped upwards, dodging the beams which slammed into the concrete behind. Boom! At this point this side of the building had collapsed from their attacks. Gustav conjured another atomic blade as he prepared to dash forward. That power. It's you, isn't it? You're the abductor, the bald man voiced out with a tone of disbelief. So what if I am? Gustav didn't even try to deny it as he charged forward while swinging out the atomic blade. Several beams shot towards him, which he cleaved in half one after the other while traveling towards the bald man. Swahi tilde Gustav swung for his left arm, but the bald man was able to react in time by swerving towards the side. My subordinates will send out a call for help. You're doomed when the others arrive here, the bald man voiced out as he tried dodging every one of Gustav's attacks while countering as well. He didn't think he could defeat Gustav after seeing how Zergerev ended up, but he felt he could stall Gustav for long enough till the others arrived. The only reason why this battle hasn't ended yet is because, I want you alive, Gustav responded coldly as a gravitational force suddenly spread across the place. Gravitational displacement has been activated. The bald man was about to move back to dodge one of Gustav's strikes when his body suddenly turned extremely heavy, causing his speed to reduce. No! He shouted out. He watched the atomic blade slash towards his right arm, completely severing it from his shoulders. Plop! Blood jetted out like a fountain as his right arm landed on the floor. Gustav wasn't even done and had already swung around, sending his leg towards the bald man's face. Bang! His face ate the sole of Gustav's shoes along with the dust underneath as he was sent flying backward with a broken nose. Bang! 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 Dashing forward, Gustav sent out several powerful punches, putting the bald man out of commission in a few seconds. After some time, blood and teeth could be seen lying around as the unconscious and battered body of the bald man was being lifted up by Gustav. Whoosh! He leaped across the air, landing on the other side of the building, before dashing forward with the bald man. Swoosh! He arrived back in the room where the ambush began. 5 red jackets who had been beaten down were tied together in place while Darkill and Mill stood by their sides waiting. Thwoom tilde Gustav threw the bald man's body to the floor. Tie him up as well, he instructed Mill before finding a place to sit. They both stared at the body with surprised expressions, recalling that this person was a last step Falcon ranked. They could understand Gustav dealing with the 3 red jackets the other day since all 3 of them were first steps Falcon ranks, but this didn't make sense to them due to the gap. Mill didn't argue or try to talk back, he immediately did as Gustav said and tied the bald man up along with the other 5. Darkill. Interrogation tools, Gustav voiced out as he moved his chair towards the front of the 6 tied together. Bam! He placed it down and sat on it with his legs crossed in a slouching format. Time to wake up, Gustav voiced out as he received 2 electrifying rods from Darkill. The MBO camp. What's up with Angie lately? I haven't seen her. Within a group of 5 standing together, a dark-skinned male with bushy afro hair voiced out. She's been avoiding everyone, us included, the green-skinned girl in their midst with a long pointy horse-like tail voiced out. This group of 5 were Glade, Matilda, Falco, EE, and Eldris. What exactly is going on? Falco asked with a worried expression. I noticed that she had been out of it since Gustav left, but I thought it was because he wasn't in the picture, for now, so she was missing him. Looks like it's more complicated than that, Eldris, who also seemed to have been observing Angie's change in behavioral pattern, voiced out as well. We really don't know what's wrong with her. With B. Before Matilda could complete her sentence, Falco interrupted. Aren't you girls our close friends? What the hell are you doing? Falco voiced out with a tone of anguish and disappointment. Calm down, you fish brain. What makes you think we didn't try? Glade voiced out in response as well, not taking Falco's statement lightly. I'm sorry, it's just. Falco apologized, seeing as he let his emotions get the better of him. Look. She shut us out. We tried time and time again to get through to her and ask what's going on, but she turned completely cold and started acting like we didn't exist, Glade explained. Over and over we tried visiting. We'd knock on her door for many minutes, but she'd never open. She stopped going for personal training and always disappeared the instant morning routine ended, Matilda added. That doesn't sound like Angie. Falco couldn't believe what he was hearing. Chapter 602, S. That doesn't sound like Angie. Falco couldn't believe what he was hearing. EE and Eldris were just as surprised as Falco hearing this. They already felt that there was more to this than her feeling down that Gustav would be away for a long time. How about we go check on her right now, EE suggested. Normally they'd need a permission slip for them to get cadets of the opposite sex to their residential area, and that would usually take a lot of time to acquire, and they would only be given a specific amount of allowance time, but due to them all being special classes, it would make things more easier. Everyone agreed to EE's suggestion, and Matilda along with Glade did the necessary requirements to get the rest of them over there. After about 30 minutes they all moved towards their residential area, which was located in the middle of a garden area where the trees and plants in the vicinity occasionally swayed and moved their branches. A kind of green fog was being emitted in this area which boosted the speed of channeling bloodlines. This was a bit similar to what the best male cadets' residence had as well, but instead of plants inducing the speed, they all had special channeling rooms within Thea rooms. The girls in the vicinity glared at Falco, Eldris, and EE, who were walking right behind Glade and Matilda. Falco felt jittery sensing their stares. This was normal since the girls felt weird about the opposite sex being in their space. Some of them even started assuming things and hissed as they stared at the trio. Vera spotted them from the side and wondered what they were doing here as well, but she didn't go up to meet them because she wasn't very close to them even though they had ties with Gustav. However, Vera was still curious and sneakily went up as well as they entered the 3rd building in the vicinity. All 5 of them arrived at the last floor in a few and moved towards the position of the 2nd room along the long corridor. In a few they arrived in front of Angie's door and Glade proceeded to start knocking. "Angie, open up, it's Glade," she called out repeatedly as she kept knocked over and over again. "Com. Com. Com." Even after 5 minutes had gone by there was no response from within. "Maybe she's not in," Falco voiced out with a low tone. "She's in. I can sense her presence," Eldris stated. Hearing that, no one doubted him, knowing Eldris was the most powerful in their midst and also had amazing senses due to not using his eyes all the time. "Angie. It's Matilda, open up. Glade, Falco, EE and Eldris are also here to see you." Matilda proceeded to start knocking next as Glade pulled back with an expression of distraught displayed on her face. "Angie." Falco also voiced out as he joined in knocking with Matilda. This went on for several minutes and still there was no answer. "What's wrong, Angie? You know you can talk to us about anything," Falco shouted as he banged the door loudly one last time, and what followed next was a peering silence. "Angie. We know Gustav is not available right now, but he made us swear that we would always watch over you in his absence. We can't leave until we know you're all right," EE voiced out as he stood in front of the door as well. "I wouldn't want to disappoint Gustav, and you're also our friend. Talk to us if there's a problem, we're here for you," Eldris voiced out as well. Even as everyone said their piece, there was still no response from within. After another 5 minutes went by with everyone waiting at the door, Eldris finally broke the silence. "She just moved. She's coming towards the door," he announced. Everyone jerked up as they heard that, fixing their gazes more intensely on the door. But even after a minute went by there was still no response from the other side. "G go or A." A raspy out-of-breath voice was heard from behind the door. "Angie, is that you?" Falco was the first to voice out with a look of disbelief. "Giet. Low st." It sounded like a low-pitched hissing animal speaking. "Open the door, Angie, let's discuss. What's happening to you?" Glade moved closer to the door and voiced out. "Get lost." This time a loud and clear scream was heard from the other side, which confirmed that the voice belonged to Angie. "Angie, open up." They started knocking once again, but all their efforts turned futile. "She's gone back farther in," Eldris stated. They realized that no matter how much they tried, Angie wasn't going to let them in today, so they finally gave it a rest after more than an hour of trying to get through. Minutes after planning to come on another day, EE, Falco, and Eldris left while the girls left to their own rooms with disappointed gazes. An hour after they had left, Angie's room door slided to the side as she stepped out. Her silver and pink-colored hair looked extremely rough and spiky. Her eyes were blackened with bags underneath them. She really looked to be in a dark state. Dwoosh tilde, she dashed through the corridor, disappearing from the scene in a few moments. Vera phased out from the side of intersection at the end of the corridor where a plant was sprouting from. Squinting her eyes with a suspicious gaze, she quickly moved towards the beginning of the corridor. Back in Region 8, it was already late in the afternoon. Gustav and the rest of his half of the squad were still in this building. The whole place reeked with blood and smell of lacerated flesh. 2 of the Red Jackets' corpses laid on the floor in a pool of their own blood, while the others were bleeding from different parts of their bodies and orifices. Chapter 603. The bald man head hung low as he breathed in and out profusely while blood rolled down his forehead and the sides of his face. "See, I don't have all day. Either you give me the information I need, or you end up like them," Gustav voiced out while pointing at the dead 2 by the side. He had already taken off his mask at this point, revealing his charming but cold look and his dirty blonde hair that hung loosely on his head. The bald man couldn't believe that they had been dealing with a kid all this time and couldn't understand how a young-looking boy would be so vicious and strong. "Tough luck, kid. Do you think I'm weak like the others? I won't say a thing no matter how much pain you put me through," the bald man voiced out amidst his long hard breaths. This had been the situation since morning. No matter how much Gustav tortured him and even used the other to have him speak, it didn't work. The Red Jackets here didn't have the information Gustav needed, which was why they were easily disposable for Gustav. He had gotten all the information he could from them, but the most vital ones lied in the head of the bald man. I see. Amani Dio. A really interesting name, Gustav muttered. How do you know my real name? He asked with a look of surprise. None of the Red Jackets or even the others on the same level with him in Sahil Group knew his real name. They only called him by a code name, so he was surprised that Gustav figured out his real name. You're not scared of going through the pain. But don't worry, I will find out what scares you, and I promise you when I do, you will give me all the information I need, Gustav voiced out with a solemn tone while chuckling. Haha, you think that will scare me? You were just lucky in figuring out my name. Caw. Amani voiced out while spitting out blood and coughing. I sure was. If you knew the organization I worked for, you wouldn't sound so confident, Gustav chuckled devilishly as he voiced out. Heh. Me. Like it matters, Amani stated. All this time he had been kneeling in front of Gustav with his body tied and several black poles stabbed into several bleeding parts of his body. As expected, he wasn't dead yet due to the tenacity of mixed bloods, and despite being in pain, he was still able to speak properly due to being a stronger mixed blood. Gustav stood to his feet at this point and turned around. I know. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he voiced out. Know what? Amani asked with a confused expression. I know you're already expecting a group of the masked Red Jackets men to arrive here soon. That's one of the reasons you've held out for so long, thinking you're going to be rescued soon. I'm guessing someone as strong as you are is also coming here with them, Gustav listed out, causing Amani's eyes to widen in disbelief. How did you? Amani couldn't believe Gustav was able to figure out that a group would be arriving here by nightfall. Darkill and Mill, who were standing watch by the sides, were just as shocked, not understanding how Gustav figured that out without receiving any information. It's easy to tell. I have observed your subconscious behavioral pattern since I started interrogating you, Gustav said while turning to the side with a sneaky smile as he started walking around him. How many times has your eyeballs darted towards the direction of the passageway? How many times did you try to drag on the questions I asked you? How many times? Gustav kept mentioning several things which caused everyone's eyes to widen by the second. From just all those, Gustav had put two and two together and figured out things. Haha, Gustav laughed lightly after causing Amani to turn speechless. I will make sure to welcome them with open arms now that your reaction has confirmed my suspicions, Gustav stated. At this point, everyone's eyes further widened, realizing that Gustav wasn't even sure in the first place and only voiced this out to see how Amani would react. Now he truly knew they were coming and started hatching plans in his mind. Kill the others. Leave only Amani alive, Gustav said to Mill as he turned around to head towards the corridor area. Please spare us. No, please, we can be of assistance. The three Red Jackets who were left alive all this while started begging. Do we really have? Before Mill could complete his sentence, Gustav interrupted him from up ahead. Kill them. Do not make me repeat myself again. Gustav's voice sounded extremely commanding and powerful at the moment, which made Mill feel like something would happen if he argued any further. All right, squad leader Crimson, Mill gritted his teeth with a look of disapproval as he moved towards the Red Jackets, left to do as he was told. Darkill, come with me. We have to prepare for the upcoming night party. Gustav's voice trailed away as he arrived at the end of the corridor. Darkill quickly ran after him in response. Hours later, within a part of Region 17, a group of three dressed in black cloaks walked across the street. They seemed to be heading towards the three-story structure up ahead shaped like a cone. It was currently nightfall and the crescent-shaped moon appeared in the sky. Only a few parts of the street was lighted up due to the partial destruction of structures in the area, but this particular cone-shaped three-story building was lighted up. There was an intersection right in front of the building which was positioned right behind the roads that led towards the right and left. As the three figures closed in on the building, they suddenly split up. One moved towards the left while the other moved towards the right. Only the one in the middle kept moving towards the entrance of the building. As the cloaked-up figure arrived at the entrance, the guards in masks and red jackets stopped them from proceeding further. Chapter 604, SARS the cloaked-up figure arrived at the entrance. The guards in masks and red jackets stopped them from proceeding further. "No entries allowed," one of them voiced out to the cloaked-up figure. The face underneath the hood slowly lifted up, revealing a slightly chubby and cute-looking feminine face. "Oh, but mister, I just need a place to stay for the night," she said with a sweet voice. "This isn't the hotel, you can spend a night here," the one on the left stated without a shred of pity in the tone of his voice. "Come on, don't be so merciless, mister. I'm willing to offer something in exchange," she said while placing her hands on her boobs with a seductive gaze and jiggling them while moving closer to the first guard. "You can't." The guard stuttered as his eyes fixated on the jiggling, perky mass of flesh on her chest area. He had lost focus at the moment, so he didn't notice a purplish-looking sharp item sprouting from one side of her back. As the guard was about to regain composure and tell her off once again, a whoosing sound reverberated across the place as the purplish sharp-looking item pieced forward and stabbed into his gut. Blurg. He vomited out blood as his entire body got lifted into the air while the purplish sharp object kept extending like a blade, tearing through his back. By the time the other guard was about to react to the unexpected situation, the body of his comrade was already flying towards him after being swung towards the side. Bang! His comrade's body slammed into him, sending him rolling towards the side. The purplish item protruding from this lady's back was actually one pair of wings with sharp-looking edges. Shinning tilde, she swung outwards, towards the direction of the guard on the ground, causing a destructive purplish arc to slice into his body as he got sent flying further away. A smile appeared on her face as the pair of wings slowly phased back into her body. She walked towards the guard by the side and took an access card from his possession before moving back towards the door. She dropped a device right in front of the door which shot forth rays of light that displayed a realistic projection of the two guards still standing in place guarding the entrance. "Let the operation begin," she muttered while reaching out to open up the door. Cashing tilde, it slid open and she walked through. Meanwhile, the other two following her earlier had also found different entry points and were also moving in at this time. These three were none other than Officers Fiona, Ilden and Felgro. With this they had begun their operation to destroy this storage point. Back in Gustav's location, the time for the group to show up had almost arrived. All three red jackets had been slaughtered already with their bodies disposed of. Gustav initially let Mill do the job to test him. He left with Darkill the other time to make plans, but his perception was still spread around observing the place where the red jackets were held hostage. He knew Mill didn't like his method of doing things, so he wanted to be sure if Mill would obey or plan something sinister behind his back after knowing that both he and Darkill were not in the vicinity. However, his worries were unfounded when he saw Mill do as he was instructed and dispose of the bodies. Armin was the only one left alive at this point, and he was shook with fear knowing what Gustav could do. He still wondered how Gustav found out his real name and couldn't understand how someone so young would be this meticulous and able to figure out things from just minor observation to certain details. What he didn't know was Gustav had spoken to the system internally to dig information on Armin out so he'd be able to use it against him. Gustav was still asking the system to dig for more, but it only told him Armin's real name at the time. Gustav figured every other thing out himself. Traps had been set and plans had been made on how to handle the upcoming situation. The next thing left was for the gang to show up. As they stood in the small space waiting, Gustav suddenly turned to stare at the balcony area. "They are here," he voiced out to Darkill and Mill who were standing by the sides. "Get into position," he voiced out as he sprinted away, disappearing into the distance in nearly an instant. Mill and Darkill too got on the move and found their way out of the space where Armin was tied to arrive at the positions Gustav set. Armin was the only one left in this place, tied against a pillar in the middle with his mouth sealed shut. His eyes shone look of terror as he heard the sounds of hover cars coming to a stop in the vicinity. Chatter, chatter, chatter. There was the sound of chattering along with footsteps headed for the stairway. Hey, what's up with the place? Why is one half of the building destroyed? Let's go check up immediately. The footsteps got louder as they moved up quickly approaching the corridor that led to where Armin was tied up. The entire vicinity was dark because it was currently around past 10 p.m. and the lighting had already been destroyed due to the battle during the day. About 8 red jackets arrived up, and behind them was a man wearing a black hat in a kimono-like outfit. He had a green upside-down triangular-shaped beard with a sharp long cut on his left face area which reached down to his neck. Armin, who had been making low humming sound since which this man seemed to have heard, got even more terrified as they arrived. "Sir Tia, there's someone here," one of the red jackets voiced out as they moved in. Chapter 605. Armin. What happened to you? The man who was referred to as Sir Tia voiced out with a look of disbelief as he moved forward along with the red jackets who already spotted him at this point. One of them moved to remove the rope tied to his mouth, to which he kept shaking his head trying to stop him. "Take it off, I wanna hear what he has to say," Sir Tia commanded, causing another red jacket to hold Armin in place so the other one could remove the rope from his mouth. The moment the rope was taken off, a cube-like item fell out of Armin's mouth. "Nu!" Armin shouted out the instant his mouth was free. Before they could even react to his scream. Boom! Boom! Bam! Brara! Boom! A series of explosions suddenly went off. Some red jackets were blasted across the place as the explosion leveled the place. The floor crumbled and the walls blasted apart. A red jacket who happened to be stepping on a place where a bomb was planted had his lower half completely incinerated. His upper body blasted through the northern side of the wall as he screamed out. Sir Tia, who was also in the midst of the explosion, was blasted backwards once towards the heart of another explosion, but the moment his body arrived there he made a hand sign that caused him to transform into a green smoke. This made a small quantity of green smoke blow across the vicinity. As the chain of explosions ended, his body transformed back into his former look as he landed on the ground floor. He had a few injuries on his body, but they only looked minor along with his robes, which were now rumpled. The whole floor above had been pulverized into nothing along with the walls. All that was left of the initial building was only the pillar standing in the middle where Armin was tied to. Apparently Armin was still safely strapped to the pillar without a single scratch on his body asides the injuries Gustav inflicted earlier. Even the pillar was barely damaged, like the explosion did nothing to it. The whole vicinity was still covered in smoke as well as debris and dust, which made it impossible to see around. However, Tia could still sense movements around him. Kia! Kia! A bunch of screams rang out as well as sounds of collision and flesh being skewered. The series of explosions had ended, so no one should be screaming again at this point, which made it obvious that underneath the coverage of bad visuality, the red jackets alive were being picked on. "Who's there?" Tia shouted out as he turned to the side where he last heard the scream of another red jacket being taken down. "Kia!" Another scream rang out towards his left and he proceeded to swing his hand outwards, clearing a lot of dust in that direction. As a clear line was cut through, he witnessed a red jacket being held down by two shadowy figures on both sides while a young-looking male sliced his throat with a dagger. "You little..." Rage welled up within Tia as his hands turned into green smoke while he darted towards this person. However, before he arrived in front of him, he suddenly felt a force of energy driving towards him from behind. Fuiwi tilde his entire body transformed into green smoke as a milky-colored blade drove through his back. Fwoosh! Gustav's body also phased through the green smoke along with his blade as he landed in front, spinning around to quickly face the transformed Tia while sliding forward. Tia transformed back into normal with a small bloodstain on his back. "Impossible. How did you manage to wound me?" he voiced out while staring at Gustav. Gustav ignored his question and turned around to look at Mill, who had just finished dealing with the red jacket. Mill had red glasses on his face which enabled him to see even though the entire area was covered in smoke. Same went for Darkill, who was currently ambushing red jackets on another side of the smoke. "Go handle the rest, I've got this," Gustav commanded. Mill reluctantly obeyed, moving further into the smoke. He was hoping he would have battled Tia so he could show that he can deal with a powerful one as well, but Gustav had come to snatch that from him. "You can go on and transform into that smoke again. I'm interested in seeing how that ability works," Gustav stated while turning to stare at Tia. Shirin tilde another atomic blade appeared in his left hand as he prepared to battle. "Ridiculous. You're just a mere first-step falcon. I still have lots of tricks up my sleeves, Tia voiced out as he took off his hat and threw it towards Gustav. Gustav proceeded to slice the hat in two as it arrived before him, but Tia appeared in front of him the moment he did that. As Gustav's blade sliced through him, poof tilde, he bursted into green smoke and spread across the place. Gustav was covered in thick green smoke which entered into his nostrils, eyes, and mouth. The whole place instantly had a pungent ionic smell. Gustav gasped for breath as his movement stopped and his eyes watered. He subconsciously closed his eyes as he tried to move. Toxin has been detected within host, toxin immunity has been activated, toxin is being evacuated. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes as he started to feel better. The smell no longer bothered him and the heavy feeling of the green gas infiltrating his body began to disappear. This is ampheline. Gustav's eyes widened as he realized what the gas Tia transformed into was made up of. Flame energy has been activated, it's flammable. Gustav suddenly burst into flames as this thought appeared in his mind. Fußschüsse tilde boom. An explosion suddenly occurred around him as the green gas was instantly lit in flames, causing two large hollow eyes to appear within the gas. A loud howling was heard within the fog of green gas as it burnt across the air. Chapter 606, S-Boom. An explosion suddenly occurred around him as the green gas was instantly lit in flames, causing two large hollow eyes to appear within the gas. A loud howl of pain heard within the fog of green gas as it burnt across the air. Gustav at this both darted forward past the coverage of the green gas with his entire frame still lit on fire. He arrived outside the sea of flames and watched as the green gas began to shrink in size. Huu tilde the howling continued as it shrunk down, covering only a small amount of space before it transformed back into Tia. At this point his entire body was blackened and burns could be seen all over, with some places having deeper wounds than others. Gustav dashed towards him after the transformation as his hands turned red and muscular with brownish fur. Fu tilde he threw an uppercut towards Tia's chin area. Bang! The collision sent him flying backwards as he screamed out more in pain and passed out. At this point, the screaming had come to an end as the visuality of the environment returned to normal. The debris and dust from the explosion had cleared, as well as the green gas Tia transformed into earlier. Now that the visuality had returned, they could see that almost nothing was left of the three-story buildings structured like a square around each other. Walls had crumbled and only a few parts of the entire place were still standing. The pillar in the middle of where they had just finished battling was one of them. All the red jackets had been slaughtered. Only Tia was left alive among the group he brought with him. Gustav had instructed Mill and Darkil earlier that the red jackets were to be killed the instant the explosion went off. Killing them was way easier than capturing them alive, because then Gustav knew they'd have to pull their punches if they wanted to capture all of them alive, which would in turn make the battle more difficult. Tia was the only one who Gustav felt had information for them, so he didn't see any point in leaving the red jackets alive. Especially when he actually wanted to slaughter them all. Gustav walked towards the unconscious body of Tia up ahead and picked him up. Even though Tia was bleeding heavily and had immense burns injury on his body, Gustav was not in any way gentle while moving him towards the pillar. Just like Armin, who was tied up against the pillar, they administered the bloodline dampening drug to Tia as well before strapping him to the pillar. Tia was powerful and his bloodline was quite the tricky one due to his ability to mimic different gases with different properties. He could essentially infiltrate a person's body and kill them from within with such a bloodline ability. He would even be able to escape getting hurt from physical attacks if he had enough energy to keep the transformation up, and his battle with Gustav would have been a much more difficult one compared to that of Armin. However, Tia just happened to be unlucky getting into a battle with Gustav. Atomic disintegration was capable of making anything disappear, including air, so the atomic blade was a bane for his gas-like state. He transformed into a gas that was toxic, but such a gas is also a component of a fuel-like substance used to sustain some technology. Gustav was able to instantly recognize it from its scent because that fuel-like substance came from mixed breeds, and he had sold a lot of mixed breeds carcasses to agencies that deal with such. "Don't we need to give him a healing pill?" Mill asked as he stared at Tia's disfigured look. "There's no need," Hell live, Gustav responded while moving towards the side. They had caused so much ruckus in this environment in the span of a day and even had to deal with the guards who were at the entry point back when they were about to come into this area. Now that 2 out of the 6 who were considered the highest in command after Sahil and his henchmen had been abducted, Gustav finally felt they might be able to end the first objective of the mission quickly. Get him down, Gustav said to Mill while pointing at Armin, who was still strapped to the pillar far upwards. 2 dark figures phased out of Mill's being and leaped upwards to untie Armin and get him down. After all that was done, Armin was tied to the bottom of the pillar, right behind Tia. Gustav had properly planned the whole ambush from the beginning, making sure the chain of explosions didn't harm Armin or affect the pillar. He already knew they'd tamper with the rope tied to Sahil's mouth, so he put the controller there. The moment it was released, the explosions would go off, and they did. Gustav smiled at Armin with a, "I told you so" look, before moving to Tia's front. Pa. 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 3 crisp slaps landed on Ty's left cheek as Gustav spoke. "Wake up. I need information." In a particular location within Region 17, the sounds of collision and explosion reverberated across the place as occasional screams would be heard coming from the 3-story building shaped like a cone positioned in the middle of an intersection. The street wasn't very lively due to the war, but those who were still alive and living within the vicinity stayed in their homes in fear that the groups in power had brought their battles here once again. On the 3rd floor of the building, a cloaked lady with chubby-looking cheeks had a pair of wings sprouting from her back as her figure shot forward with her legs joined and stretched forward. Bang! Her feet slammed into a red jacket, sending him flying. KOH. He broke through the window and fell towards the ground while screaming out. Fiona kept spinning with her wings slashing spherically around. Chapter 607. / 2 red jackets were sent flying again as arcs of purple shot across the place, hacking their bodies forcefully. Blood jetted across the place as Fiona continued to charge forward from one space to another like an unstoppable warrior. She would occasionally attach a pinky-sized triangular-shaped device to the walls at every corner after getting rid of the red jackets in the vicinity. As she darted through another corridor, a whirling whitish-colored blade suddenly shredded the wall by the side open, heading for her neck. Fwoom tilde with a flap of her wings, Fiona's body shot forward at a faster speed, decimating the vicinity with wind. However, it didn't end here as the blade changed trajectory and started heading for her once again. It wasn't very fast in speed, but its acceleration was on another level. Fiona rolled to the side in mid-air, dodging another one of its advances as she turned around and started flying backwards. The blade got to a point far ahead and ripped through another side of the wall before turning around to give chase again. Fwoom tilde Fiona flew through the opening created on the wall where the blade came from and arrived in front of what looked like an hall. She could see a red jacket standing aboard what seemed to be a glowing massive white dagger. The moment Fiona spotted him, she knew he had to be responsible for the swirling blade that kept chasing her around. Just as she was about to charge forward, the red jacket raised his left hand, and what happened next was another massive swirling blade came flying from behind him towards her. Fiona swerved and charged upwards, dodging the one that flew towards her from ahead and the one chasing from behind. A battle ensued between them both as Ilden and Felgro also cleared up the red jackets too from their end. Ilden was currently on the other side of the last floor while Felgro was in the basement area, placing the triangular-shaped pinky-sized device on the walls and boxes in the vicinity. "We have 2 more minutes to evacuate," Ilden voiced out on their mind communication device, causing the other 2 to act hurriedly. Bang! Felgro got shot from behind with an electric yellowish charge which sent him flying, but he barely sustained any damage due to him changing the composition of his cloak. Daggers appeared in his hands as he laid in place while the red jackets in the vicinity moved forward to check on his unmoving body. The instant they arrived within range and made contact, Felgro suddenly sprang upwards and stabbed the first one straight up his chin, instantly penetrating through his head, leaving a hole within his brain. This led to instant death. Before the other red jacket could react, he had already rolled to the side and swung his daggers sideways, severing his legs from his ankle. His body spun towards the side as reached down to stab the falling body of the red jacket twice. Poochie tilde both of them were sent to the afterlife in a few moments, and Felgro proceeded to move out of the place quickly towards another spot. Within Ilden's current location, the entire space had been flooded with water and the red jackets in the vicinity were drowning. Originally mixed bloods could still hold their breaths for a longer period of time underwater, but this time, the water was forcing its way through their nostrils and mouths and wrapping around their internal organs. Some of them felt their internal structures being torn apart, and in a few, bang, 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 all three red jackets drowning earlier exploded from being filled with too much water. The initially clean-looking water was now soaked with blood and guts. "Ooh, I'm not trying that again." A weird voice could be heard within the water as a part of it pulled out towards the entry point before transforming into Ilden. Ilden was soaked from head to toe with a look of disgust visible on his face. He started moving towards another spot since he had placed the triangular-shaped devices on the walls of this space as well. In a flash, only 10 seconds were left for them to get out of the building. Fiona's wings suddenly began amassing energy as she flapped them intensely. The red jacket, who still had blades flying around that could increase and decrease in size by will, was still keeping her busy. She remembered she still had 2 spots to place the devices in and only 10 seconds were left. The red jacket felt something was wrong as he saw the purplish rays of energy gathering across the place into her wings. "I no longer have the time to hold back," she voiced out as the dude sent out 3 blades towards her at once. These blades increased greatly in size as they whirled towards her with so much force that they even began to suck things in the atmosphere towards them. At this moment, swoosh Fiona flapped her wings once, causing her body to get forward with immense speed, so much that the pillars in the vicinity blasted apart. Her wings stabbed through the red jacket, who had widened eyes as she used him to blast through several walls. Fui! Fui! While her wings were stabbed into his body and she shot forward through walls using his body as shield, her hands threw out several triangular-shaped devices outwards. Bang! She blasted through the last wall before arriving outside the building. Fwao spinning around, she threw the body of the red jacket towards the hole she created by the side of the building. 3 2 1 her wings flapped as she flew further upwards while listening to Ilden countdown. 0 boom. A loud explosion went off as the entire massive structured buildings blasted into smithereens. The explosion was so loud that shockwaves spread across the place, causing the region to quake intensely for some seconds. "Did you both get out in time?" Fiona asked through the communication while floating above the building. "Yes, we did," Ilden and Felgro responded at the same time. Chapter 608. Did you both get out in time? Fiona asked through the communication while floating above the building. "Yes, we did," Ilden and Felgro responded at the same time through the communication device. With this, one storage location had been completely decimated. According to the previous information Gustav gathered, there should be 4 more left to destroy. Since the first location had been changed, they only had information on the other 3. Just like that, another night went by, making this the 3rd day the squad arrived in Lineage City. They had already made progress in 2 days, but Gustav was sure that Jabal would start noticing that something was up soon. The destruction of one of their storage center would definitely get to his hearing soon, and he also would notice that some of the henchmen were missing soon enough. Gustav was sure that Jabal wasn't stupid, since he had been working as Sahil's look-alike for a long time and managed to survive for this long. He was sure Jabal would figure out that an unknown group were onto them soon, so Gustav felt they would lose the element of surprise soon and things would get harder if they didn't speed up the mission. Currently he has been interrogating Tia and Armin all night, and surprisingly they both still hadn't passed forth any information. "It's about time one of you went to the afterlife," Gustav voiced out as he walked round the both of them. "So who is it gonna be?" "You." Gustav pointed at Tia first. "Or you." He then proceeded to point at Armin. The both of them had frightened looks on their injured faces as they heard that. Gustav held a dark dagger in his hand as he walked around the both of them. Why tilde he suddenly threw the dagger out. Bam! It stabbed into the pillar half a centimeter away from Arman's neck. A 3 inches cut appeared on his left neck area and blood trickled down it. Arman's eyes showed fright as he shifted his eyeballs towards the side to stare at the dagger with the blade half a centimeter away from his neck. Gustav squatted in front of him and stared into his eyes with a deadly look before pulling out the dagger. He turned towards the side and arrived in front of Tia. He suddenly stabbed forward. Poochie tilde a flesh-penetrating sound rang out as the dagger got stabbed into Tia's left shoulder. Kia! Tia screamed out in pain as Gustav kept pushing the dagger forward, almost burying the entire hilt into his left shoulder area. Maybe it's gonna be you. How about you give some information in exchange for your life? Gustav asked while still pushing and twisting the dagger into his left shoulder area. Tia kept screaming and wailing in pain. Suddenly his cries stopped and he started laughing. Gustav had a look of confusion on his face as he pulled out the dagger and stabbed it again into Tia's shoulder area. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Tia kept laughing like a maniac as blood spilled out crazily. What's so funny? Gustav asked him as he let go of the dagger. Ha-ha-ha-hee-hee-ha-ha. You can't kill any of us, Tia stated with his face showing confidence amidst the pain. Oh! Gustav exclaimed while raising one of his eyebrows. If you kill me or him, the other person knows that they're your only chance of getting information, which means I or him could still decide not to say anything, Tia explained. Good theory, but are you really sure about that? Gustav asked. Haha, you can't do nothing to any of us, Tia kept panting due to the injuries as he voiced out. I see. Gustav cut his statement here as he stood to his feet and turned around, making his back face Tia. But sadly you're gravely mistaken. Gustav's eyes squinted as his face turned cold. Fui tilde he suddenly turned around with speed and threw the dagger forward again. Poochie tilde it was so fast that Tia only felt his neck getting punctured after moments. Kia. He coughed repeatedly as blood oozed down his lips and his throat. Gustav moved closer and squatted again before pulling the dagger out of his throat. Poochie. Gustav stabbed Tia all across his body repeatedly before finally swinging the dagger towards his neck again. Fui tilde Tia's head was cleanly severed from his neck, fell towards the side and rolled a few feet away. Blood spilled out like a fountain staining the floor and even Gustav too as the lifeless and headless body of Tia fell limply towards the side while still being tied up. Arman wasn't able to witness what happened with his own eyes due to being tied on the other side, but B had heard the gut-wrenching sounds of Tia being slaughtered. His eyes shone fright as he realized at this time that Gustav was a maniac. Darkill and Mill, who had been watching from the background, were still trying to get used to Gustav's brutality. The way he killed was something they hadn't quite witnessed before. Sigh tilde he could have lived, but too bad, his uncontrollable mouth got him to this state, Gustav stated with a look of pity. Darkill and Mill in the background knew that this was false. With what they had seen in the past 2 days, they were sure Gustav would still kill them both eventually. But he was right, Gustav said as he moved to Arman's front and squatted. I can only get information from you now, so you can choose to withhold, make a bargain to save your life or something, and I have to comply. Gustav added. Arman's frightened look was slowly starting to dissipate as he heard that, but he wondered where Gustav was going with this. This would have been the case if I hadn't received a piece of information. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he stated this. Arman was confused as he heard this. Same with Darkill and Mill who were in the background. Chapter 609. Gustav proceeded to bring out a device and tapped the button. Truin tilde an holographic projection of 2 kids, a boy and a girl, appeared above the device. Arman's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the holographic image of these 2 kids. By your expression, I'm sure you recognize them, Gustav stated while standing to his feet. Currently they are in Falcon City with their mother. Street 22 Amazon, Gustav added while moving around. How? Arman's eyes had looks of disbelief as he voiced out. As you know by now. I don't really care. If I willed it, they would both be dead in a matter of minutes. You don't care if you live or die, but I'm sure you don't want these two following you to the afterlife, Gustav stated with a devilish smirk on his face. Please don't lay a hand on my kids, he suddenly started begging. Darkill and Mill now understood what was going on, but they wondered how Gustav got this information. You really thought I wouldn't investigate more after finding out your name? Gustav shook his head in pity as he stated. Please don't harm them, they're just kids, Armin voiced out again. Darkill and Mill felt Gustav was taking it too far at this point, seeing as those kids were no older than 7 years of age, but they knew better than to confront him in the middle of the interrogation, so they kept quiet. Do I look like I care about that? Gustav asked as he turned around to face Armin, who had a look of despair. I only want one thing now, and you know what it is. Gustav picked up a chair by the side and sat right in front of Armin after voicing out. Armin looked down after hearing that. Okay. I'll speak, he proceeded to say. In the next 30 minutes it was around 8 in the morning. Armin had finished giving Gustav the information he needed at this point. Gustav still sat in front of him with a look of contemplation as he digested the information he had gathered. Looks like it was truly Jabal. Gustav muttered underneath his breath. Armin had given them information on where the supplies formerly in Region 6 were moved to, and according to him, Jabal himself resided in that current location and gave commands from there. This location had the highest amount of supplies among the remaining 5, and Gustav didn't doubt that it would be well guarded, just like the last time where he was chased down by so many of them. Region 22 EI? Gustav muttered while standing to his feet. Are you gonna let me go now? Armin asked. Not until I confirm that your information is correct, Gustav stated while moving towards Darkill. Contact Officer Fiona, he said to him. Darkill nodded in response and brought out the communication device to connect with the other half of the squad. Squad leader. Fiona's voice could be heard from the other end as the call went through. Did you complete the objective? Gustav proceeded to ask. Yes. We have successfully destroyed all the supplies in this location. Currently on standby awaiting next instructions, she responded with a tone of respect. Good. I need you lots to visit Region 22 ASAP and gather information on a particular location for me. You lots have to be very covert in this objective. After checking out the location, report back to me and stand by in the meantime, Gustav stated. Understood. Where is this place located in Region 22? Fiona proceeded to ask. In a desert-like region with dark skies and whirlwinds occasionally moving from place to place, a figure strode across the sandy grounds. His legs digged into the sands, dragging a line across the sandy grounds as he moved forward. He was wearing a white hoodie with black boots and glasses which were to prevent the sand in the air from getting into his eyes. Even with the glass covering half his face still displayed a strong look of resolve as he moved forward as quickly as he could. After another hour of striding through this desert region, he spotted a small structure made of hardened sands up ahead. He pulled off his glasses to properly scrutinize the weird-looking structure, and the face displayed looked like a younger version of Gustav. This happened to be Endrik, and he was currently on the mission related to Angius recovery. Another Rejune, I should check this one out too, he muttered while bringing out a triangular device. True in tilde, the triangular device displayed an holographic image of a structure similar in semblance to the one about 1,000 feet away from Endrik's standing point. Endrik nodded and took a step forward, but just as he did, Swero of Vive tilde the sand on the ground in front suddenly began spiraling and sinking further into the ground. The spiral increased in size, covering a vicinity of more than 100 feet in a matter of seconds. Endrik's eyes widened as he activated his bloodline, causing the space around him to tremble slightly. Phoom. He spread his hands towards the sides and leaped upwards. His body traveled towards the side with speed as he seemed to be moving away from the location of the spiraling sand. As his body traveled across the air, a black octopus-looking tentacle suddenly shot out from the middle of the spiraling sands. It was so fast that it wrapped around Endrik's left leg in a matter of moments while he was in mid-air. Before Endrik could react, his body was being pulled down with force, towards the spiraling and sinking sand up ahead. Pa. Endrick clasped his hands together while his body was being pulled downwards, and a strange force suddenly spread out from his being which held the massive black tentacles in place. Endrick's body was now extended in place as the blackish-looking tentacle tried pulling him down, while his face shone concentration as he held the tentacle in place with his telekinesis. A Dracul. I have to deal with this as quickly as possible before it unveils its full body, Endrick said internally as his eyes glowed a bright bluish color. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.